How are we doing today in Indiana's Music City? My name is Kim Nyberg, and I'm representing the Madison Area Arts Alliance at M3 and several other organizations and things that I love to do in this beautiful, most wonderful place on earth. I can't tell you how excited and honored that personally I am being in the same room with such amazing talent. I have chill bumps. It just makes me so happy. I'm a music lover, born and bred in Nashville, Tennessee, and my adopted home is Madison, and it has been for many, many, many years. And I cannot believe the talent and the soul and the love that we have in this community, and it makes me proud every day. Woo. So welcome to the business of music. You are here because you are A musician, B, if you want to be a musician, 3, if you lead a fantastic community and you just love it to excel. Where are we? A, B, C, D. And if you love with your heart and soul music, you're here. So I just want to welcome you. I'll be in the back. I'll be able to help if you need anything. I am going to introduce one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, Jane Vonderheide. I call her Janie because her mom introduced me to her as Janie, but it's Jane Vonderheide. And we have kind of a kindred because my mother was a lady barber in Nashville, Tennessee, and Janie is a lady barber in Madison. And so we have kind of that thing going. We respect each other a great deal, hard worker. I'm going to turn it over to her for introductions, but just know we're happy you're here and let us know if we can help in any way.
You're Kim.
I'm the short person. Hi everybody, I'm Jane Vonderheide. Standing on my toes up here. I own the House of Jane Barbershop, which is also an art gallery and a music venue where we feature singer-songwriters playing their original music, local and regional. Actually, there's a young lady coming from Maine next month, so I guess national too. I'm here to introduce you to a few people, special people. The first person that's going to come up and speak is Paige Sharp from the Indiana Arts Commission. Yay.
Surely that moves down. I just have tenacity. All right, great. So I'm with the state of Indiana. The Indiana Arts Commission is actually state government, but we like to call ourselves the unicorns of state government. We are the funders of fun, and this is what we have today. Luckily, our folks over at the Indiana Small Business Development Center, of which we have John Myers here today, called me up and said, "Hey, Paige, we have some leftover dollars from the CARES Act. Would you like to have some of that funding to use for like workshops or something? Here's the kicker, it needs to be spent by the end of August." And I think they called me in March, and I was like, oh my God, yes, of course we would. We would love to be able to pull creatives together across the state and provide the opportunity to provide the skill building to help you be even more successful. That is so important to us. And it's important to the state because you do something incredibly valuable. You provide quality of life, and you provide fun. Fun is a key value and importance to us as a species. We need to have fun. So I am thrilled to be able to bring this opportunity to Madison, which would not have happened if we didn't have such an amazing partner in the Madison Area Arts Alliance, who is also the Commission's newest regional arts partner with the state of Indiana. So, special thanks to these amazing humans, and this by far is the most off the charts of the workshops that we have done around the state. So it's already magic. The energy of Madison is palpable. I'm sure you, like me, are like, I have to move to this community. This place is amazing. So I want to tell you a few things. One, I'm going to take your email address and I'm going to sign you up for IAC online newsletters so that you know about future opportunities that are available to you to help with your creative career, maybe some grant opportunities or whatnot. You can always unsubscribe so you have the power, but I want to make sure you're connected if you would like to be. And again, since we are state government, we will have a survey for you because we have to have forms and we have to submit them to the SBDC so they know how amazing we are, and we will continue to provide us funding to make even more magic happen. So when you get that, be sure to fill it out and be honest and candid so that we can also improve as we move forward. And lastly, I'm gonna look at my notes real fast. Lastly, be proud of you. Be proud of you for being here. It is so easy to click next episode on Netflix, right? It really is. But instead, you are here investing in yourself to move your creative practice forward. And I think that is worthy of applause. So thank you for taking the time. Enjoy.
Thank you, Isabel, and thank you to the Indiana Arts Commission for making these cool things happen.
Hey.
What did I say?
Isabel.
Oh, God. I even have the notes. Thank you, Paige. I'm sorry about that. Next, I want to introduce Mayor Bob Courtney.
I'm going to adjust this just a tad. This is special for me today because I finally feel like I'm in a room full of cool kids. You guys, I made it, right? I made it. I just want to share a couple stories. And first of all, Paige mentioned magic. The magic of Madison is real. I mean, when I'm out across the state, across the community all the time talking about Madison, and they feel the energy, they see the investment that's happening, because it is real. We're still being discovered. Aubrey was telling me this is his first visit to Madison, but he's definitely coming back, and when he gets back down to Tennessee, he's going to be telling everybody about Madison. It's about what we've known, particularly those who have grown up here all of our lives, is that it is real here in Madison. Last week, I had the opportunity to talk to Hanover College and Ivy Tech faculty about the river and about the connectivity of what the river brings to a community. I was also interviewed by American Queen Voyages because, as you know, we have a partnership with them, the steamboats that come to Madison. And that we were talking about what the river means to a community. And then yesterday, all day yesterday and last night, I was at the Indiana Conference of Mayors, and there were two economists there. Dr. Hicks, who's with Ball State's Institute of Rural Research, and then there was an economist, Amanda Weinstein from the University of Akron. And they have been doing this really detailed quality of life analysis, not just in Indiana, but United States wide, and literally every city and every county. And the conclusions that they made were a couple of things. One is those communities that were near water had a higher quality of life. Particularly on the West Coast where you've got the beaches, but it certainly translated to what we have here with the city of Madison. The riverfront, our storied Main Street, and then building around all of those natural amenities. The partnerships that we formed, Madison Arts Alliance, the music community, what is being curated here in Madison is something that other communities really dream about. They wish that they had. A year from now, what you'll continue to see is even more investment by the city of Madison and all of the collaborations across the community. More walkability, using our riverfront for more development, a new swimming pool, amphitheaters, the plans we're working on, more sidewalks, but really curating that. How do you bring people together in better gathering spaces? And that's really what it's all about, is connecting people together, because that's what drives the quality of life. The other takeaway I'll mention too is that the economist was saying is that we also have to be mindful of the choices that people want to make. and give them the information so they will choose to move to Madison. And I think that when they learn about what we have to offer, the high quality of life, our low crime, our good schools, our proximity to Cincinnati and Louisville and Indianapolis and Tennessee, they're going to come here and stay. And our population is already proving out that it's been growing over the last couple of years. So it's all because of you guys. And the Madison Music Movement, the Arts Alliance, all of the work that we're doing together, the partnerships and collaborations is truly what moves a community forward. I love A, being a kid that grew up on Walnut Street, that's lived here his entire life, and just continuing to see Madison evolve. And the reason it's evolving is because of investment. Whether we're investing in our natural assets or investing in talent, that's what puts Madison really on the map. So welcome today, welcome to our beautiful community. If you're not from here, I hope you'll come back. And if you are from here, you're the reason that Madison is so successful. So again, welcome today and thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor Bob, very much. Finally, before we really get started, I want to introduce Todd Boone, who's the president of the Madison Music Movement.
Welcome to Madison. First off, who thinks we got the best mayor in the country? Yeah. Who thinks we have the best support in the Arts Alliance with Miss Kim, Alex, and Lindsay? This is incredible. These girls, I walked in this morning, I'm like, oh my God, look at how great it is. And then we're going to go all night, so hopefully you didn't make plans. You're going to stick around. This is an event that doesn't happen very often, and I ask you, my advice and my ask is clear your calendars, right? This is going to be an incredible night. It's going to be an incredible day. My ask is that you get to know everybody in the room. Introduce yourself, even if you don't get to talk to them. This is a Connect Organization event. Who's heard of it, Detroit? And when you think of Detroit, what music do you think of?
Motown.
Motown. When you think of Portland and Seattle, what do you think of? Grunge. What about Memphis? Atlanta, Macon, Southern Rock, right? So what did those groups have that made them, that all of a sudden they're branded? Was it Special Water? Was it Magic Beans? Really? What was it? The movement. It was people. It was a catalyst. There was something that brought them together. They're no better than, they didn't have the talent. Now there's a few Elvises, right? There's a few Michael Jacksons, I get that, and Adeles. But for the most part, those were normal people that the fun kids got together, like the mayor said, the fun kids got together and the magic happened. And that's what this is about. You know, as you get together, you're gonna learn about business, but it's about connectivity. So I was sitting in the back there, Anthony Ray Wright, one of my favorite people from VV. Anthony was telling me a story. He said that he met a guy on Facebook 2 years ago. And he said, I said, how did you, because they had a show here on Friday. Actually, it was the best show I've seen, no matter, you know, I'm going to a concert in India on Friday. This concert that was here on Friday was the best concert I've seen in 10 years. It was an Elvis, yeah. And this guy right here, the way it happened was he met a guy on Facebook who knew this guy from Canada. They played in Nashville. They were in the Country Music Hall of Fame, and then they played here and brought it to Madison, Indiana. That's connecting the dots. And then a little bit further. Anthony with Robert Reynolds. If you guys haven't seen it, it's just putting the new with the old. Those two together, it's magic. And what you got to do is, as you meet people, right? You heard Aubrey Preston, right? So as his name comes up, if you Google it, you're going to go, oh my God, I can't believe this guy's in Madison. You may not get to talk to him, but I ask you to shake his hand and say thank you for what you've done for music in this country and actually in the world, because it's a great asset to have in Madison, Indiana. So how about all right. In the end, as a musician, if you make people have fun, you're going to be successful. I talked about Michael Jackson. I talked about Adele. You know, these rock stars. That's fun. But who's ever heard of Jimmy Buffett? You think Jimmy Buffett's made some money? You think if you put Jimmy Buffett in a singing contest against Adele, who would win that contest? Every time. Rusty Bladen is our Jimmy Buffett. He makes people feel good. He does. guys are rock stars. And a few of you that have spent a few nights with me over a few bourbons, and maybe I say it too much, you guys really are rock stars. Don't underestimate your talent. This town, so tonight we're going to talk more about M3, and again, so you're clearing your calendars after we leave here. We're going to go cocktails here, we're going to go cocktails next door. We'll talk about M3 real short. You'll see a video by Michael Fortunato, and then you're going to see about 19 artists. But what you're going to see is 19 artists that, oh my God, that's in a small town in Indiana. I can't believe it. The talent here is incredible. So I'll leave on this. Have fun, meet your neighbor, and see you tonight. Thank you.
I am going to introduce Michael Fortunato to come up to the stage. And those of you that know Michael from his just a couple years in Madison know that he is a very passionate person about this community and music, and he gives 150% all the time. So Michael, please come up. And it's Dr. Michael Fortunato.
You ready to rock, Madison? Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. Great to see you all. My goodness. I mean, this is an incredible event. When we were putting this event together, we knew the potential was here to take our game to the next level and to really take what's already here, an incredible community with a lot of talented musicians, and to bump it up to something that is, working not just on your music chops, but on your business chops too, which is really important. This is an incredible community. In my other life, a lot of you know me as a musician, and I'm really happy for that because I get to be a musician here, and it's just one of the great joys of my life. This community has given me so much joy in such a short amount of time. But in my other life, I go around the country and I help communities that are struggling. I work with communities that are really in a stuck place. A lot of times they want to talk about the arts, and they're always looking for like the secret sauce. Like, how can we get an art scene to happen here? That's why I came here. This place gets it already. They understand it. They got the values. And the thing is, it's really not just about what we as individual artists can do. The real magic happens when you start to work together as a team. It's about relationships. Relationships get things done. Infrastructure is important. Programs are important. Plans are important. Plans don't get things done. People get things done. And this community gets things done. That's why I'm so impressed with it. I'm supposed to I don't want to take too long up here because we got Isabel Garson here. And she's incredible, and you'll see why. But I wanted to talk a little bit about like what is an ecosystem and why does it matter, and why does it matter from a music business perspective as well. I'm just trying to get to here we go, full screen mode. Nice, okay. That's awesome. A lot of what I do out there working with communities is that we're trying to build ecosystems. We're trying to move from a place where everybody focuses on the what and how of getting things done to the who and why of getting things done. It's about how we actually work together to make a difference, and how we can actually lift each other up, and how we can actually take each other to the next level in a way. And when this starts going, life gets a lot easier. It gets a lot easier for individual musicians. It gets a lot easier for people in the community because everybody feels like they're receiving and giving at the same time. I know that sounds really basic. There's a lot of social science behind this, actually. But I'm not going to go too technical today. I'd rather talk about what really matters. I could give you some arts economy stats for those of you interested in economic development. Like, why bother even having an arts community in the first place? Because arts spending is more than agriculture in the United States. Agriculture, the food system, and the textile system. It's crazy, and yet we have a USDA. We don't really have a Ministry of Culture like some places do, right? You know, it's amazing. But the value of arts and cultural production in 2015, we're still waiting for updated data on this, and the pandemic's changed some things, but it's shaken out pretty nicely. Value of arts and cultural production was $763 billion in 2015, 4.2% of the country's GDP, 4.9 million arts and cultural jobs in 2015. 4.9 million jobs, that's Atlanta. That's the whole Atlanta metro area. That's crazy, up 2.1% for the previous year. In terms of exports, each year cultural, travel, and tourism contribute more than 171 million to the economy. That's important for Madison because that's what we do. We're also inviting people in. And that helps us out. If you want to get really technical about how local economics works, when you have an export base, we think of that as something we send out of the community. Tourism is actually an export base because it's really where the dollars go. The dollars are actually coming into your community from the outside. So people are coming here for an experience. And creative placemaking related to community attachment and GDP growth over time. So basically, the best, most creative places, here's what we're finding. We're finding if you really get down into the data, it used to be that communities would really focus on getting a big factory or some sort of a job creator that would create a lot of jobs in the area. And this still happens. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all. But we're seeing the preferences change. What's happening is that people are moving to communities before they even have a job. They're going to places that they want to live in, that they want to create in, where they want to have a good life, and then once they get there, they figure out how to make it work. That means that people don't follow jobs anymore like they used to. Jobs follow people. Because if you're really trying to get the economy going, what happens? Companies are looking for the best communities out there in order to do their creative, or to really grow their businesses. Because they want to have a talent pool. Well, the great thing is, music is at the cornerstone of that equation. So by actually creating a great place and creating a great economy locally, what we're doing is we're really multiplying our opportunities. And that's what I think is so exciting about this place. It's also true for entrepreneurs too. We can take a look at where entrepreneurs are going. It's not like they're just randomly going to the big spots to start jobs. They're finding lifestyle places, and oftentimes they live there for 2 to 3 years before starting their business. So they're getting connected. Now it's that idea of connection. That's what actually gives us the ecosystem. I have a whole bunch of stats about like how bodacious arts and culture is right now. It's awesome. Healthcare's bigger, retail trade's bigger, then there's arts and culture. It's a bigger industry than construction, transportation, travel and tourism, outdoor recreation, utilities.
What?
Right? Absolutely. I mean, turning on the lights is a smaller industry by well over half. Mining and extraction, agriculture's down there. It's crazy. So, and it's growing. The opportunities for arts and cultural development are huge. This is the real value added by arts and culture. There's a bunch of gobbledygook numbers on there. Just notice that the graph is going up a lot. That's good. That's a good trend. We like graphs going up. Imports and exports of arts and cultural goods and services, same thing. We actually have, it says their trade surplus. That means that there was a time when we had to invest more in the arts than it produced. Not anymore. Not anymore. The arts creates immense value, personally, economically, socially, spiritually, all these things. It feeds the soul, kind of feeds the wallet too, and it's actually taking care of itself. That's an incredible thing. Arts and cultural employment, you see, it can go up and down. It took a dip, but it's on its way back up again. And let me tell you, we don't have recent data on this, but it took another dip in 2020. Imagine that. It took another dip in 2020. It's rebounding nicely, by all indicators. So we are seeing that the arts are a force when it comes to building a really good economy. This is a bunch of, again, a bunch of really fancy donut graphs that basically tell you that for every arts job, you're also creating all these other jobs in the economy too. It's a virtuous circle. Boy, I have a lot of graphs here. I'm sorry. It's so funny. Like half the time I have a saxophone, and half the time I'm talking about numbers. I prefer the saxophone. Anyway, The numbers are fun too. This is a graph that basically shows our region upwards. You know, we're projecting upwards. And if you take a look at Indiana, high numbers are essentially places that are sort of vulnerable. You know, those red counties, places that are really vulnerable to automation and offshoring. I have great news for you artists out there. You can't outsource this. You can't outsource the arts, especially when people have a taste and a preference for local arts. It's something that is part and parcel of our economy for a long time. And when it comes to automation, automation in music kind of has a checkered past. Don't lie, you've all been there. All right? So, how do we supercharge this in our communities? Well, a lot of it has to do with building an ecosystem. And ecosystems are a combination of people and things and amenities. It's like a real ecosystem. You walk out into the forest, there's all kinds of foresty stuff there, right? You have big trees, you have little trees, you have little forest plants, you have squirrels, you have, you know, all kinds of interesting things, right? They all work together to make the forest go. And the thing is, forests don't stand still. They're constantly changing, they're constantly evolving. If you go into an old growth forest today, chances are it's actually changed a lot over time. It doesn't look like if you went back in time 1,000 years, it would look quite different. And that's because things are constantly changing. The arts is not a static thing. The great thing is that when economies change, the arts are at the vanguard position for changing communities creatively. One message that I really hope you take away from this entire event is the idea that we would like to transform our artists, or I'd like to ask you to consider transforming yourself from seeing yourself as a leader in the arts to seeing yourself as a leader, period. Period. Artists make great leaders.
Yes.
They're creative. They don't get too scared in front of crowds. They can be very charismatic. They understand fundamentally how teams work together. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's a nice little town. I like it here better. But Pittsburgh was great, and I grew up in the jazz community, and it's really funny because growing up in the jazz community, that's really how I work with communities these days. I train them like jazz musicians. I train them how to work together, and the thing about jazz is that a lot of people think it's very free-form. Any jazz musician knows that's not true. There's a structure and an etiquette to jazz, but within that you have immense creative capacity. Well, that's the way that it works in communities too. We have a lot of limitations. We have a lot of hard constraints that we have to work with. But there's immense opportunity for being able to get things done in that space creatively. But every jazz musician knows you don't just get up there and play jazz yourself. Jazz is not about what you play. Jazz is about what you hear. If you want to give a jazz musician a huge compliment, tell them they have big ears. It's true. It's true. So, musicians are fantastic at listening to each other. They're great at collaborating. They're great at understanding that we don't all have to see the same way to be able to get something done. Imagine a whole band of clarinets. I'm a clarinetist. I wouldn't want to see that, right? Absolutely. The fact that we all bring something different to the table is what makes a band go. And it's the same thing that makes a creative community go. The whole idea behind an ecosystem is all of us communicating, listening, working together effectively, and finding strategies for lifting each other up, and being able to go out there and say, you know, I have an idea. I know I can't do it alone. Let's find a band to make this idea go, right? And I'm not just talking about a music idea. It could be a new business. It could be a new creative venture. It could be a music business conference. Who do you call? Just look around. You've got all the answers right here. That's what makes an ecosystem go. Knowing who to call, knowing how to collaborate really well, and knowing how to listen. And as we go through, you're going to hear a lot of strategies and techniques about how to elevate your business. But the one idea I want to overlay on that is that great businesses are businesses that listen and collaborate well and do so strategically. They do it as a group. Nobody starts a business alone. It doesn't work that way. But musicians get that. And you know what? If you got the right musicians, you're gonna take some ripping songs. Absolutely. So you can be an individual, you can put your own character behind it, you can put your own flavor on your business, your creative enterprise, the business that you're running alongside your music, the kinds of initiatives that you want to get started in a community. The idea is that we do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, baby. That's it. And we've got the right people right here in the room to be able to make that happen. I don't want to talk too much longer because I want to get Isabel up here. Honestly, I could go into a whole big spiel about the technical aspects of what makes this work. But let me tell you something. Madison's headed in the right direction. It actually has been for a very long time. Decades, even. We've got something that makes us unique. We have an incredible core of musicians. We have the passion for it here. We've got the history for it here. We've got the culture of being able to get together effectively. What's going to kick this to the next level, and what we're going to get out of today's conversations, is learning a little bit about, first of all, how did other people do it? How did they break out and get to the next level in their creative enterprise? How did they do it with others? What kinds of resources did they use? What kind of strategies did they use? And the idea here is that everybody has a different, and that's what I love about this community. Everybody is on a little bit of a different path. That's great. Whether you want to play locally and do the tour of Main Street and be able to really make a name for yourself here. Maybe you want to be a regional act. Maybe you like live music. Maybe you want to be a studio cat or a hired gun. That's great. You can do it all here. But you're going to learn about strategies for being able to take that to the next level, because what I think we'd all like to see is for Madison to be not locally recognized, not regionally recognized, not even nationally recognized, globally recognized as the capital of small town music. We can do it. Nashville's wonderful. Austin's wonderful. They're large cities. We want to show them how it's done in a small town. We want to show them how it's done Madison style. And only we can do that, and we can do it together. So, thank you. So anyhow, I'm going to stop talking there because it is my great joy to present a very, very dear friend. Before I moved to Madison, I was living in a community called Santa Rosa, California. It's the first time, yay! It's the first time that I felt like I lived in a real music community with other musicians that were committed to creating their own industry. Not just a bunch of musicians playing music, but creating a real industry, a real ecosystem. One of the pillars of that community is this person standing next to me right now, Isabel Garza. She's incredible. She's not only a phenomenal marketer. She's worked with all kinds of different celebrities, was actually doing most of the marketing work for George Winston and a number of other artists. She's been a promoter. She is actually still tapped as an MC for the biggest festivals in Sonoma County, which is incredible. But when we actually put this event together, I knew right away who I wanted to call to give the keynote, because out in California, we had a number of these events talking about how to take your game to the next level, how to become a better musician, how to plug in. We had a number of those things. Nobody's presentation blew my hair back like hers did. It was fantastic. So I think what you're going to get today, you're going to get a lot of knowledge in a very, very short amount of time. But we're going to talk about marketing. After that, we're going to talk about how to actually break out and build a more regional presence. Maybe you want to go beyond the boundaries of Madison, but still use this as your touring hub. Still use this as the place you do your creative business. That's great. We're going to talk about how to do that. And then we're going to talk about how to write really good commercial songs. We're talking about how do we marry our vision with what audiences want to see and are really going to resonate with. And that's an important conversation to have. By the time it's all done, we've got Aubrey Preston here, who can tell you every story under the sun about how to make an incredible music community. We're talking decades of experience in pulling together some of the most exciting music projects I've ever even heard about. And then, of course, we jam. It's going to be great. So tonight is going to be an incredible event. Y'all feeling good? Yeah. Getting pumped? Without further ado, I would like you to welcome to the stage, from Santa Rosa, California, Isabel Garza.
Alrighty. Well, hello, Madison. It's really just a pleasure to be here. Thank you. I've been blown away by the beauty, the history of this town, and by the gracious welcome of everyone that I've met. I look forward to meeting more of you later today. Let's get into it. The business of music. I'm calling this one How to Get Your Act Together. Act. So who am I? I'm Isabel. You've heard a little bit about me so far. There's a great little image of me there. I'm from Guerneville, California, which is a place that has tons and tons of redwoods out in Northern California. It's actually a small town with a lot of history, like here in Madison, so I feel the welcome vibes being from a place that's kind of similar to this, with lots of happy people living in nature and history. But I live in Santa Rosa now, as Michael was saying. I've been online almost every day of my life since 1995. I love common sense, encouragement, and the ocean. So what do? I am the social media manager for a company called Cookies. It's arguably the best known cannabis brand in the world. It's also a lifestyle brand. We produce streetwear, and you'll see people with Cookies clothes all over the world. We're opening in Thailand this month. It's wild. So I love working with it. And the interesting thing about Cookies is it's actually owned by a rapper, a man named Burner. So I still get a lot of music experience with my current role as well. Previously, I worked with a company called Verticals Agency as a creative director, and I was the chief creative officer of a marketing agency that I founded called Second Octave Media. In both of those roles, I specialized in music marketing. I have about 10 years of experience working with international touring acts and promoters, as well as all levels of musicians, from Grammy Award-winning artists to local rising stars on every aspect of their marketing, media, and branding. So how did I get into this? I think it's an interesting story. There are absolutely points in my journey where I had no idea where I was going to end up or how I was going to break into the world of entertainment, but I knew that I really wanted to. I am an art school dropout. I managed a video store for the better part of a decade. That was the easiest way, I thought, maybe to get into the entertainment industry. Consumable goods is what I call it on my resume. It's still open today, I'm really proud to say, in the post-Blockbuster era. I got the job that changed everything for me by responding to a Facebook post. I started working with a health app. It was a startup in San Francisco as a customer experience representative. Then that company went the way of a lot of health apps or apps in the early 2010s and was quickly discontinued. They laid off everyone in the office, and I was promoted to being the head of digital marketing. And here's some of the first original content that I made for that app. It was called Packed, where it paid you to work out, basically. In 2015, I formed my own company because I felt a knack for doing this social media thing. I was a large woman as the face of a health app, and I was able to turn that content from being more like Fitspiration to being more health at every size, And it was really inspirational to me, and I was like, wow, I really have a knack for this. So I went ahead and formed my own company and started working with spiritual and artistic clients. And I specialized in Facebook, so that's why it says the Facebook Healer on my business card here. But in January 2016, I answered another Facebook post from a good friend of mine who was looking for someone to work at an art center. And from that, I actually ended up not working at the art center, but working with him with a team of promoters that were starting a concert series. And everything changed because I had an amazing team of people that I was working with, and we had some mentors that were Bill Graham Presents founders, which is now Live Nation, and they also worked at Tower Records. So I just had the opportunity to learn from some really amazing, well-seasoned veterans of the music industry, which I got that opportunity from Facebook. And suddenly I was in the entertainment industry in tiny Sonoma County. Since then, I have had the opportunity to create content and promote hundreds of concerts, festivals, with local and internationally touring acts. And I just want to say, this presentation, take notes if that's how you remember things, but I will have a link at the end because there's lots of resources that are linked out in it, so you can have the presentation afterwards and watch some of these fun videos that I have linked here as well. Let's see, I'm telling you this because I think that it's remarkable that two of my biggest professional networking opportunities came from social media, came from Facebook. And that is a major reason that I believe in the power of digital connectivity. And it's why I want to help you to expand yours. And I think we should keep in mind that we're already far more socially expansive in this way than any other previous generation of humans, clearly. It's a huge opportunity in this time space that we live in. And I especially want to help artists because I believe you can use that power of connectivity that you have to bring joy, inspiration, and earnest meditations to people who need it the most. You just need to know how to connect with them. And authentic digital connections must have a physical component. This is something that you naturally have the advantage of as a musician. You can bring this to the digital space naturally because what you're creating is a physical event with your music. So when people use social media that are musicians, they're using a digital medium to invite people to have physical and emotional experiences. This is the digital revolution. It's not televised. It's online. So let's get into it. What we'll cover today: getting organized, shaping your digital image, maximizing your content and your human resources, using your content effectively on multiple platforms, discovering and growing your regional fans, and then how to promote your show. Good, that's a good one. I think everyone wants to know. And then we'll have a little time for Q&A after all that. So, getting organized. I really once hated the idea of getting organized, setting due dates and being on time, budgeting, and making long-term goals. Who has time for all that? Well, it turns out I had to make time for that because of my chosen career. So do you. Social media is absolutely dependent on scheduling, and event marketing has concrete deadlines. You cannot promote a show that happened on Thursday on Friday. So after a lot of chaos and overwhelming experiences, I hope that this list can spare you from some of that. I found a system that works for me, and it's comprised of these specific tools. And just note that every tool that I'm mentioning here is free, or it has a robust enough free version that I recommend that you use it. So low cost. So number one on my list is Asana. It's my favorite task management software. It's first here because it is my number one. It's the most versatile to-do list that you can use. I use it for planning everything from organic social media content, full-blown marketing campaigns, and even my grocery shopping. Next up, I use Google products, pretty much everything in the G Suite. I love Google Docs, Sheets, Slides, the cloud storage in Google Drive, Hangouts, or Meet now, and Google Calendar and Gmail. I use them every single day. I highly recommend using the G Suite product. It's also a way that you can get your business email, so your name at yourband.com, right? Gmail is the best email client available. I will fight anyone who says different. It has the ability to snooze emails so you can respond to things a week later and it doesn't get lost in your inbox. You can archive things categorically. It plugs into almost any other app. So like if I want to bring a task over to Asana, there's a plugin in Gmail where I can create a task right from that email. It will attach the email and any attachments on the email. It's fantastic. I love Gmail. And for when you're booking, you can create canned responses, which save you a lot of time. So you just have pre-written templates that you send out, and you just change out the name and any pertinent details, and you're good to go. Meta Business Suite. So used to be called Facebook Business Suite. It's a bit dense at first, but it continues to be more robust and easier to use as a platform for managing your business on Facebook and Instagram. So this is a great place for you to get your analytics, to be able to schedule things in advance to both your Facebook and Instagram, and to see insights about your audience, which we'll get into a little bit later. And a big bonus is that you can keep your personal Facebook then separate from your professional Facebook space, which I highly recommend. There's a companion to the Business Suite on desktop, and these are links to the mobile apps for them on both Google Play and iTunes, so you can also just do it straight from your phone as well. For Twitter, I love Twitter. I definitely think it is a platform that musicians should be on to be connecting with each other. There is a free software that Twitter produces called TweetDeck, and it's a way that you can create lists where you can monitor different hashtags so you can respond to people that are out there talking about the kind of music that you like to do. Any topic that you want, you can create a Twitter list on there and schedule out your tweets in advance, and you can monitor your engagement through it, so it's a one-stop shop dashboard for everything that you want to do for Twitter, and it's a completely free service that Twitter offers. But maybe you want to bring everything under one roof. You don't want to access Meta Business Suite and TweetDeck to be scheduling things natively through the apps. You want to bring it all under one roof. So there's a social media scheduler that I recommend. It's called Buffer. Buffer is a great place to bring everything under one roof and get your analytics for all of your different platforms all in one software. You can even schedule out your Instagram Reels and your TikToks directly through Buffer. It's the most user-friendly social media scheduling platform that I've used, and I have used a lot of them, from the Hootsuites and Sprouts of the world, and even something called Sprinkler now, which is just an incredibly dense social media platform. So Buffer is a great place to get started, and you can connect up to 3 of your accounts for free right there on Buffer. Amazing. So next up, organized now, we can get into shaping your digital image. The first thing that you could do when you're shaping your digital image is to select the colors that are representative of you as a musician, of your music. These can be your favorite colors, or they can be evocative of a feeling. And to select those colors to be able to work with your media team, you want to find the hex code, which there is a resource here for finding your HTML hex code color, and your Pantone color. That way you'll be set to work with any designer for digital or print media. So just knowing which colors you like, which pink, which hue of pink, right? The hex code that goes along with that pink and the Pantone code that goes along with that pink for designers is a really helpful way to get started in shaping your digital image. Then there's a media audit. So you gotta get everything together, seriously, get it together in a Google Drive or Dropbox cloud folder. I recommend creating a media assets folder where you put all of your photos, videos, your short and long bio, lyrics, designs, stage plots, anything and all media that's already been created and relevant to your music. You wanna go through that, and we'll talk more about then selecting the best of all of that so that you can share it with promoters and with record labels that you're working with, just makes it a lot easier when you show up prepared to this sort of thing. So it's a digital promotion kit is what I like to call it. So once you have all of your images together in one folder, then I recommend selecting a minimum of your 3 best photos. 1 portrait style that shows your personality, and 2 that show you and your musical ability or your instrument. At least one of those should be an action shot at a live show. You can then do like a more stylized portrait version as well. Then you would also want to select 3 of your best videos. 1 music video, lyric video, or a visually artistic representation, maybe where you're pairing your music with some stock imagery. That's a great way to go about it. 1 where you're playing a show, and then 1 where you're playing music without an audience, you know? And you don't have to be or know a professional videographer to create video these days. You can set up your iPhone and get some really great content just from recording with your phone. So it's great when you do know the videographers and photographers in your town, and I feel like one of the things that we're blessed with in Sonoma County is that we do have a lot of photographers and videographers around that love to come to shows and photograph and do video and share that with the musicians. So get to know those photographers and videographers in your town, invite them out to your show, and you'll be surprised what they will sometimes give you for free. It's amazing. Then, if you have a lot more photos than that, and you're like, geez, I have way more than 3, I just recommend a maximum of 8 for this process for when you're putting together your best media to share with your promotional partners. And if you don't have anything, I do recommend to start with a photo that just shows you and your instruments and a video that is you playing without an audience. So those would be just the 2 pieces if you're just getting started and you don't have any media off the bat. So that is what I like to call a digital promotion kit. So now that you have your selections, you can put together the actual kit, and I have a template that's linked here for y'all. Yours doesn't necessarily have to be as robust as what's listed here. But you can see high resolution images are a great thing to include for when you're working with venues or record labels that have design resources and they're going to be designing things for you. And then your photos and videos, I like to, maybe just because I'm a social media manager and I know how difficult it can be to schedule out content, I think that it's just amazing when artist teams have taken the time to pre-size things for the social networks. So within this template, you'll see that there's photos and videos that are sized for the feed, which is the resolution of 4:5, 1080 by 1350 is the best that works on pretty much any social platform, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you name it, LinkedIn. And then your photos and video for TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram stories, those are a resolution of 1080 by 1920, so 9:16 ratio. And this is all listed here within the template, so you'll have the link to that later to be able to go through. And then there's Facebook event covers. We all know how important our Facebook events can be for promoting and making sure that people get out to the show. So you have your photos that you've selected, and then you're just sizing them to these different sizes, dropping them in these folders. So maybe you also have some Photoshop files that you want for people to use. So often artists will create an ad mat, which is a poster where you can change the details of that poster for any local market. So it's called localizing your ad mat. You drop that into your PSD folder for your designers, and when you do that, you would also want to drop any font files that you were using into that folder as well. And just keep in mind that this is the ideal digital promotion kit. If I was like receiving this from an artist, this is what I would absolutely love to see, having been on the promoter side of the venue, doing the social media scheduling. I would just be like, wow, this is a dream. And I have had so much appreciation from people that I've worked with when I've sent this over on behalf of artists that I've worked with for as well. And then we also have video high resolution, so your videos that are sized specifically for social versus your videos that are higher resolution for teams that have videography editors on their team. That way they can use your high resolution video and create their own content to promote, but it's content that you approve versus them ripping it off your YouTube or Facebook or whatever. Yep, same thing with your video that's sized for TikTok, Reels, Snapchat. And then I think it's also helpful to put in your production info here, your stage plot, because the marketing team is connected to the rest of the production team. So if you're just putting a little bug in the ear of the marketing person that you have that detail there, even when you're advancing, it could just help that the marketing person can let the production team know that, oh, they sent it over already, here you go. And then the last thing is the biography and handles document. And I also have a template for that included in this folder. So it's basically just your photo, your name, your contact information for the marketing person on your team, and then your social media handles. So I like to make sure that they're linked as well as the handle written out there. And then I recommend creating a streaming link. So you've probably seen these links around when you're looking at artists on social media where they have one link that takes you to Spotify, iTunes, Pandora, pretty much anywhere that you can stream your music that's available. So I recommend putting your current streaming link for your current album cycle also within this info sheet that you're sending out to marketers. It saves them a ton of time on researching, and it's something that they will gladly welcome you back to their venue anytime if you're sending over this level of information for them. Then also you link in there your website, and then a short bio, which is like 2 to 3 sentences pared down about who you are, what you're doing. A longer bio, which is 1 to 3 paragraphs suggested, and then any preferred hashtag. So usually this is like your band name or your artist name, and then any genres that you want to be associated. If you're in an album cycle or doing a special name tour, you would also include those hashtags as well. So they would just know that right off the bat. All right, and then the next thing that you can include and throw in your Photoshop PSD file there for designers is a name logo. That's a great thing to have for when they're designing things on your behalf, and also lives on your website. It can be on all of your social platforms as your skins, which we'll get into later. And it's just a really helpful thing to share with promoters, and it helps you also to define your preferred fonts when you have a name logo. Here's one that we designed for a local artist called John Courage, so great example of a name logo here. So your social skins. This is the first and most times the only thing that people see when they visit your social channels. It's your profile image and your cover on the social platforms. And you want to make sure that they match across each of the different platforms that you're using: Facebook, Instagram, Spotify, etc. So linked here are always up to date. This is one of the best resources that I've ever used. Different resolutions that you can use for making sure that your cover photo and profile photo fit within each of the platforms. An album branding cycle. So in most cases, this is the primary product of your music business that you are promoting. You can incorporate the narrative of your album into your brand identity and posting strategy, and leave breadcrumbs that lead people back to joining you for that physical and emotional experience that we were talking about. So that is your album cycle. This is an example of all the stuff we talked about leading into a campaign. So you choose your album cover colors by finding the hex. You can add new photos and videos to your digital promotion kit. I recommend refreshing the photos and videos in your DPK, as I like to call it, with each new album cycle, or every time you release a new album. And then changing up your social skins on all of your active platforms to coordinate with the album cycle that you're currently on. So here's an example of how one of my favorite artists, Lizzo, has executed this idea, this concept that I'm talking about to illustrate it. So here's Lizzo's website for when she was releasing 'Cause I Love You. Then you can see she uses the same photography and imagery and style and colors in an email that she sent out here in her newsletters. And then also on her Facebook, so you can see that her profile picture and her Facebook cover are matching that same aesthetic. And then on her Twitter, same aesthetic there as well. And here's on her Instagram, she had brought that album look and feel to her touring cycle as well. So she has a bunch of sold out shows here, she must be doing something right. And then on her YouTube as well, you can see that she's promoting the single as the pinned video on her YouTube, and her cover photo there is matching the rest of the look and feel. And on her SoundCloud. And also on her Spotify, she's using one of the images from that photo shoot as well as the background cover photo. So, next section is maximizing your content and your human resources. So who are the stakeholders? When you're first getting started, you'll need to know who to coordinate with and who the stakeholders are at venues to promote your show. Otherwise, the main stakeholders in your music business are you and your band. Later on, managers, record labels, publishers, and publicists may also be stakeholders in your music career. So who are the stakeholders at a venue? The talent buyer, that's the person who interfaces with your booking agent, or the person on your team is doing the booking. The venue marketer, so someone like me, the person who's in charge of promoting the show for the venue. They're a hype man and you want to get them hyped out on you. One of the best ways to do that is to send over your media and information in advance so that they have what they need to be able to hype you up, right? And then the venue manager. This person is in charge of all the venue operations. If you have any sort of special effects, tech, sound requests, that's the person that you want to interface with to make sure that the production team is ready for you to put on your show. And who is your team? Well, it is really common, even in large bands, for a single member of the band to assume any and all of the duties that I'm about to list out here, but the band is the core team. Your booking. Booking is the person who should interact with the venue talent buyer about contract details, including payment, set time, stage plot, and load-in, as well as communicate these details back to the band. Critical role on the team. Then marketing. There's a member of your team who is the marketing team member who's in charge of managing the communication with the fans, the venue, or the label marketing team, and creating and or contracting to create the assets that you need to deliver to make all of that work. And then management. If you have a manager, they will coordinate with the booking and marketing team members. So, it's a lot of work. Delivering the assets. So if you're the marketing team member in your startup band, you'll be responsible for coordinating the assets with other bands you're playing with, as well as the venue team. So it's great when you're on a bill with multiple people to also be sending them out your digital promotion kits so that they can choose things to hype you up as well. You know, it's a mutual benefit when you're on a bill with another band, and sometimes maybe you're playing with a bigger band who can give exposure to their audience about you. So that's the best way to do that is just to write a nice short email and say, hey, we've got some assets here, would love it if you used them. You know, no pressure, but here it is, check it out. So here's an example of an email that I sent out for George Winston. I was his social media manager for 6 years. George has been playing music for around 6 decades, and he has a lot of assets to deliver and manage. He's also very specific about the way that he wants to be represented online. So just showing here an example of that first touch email that I would send to promoters on behalf of George with his approved bio, his Photoshop files, everything's just linked out here. And this would be an example of one of those canned responses that I was talking about in Gmail. So you don't have to write this every time. you write it once and then you change out the pertinent details. Hello, so-and-so, so excited to be playing at your venue on X date. And I just wanted to let you know that we have these assets here to make your life easier, is the basic gist of it. All right, so using your content effectively. We have all of our content together, and now we want to be using it on the multiple social media platforms. So big question that I get a lot is, which platform should I use as a musician? And my answer to this is, first of all, what platform do you actually enjoy using? That is a great place to start. So where do you like to spend time interacting with others online? Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? Is it TikTok? You know, that will help guide you to where it will feel best organically to be able to communicate with people on that platform. And then number two, where are your fans? Like, the people that like hip hop are different than the people that like country music. You know, in my experience, I've found that a lot more hip hop people are using Instagram, and a lot more like country music style people are still using Facebook. So there is some logic to that where, and you can even Google it and like plug in your genre, but there's kind of a sensibility to it where you understand that people who are more into a certain genre are using different platforms, right? So what to post? This is also a huge one. Like, how do I fill out that content calendar? What should I be posting about? Oh my gosh, Isabel, what should I do? A common mistake that I see when people are posting online is that they're only posting CTAs, or calls to action. So this is our buy here, come here, sign up here, listen here. If that's all you're posting, you're not really delivering value to the people that are following you on your social platforms. It's not really fun, you're not really telling a story there, so it will quickly fatigue your audience and it will work against you with the algorithm. So you're not building trust with your audience, and Facebook or whatever platform that you're utilizing will see that those are the only kind of posts that you're making. They have pretty sophisticated AIs that do scrub our posts, and they can understand like when you're posting a poster versus when you're posting a photo of you eating cake with your friends at a wedding, you know? So that will cause your posts over time to be deprioritized because people aren't interacting with them. So what I like to do to balance that out is something I like to call the rule of thirds. So at most, 1/3 of your posts should be CTAs, or calls to action, within your posting schedule. The other 2/3 will consist of entertaining and educational posts. That way you're delivering value to your audience and the algorithm gods will smile upon you. So entertaining posts, what are they even? They are posts that showcase your music. This is great, it's very, I mean, we're here in the business of entertainment, so of all of the different verticals that I've worked in, music is one of the easier ones to create entertaining content for, because you're inherently entertaining. So you can post full performances or performance snippets, actually. So like micro content performs very well. You can take out some of those big choruses, verses, so like taking out 15-second, 60-second clips versus the whole 2.5-minute song will actually perform better on most platforms than posting the full song. So then you can also use that as a promotional strategy where you're saying, okay, here's 30 seconds of this song. It's like what I consider to be the best 30 seconds. I'm really hyped on it for this reason. But if you like it too, then you can go watch the full version on my YouTube or listen to the full album on whatever streaming platform you'd like to push at the time. And I do recommend pushing all of them that your music is available on, but breaking that into different cycles and being strategic about that. So if you're noticing that more people are listening to you on Spotify, you might want to be pushing that a little bit harder than, say, Deezer or Pandora, right? And vice versa. More people are listening to you on Pandora, you might be wanting to push Pandora more than Spotify. So that's what an entertaining post is. An educational, oh yeah, and then also for an entertaining post, you can use OPC or other people's content. You can find humorous or moving, because
we're not all funny. Some of us have a little bit more dramatic flair to our act, so we can also find things that are moving, memes, and you can reshare that content from other people, or you can create them with your own lyrics. So I find that that's a really cool way to do it, is to use the lyrics from your song and create your own memes. Educational posts. I have a little water here. Educational posts. Those are more like talking directly to the camera, sharing links to memes, blogs, news. That could even be about your band itself or stuff about your genre in particular. Educational content is also an excellent opportunity to reshare content that's not stuff that you are creating yourself, but that you're finding that fits in with the narrative of your band or solo project. So, how do I look at that when I'm doing content planning? I introduced you to my favorite to-do list, Asana. This is an example of a content plan, and I like to color code it. So the darker blue ones are Facebook, lighter blue are Twitter, orange is Instagram. In the TikTok generation, I like to use gray for TikTok. So there's like custom fields within Asana that you'll see that you can like make them different colors. If you're a visual person like me, that's how I like to look at it. Basically, populating my calendar with each of these different campaigns that I'm running to make sure that it's balanced out between that rule of thirds. And you'll find that when you implement a strategy like this, that when you do post your call to action posts, you'll get a lot more hype and excitement for those posts. So another way to fill this out too, when you're thinking about it, is to think about themes, holidays that you want to observe. So you make a Christmas post, you make a Thanksgiving post, Halloween post, and maybe there's local holidays or festivals that you want to observe or post about on your social channels as well. So that starts to really quickly fill out the calendar. And holidays are a great way to make an entertaining post that's not a call to action. You're there celebrating with people online in a highly timely and relevant way. So this is more of just like an outline. You don't have to like stick to it, but you'll find that if you make a plan like this, then it's more likely that you will find yourself posting more timely and regularly because you're prepared. But, it doesn't have to be flawlessly executed every time. You don't have to absolutely do that. You can move things around and say, hey, I missed Halloween this year, but guess what? I'm putting it on the calendar for next year. So one thing that I like to talk about here is also the themes and motifs. So here's a quote. A motif and theme are linked in a literary work, but a theme there is a difference between them. In a literary piece, a motif is a recurrent image, idea, or symbol that develops or explains a theme, while a theme is a central idea or message. So themes come up in your work. Basically, the theme is the larger, what are you talking about in your music, right? Is it love? Is it joy? Then the motifs are how you're executing through your different pieces of content. So you can explore these themes by making posts about them. The posts become the motif in your narrative about the theme. And the example that I have here is, say you have a theme that you want to, go for in your content of joy, then you could be posting videos of people dancing to your music, being joyful, right? Alternatively, you could have a theme of sadness in your music, maybe more of a metal person, Then you could post imagery of people crying, or maybe some black and white somber imagery. And the cool thing about the internet is there's so many people on the internet, so you'll find the people that vibe with what you're putting out when you're putting out stuff that attracts them to you. That's how you build your community. So another important piece here is to commit to recurring content. This is a great way to fill out your content planner as well. And your content that's recurring can work for you on multiple platforms. So examples of recurring content would be putting out a newsletter, doing a blog, doing a vlog, a podcast, doing a regular Facebook or Instagram Live, or even TikTok Live now, hosting a Twitter space, or doing a Twitch stream, and then obviously posting the stories. So you could pick one of these things as a recurring piece of content that you say like, hey, I'm gonna show up and do a Twitch stream once a month. I'm gonna show up online and do a vlog once a week. You know, pick a cadence and a frequency that feels good for you, and then you can create a promotional cycle around that where people come to expect that they're gonna come join you for an online experience once a month at this space. So an example of a way that I've used recurring content for Second Octave Media in the past is I produced something called the North Bay Live Music Calendar. And so I would send that content through to our newsletter list. There's a little example of what it looked like there. And then in Asana, I would break out that newsletter, and I would actually then, after it had gone out to the newsletter, people send it through each of our different social media platforms as well. So I made that content for the newsletter, but then it also became a post on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. So that's one way you can have recurring content and then fill out your social media scheduling content plan with that recurring media as well. All right, next section, discovering your regional fans. How do we get to know more about the people that might be into us? Bam, bam. All right, so native analytics tools. All social media platforms, bless them, have analytics tools. This is like Twitter, Meta, Bandsintown, Spotify, etc. You look for them in the menu or the settings panel of your page. Twitter, for example, analytics.twitter.com, or when you're on your Instagram app, you go to View Insights. You can only have those insights though when you switch your Instagram profile to a business profile or a creator profile. So that's another thing that you can do in settings, and that'll unlock like, who are the people that are following me? Like, what age are they? What is their gender? Try to get an idea of who they actually are so that you can plan your themes and motifs around like, oh, these are the kind of people that are attracted to my music now. Let me think of like who they actually are. In marketing, we call it a marketing avatar, right? So Sally, she's 35, she likes country music, she likes going out to the bar on Saturday night with the girls, she likes getting her nails done. And these might be different experiences that she would have while listening to my music, and if I think about Sally, then I can get an idea of the kind of content that might appeal to her and start strategizing around that. So the place to start with that is looking at your existing social media platforms, your Facebook page, your Instagram page, etc. Then looking at these analytics, and that'll give you an idea to start being able to create that person. It also gets you information about your targeting list. So I'm doing more organic social media today, but I also have done a lot of paid media management. So digital ads are definitely important for growing your audience. A good way to start when you're thinking about targeting people for your digital ads is to build a list of 5 musicians that you think you sound like, and then ask a friend to name 5 musicians that they think you sound like. That way, you're getting a nice rounded list of people, and when you're creating your digital ads, be it on Google or Facebook or TikTok, then you'll find that you can actually target not only your genre, but other musicians that have large followings, and that's a great way to, instead of just pressing boost your post within Madison plus 50 miles, then you can actually say like, hey, I want to create an ad that's just reaching out across the United States so I can see where it is that people are responding to my music most, and then like I'll plan a tour for Cincinnati because hey, people in Cincinnati were really digging this engagement ad that I put out when I targeted musicians that have larger followings than me, but that people like on those platforms. So it's a great way to create that list, is to think of those 5 and ask a friend for 5 musicians that they think you sound like. Another way to get information on this too is to use the Facebook Audience Insights tool, which is linked here. when you have your list, you can use Facebook's audience tool to also look into that audience further and get more different pages that you can add to that targeting list. So use your 10 names and plug them into Facebook, and you'll get a lot of data for free from Facebook, or Meta now. And then you can build different audiences that you can test. You know, you don't have to put thousands of dollars into your campaigns when you're running ads. You can even start with a budget of $25, $100, you know, and split it up between these different audiences and see which one is performing the best. So suppose that you sound like Beyonce. First of all, wow. Second, check out how the Facebook audience, we'll check out how the Facebook Audience Insights tool will show us other musicians and interests so that we can target people who might like Beyonce, but maybe some other things they like too. So it gives us information when we plug Beyonce in. We can target by the location, we can target by age, we can even target by language, and then you can add as many interests here so that you can get the same kind of audience insights that you're getting from your page, but you're getting them from other pages on Facebook as well. So I love the Audience Insights tool for that, that ability to be able to do research on who are the people that we might want to be targeting with our ads. So here's an example that I did, pulled up last night. So people who live in Madison and like country music, it's an estimated audience size of about 11,000 people. Mostly, it looks like here you can see 25 to 35-year-old women are the people here in Madison that like country music. And the #1 page, 32% of those same people who like country music and live in Madison also like the Madison Courier. It's a publisher. So it gives you the top pages and what percentage of that estimated 11,000 people also likes this other thing. So maybe, you know, you want to get in with the Madison Courier and say, hey, are there any events that are coming up that I might be able to play? It looks like your ladies here that are 25 to 35 like you and they like country music, so let's get together. Then I'm looking at also, it's really interesting, I wanted to compare that then to people who like hip hop and live in Madison. And that's a little bit smaller of an audience pool there, but it's very similar that it's majority 25 to 35-year-old women. And they also really like the Madison Courier. But you'll see that the percentages are a little bit different from slide 1 to slide 2. In terms of the top pages that they like. So just interesting insights that you can get by narrowing that pool and getting to know people better just from these free tools that Meta makes available to us. Then I want to do a third comparison and look at the demographics of people in Madison who like folk music. And this was an even smaller audience size. And actually, the people that like this the most are women in 55 to 64. So that's a very different person than our country and hip hop people. You know, we'd think about a different way to communicate and talk to those people than we would for the previous people. But it looks like everyone in Madison just loves the Courier, so good on them. So now, comparing that then, so people who like folk music in Madison, but here's people who like folk music in the entire United States. So we're looking more at like 75 million people, 80 million people. And the #1 thing that they like is Walmart. I guess so. And you can see that the age demographics are a lot more evenly split. So in Madison, it's 55 to 64-year-old women, but the top demo here is 35 to 44-year-old women, and it's pretty evenly split among 25 to 64. So that tells us that we have a really large age group within the entire United States who's digging that folk music. So Facebook isn't the only tool to be able to get this kind of information. I also recommend a tool called the Music Map. It's the tourist map of music is what they like to call themselves. So you can plug in Beyonce there, and then it shows you different artists that are algorithmically associated with Beyonce. So Ariana Grande, Mariah Carey, and the closer that they are to the center, the more the algorithm is saying that they're like Beyonce. So further away here we have Kelly Clarkson, Adele, Nicki Minaj, but they're still associated to Beyonce on the music map. So that's really a great way to build your potential targeting list when you're doing ads, is to utilize the Facebook Insights tool, and then also this great tool called the music map. That's how I've built tons and tons of ads for concerts and also for album cycles. Which is how we grow our fans. Woo! The humidity here, I'm telling y'all. Woo! All right, growing our fans. So, a really critical thing about growing your fan base is actually having a place to collect all of your fans. The thing that I recommend above and beyond any social media platform actually is having a newsletter list, because your Facebook page, your Instagram page, they could be taken down for terms of service violations. This is something that's happened to me, unfortunately, frequently within the cannabis industry, because it's a very big gray area in terms of what we're able to post on social media platforms. And we have had accounts with 1 million people just wiped away, no getting them back. Facebook and Instagram are like, we don't care. You didn't give us $1 million, so we're not going to prioritize you, because we also can't run ads as cannabis. But so you could have content that goes against their terms of service, and they could just take you down, no warning. So you want to make sure that you have a newsletter list, because that is a direct piece of contact information for your fans. Another thing that could happen is, like, Facebook could go the way of MySpace. People aren't using it anymore, and you have, this great following on this platform that people aren't using anymore. So you want to find a way to, yes, grow your audiences on social, but get their contact information so that you can have a reliable list of people to reach out to when you have a show or an album coming out. And it's a much more direct communication, and it's a higher level of intimacy than just like press and like or follow, Another place to collect your fans is also getting Messenger subscribers, getting the Telegram started, or doing a Discord channel. These are all great ways to invite your fans to engage with you directly. When a fan gives you their contact information, it's one of the most precious steps in deepening that relationship between you. So how to build your newsletter subscribers. First of all, you want to have a sign-up page on your website. You can make your Facebook call to action button a sign-up for your newsletter. So that's that little button that's on your Facebook page. You put it in your content planner. I like to post about my newsletter subscribers, to get subscribers, put that call to action in quarterly, so every 3 months. You can also run contests. So great way to build your newsletter list is to say, hey, I'm giving away some of my merch with an album, it's signed, come on over to Tone Den or Gleam, which are 2 platforms that I use to build contests that are linked out here. And that way, when they sign up with their newsletter, then they're entered into the sweepstakes to win whatever prize it is that you've chosen to give away. And I'm sure that you all have entered for, a signed vinyl here or there for different celebrities. So that's the strategy. That's how they're doing it. And then you can export your sales data. So say that you have a Shopify, an online store where you're selling stuff. You can take the purchaser information from your Shopify and upload that into your newsletter program. That way you have this list of people that wow, they are really supporting me. I should definitely be sending them information about what I'm doing, right? So that's a great way to grow your subscriber list, is to make sure that you're exporting, or some newsletter providers will connect directly with your Shopify's or BigCommerce or whatever you're using for your online store. Then another way to build your audience is to make sure that you have pixels. So pixels are a really helpful digital marketing tool. They're something that each social media platform offers. You can install it on your website, and every time that someone who's logged into, say it's a Facebook pixel, every time that someone's logged into Facebook, they go to your website, then that sends a ping back to Facebook that, hey, somebody on Facebook visited my website. That way you can create a custom audience to serve people ads that you know already have visited your website. So this is just called installing the Facebook pixel, or Twitter, TikTok, they each have a pixel as well. Google does as well. So you can create different audiences based on people that have taken certain actions. Your pixel can also be installed on your online store so that you can say you haven't maybe gotten the email of somebody that added something to the cart but didn't actually purchase on your website, but you can get that information when you install a pixel on your website. So a very cool thing to note there is that Facebook and Instagram, since they share a parent company, also share a pixel. So you're getting that same data for Instagram followers that have linked their Facebook and Instagrams together. So you don't need an Instagram pixel. Messenger bots. So if you're choosing the Messenger route, you think that your fans would love to see you engaging on Messenger or SMS, but I think a lot of musicians go the way of having a Messenger direct communication channel instead. The reason that you would want to go for a Messenger as a way to contact your fans is that you can actually see like 4 times more people opening their Messenger campaigns than an email. It's just a lot more of a direct ping that you get. So Messenger marketing is still really underutilized, and if you want to go the route of like sending people basically what you would send through an e-newsletter, but a shorter version of that through Facebook Messenger, you can get a leg up even on megastars who aren't utilizing this platform yet. So it's a very cool way, and I recommend ManyChat for setting up that communication flow. It's the easiest one that I've seen of many different ones that I've tried. ToneDen is one of my favorite tools. That's one, I was talking about it earlier. It's the thing that you can create a big link where it has like your Spotify and your SoundCloud and your iTunes and et cetera, all on one link. But it does more than that, actually. It's like a growth marketing tool. It's a CRM, customer relationship manager, so you can get all of that data for people's emails and stuff. You can run contests, you can do messenger blasts through it. It has link tracking where you can shorten those links and make them, prettier than the super long links that you might be posting to things, and get data about who's clicking, that analytics, what age are they, where are they from. ToneDen is an amazing tool specifically built for music marketing. It's all under one dashboard there. So cannot recommend ToneDen higher. All right, we made it to the last section. How to promote your show, one of my favorite topics. So now that you have some of the basics about content scheduling and theory down, we can put everything that I talked about just now, into practice. So here's an organic, not paid, content strategy that's applied to pretty much every event that I've ever worked on. So the first part of promoting a show is that you announce the show. It's a big deal. You want to coordinate with the venue as an artist to make sure that you're announcing simultaneously with the venue and that you have an agreed upon time that you'd like to announce the show. This is your first post that you make. I consider it to be an educational post. The rule of thumb that many promoters like to use is that they announce at 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. local time to wherever that show is. So maybe you're playing in a different time zone. You want to make sure that your posts go out 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. local time, depending on what day you've decided to announce with the venue. And you would post that announcement to all channels. Then, if your event's ticketed, you would follow this post up. So the first post is just, hey, we're coming to this market, we're playing this day, this time, this venue, get ready. So then the second post is to follow up with an on-sale post, and this one is a call to action. And you're saying, hey, go here and buy tickets for the show that I let you know about a couple days ago. Most of the time, what I've seen is that shows will announce like on a Tuesday, and then tickets will actually go on sale on Friday. But sometimes there's a shorter promotional cycle there, and you just coordinate with the venue if it's a ticketed event. If it's not, then this becomes one post, and it's an education post that is announcing that you're playing a show that's maybe just tickets at the door, or it's free. Then we get into the maintenance cycle. So during the maintenance cycle, we would want to post an entertaining post about your band. You want to entice people that might be interested in coming to the show. So you can do that with a music video, a funny image, or other creative content. And this is for the sake of getting people to get a little flavor about what it is that you're going to be bringing to the show. And I found just a rule of thumb, and obviously you always test and optimize for what works for you, but generally it's really cool to post these at like 3 p.m. on a Wednesday. And you're posting this entertaining content to your Facebook event, because clearly that's the people that are interested in coming to the event, and you want to be giving them that little snippet about what you're bringing to the table. To your stories and to your Twitter, and you want to make sure that you're using the @tag of the venue and hashtag of the city, as well as location tags on stories. So then during the maintenance cycle, we'll follow that up with another post. This is an educate post. I really like to use this post if the band is playing on a bill with other bands to support the other band that's playing with you. So you can do a little education into that other band, or you can also support your other band members by doing a highlight about, this is our bassist, they love eating bananas, they wrote this specific lyric, There's a lot of different ways to crack the nut there for an education post. And for that, you would post again to the Facebook event, stories, and Twitter with @tags of the venue and the location tags. So then we've gone through the maintenance cycle. We've made a couple posts to just like entice people, let them know. We want to do an education post again by reminding people that the event is this week. So this is now the closeout cycle that we're in. Usually shows are on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday even. So I like to make sure that I'm posting right at the beginning of that week with an education post to just let people know that the event is happening this week. We're excited. And you can use actually the link directly to your Facebook event as a great way to say like, hey, the event's this week, make sure you're RSVP'd so you get a reminder. And I think, you could post this all day. 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. is a great time to post this on Monday, and I do recommend posting it to all of your active channels. Then you also have your call to action post for your closeout cycle. You want to make sure to post on the day of the actual event, just to remind people there's a very short attention span online, so making sure that we're getting a post out on the day of the actual show. Can't tell you how many times people are like, I didn't see anything else you posted, but I saw that there was a show today when you posted, so great. I'm glad that you saw it, and I'm really glad that you came. So try to get that one rolling earlier in the day, ideally like 10 a.m., but anytime 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And make sure you're posting to the Facebook event, stories, and Twitter accounts with the @tag and venue tag for the city. Then a follow-up post. This is critical. This is one I see a lot of people missing. It's a great way to build your newsletter subscribers and to also drive more streams on your channel. So after the actual event, follow up in that Facebook event and drive fans to follow you and listen to you by posting the link to your e-newsletter sign up or your website or that big link that has all of your different platforms. Those are 3 great pieces of content to use there. And make sure to post a video that you have. You could use a YouTube video or a Facebook video to give them a little entertainment, or maybe you have photos from the night before. That's another great piece to use for this follow-up post. But you can add in like a, hey, if you like that, make sure to follow me for more, people, you know? It's a great way to do it. And ideally, this is the day after the event, sometime before 7 p.m.
So the first part of our workshop today is all about business, all about marketing, all about the music biz, and we are going to go into the Small Business Development Center conversation now with John Myers, who is the Southeast Indiana Regional Development Director for the SBDC. But before I turn it over to John, the second part of this day, actually this is 3 parts. So the second part of, after John's presentation, are our panel conversations with our musicians. And talk about getting down and dirty. We're gonna have so much fun answering questions, asking questions to our seasoned road warriors and our talented folks on the panel. So we're really excited about that. And then of course we'll take a break, and then at 5 o'clock we'll have a conversation with Mr. Aubrey Preston, who is here in the house, and we love him, and he has been experiencing Madison today. So it's been really wonderful to have that. So we will have a conversation with Aubrey. Then we're having a big old taco bar. The real bar's opening, by the way, at 5. And then we're going to have a taco bar, and then the party starts at the theater. So hang in there with us. This is a long day, and I'm going to turn it over to John Myers, and thank you very much for being here and helping support live music in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm with the Small Business Development Center. I'm also a fellow musician, so I've got threw this picture in of me playing bass before the beard. I also am a former venue owner, and I've booked a lot of music acts and dealt with a lot of music events over the years. But today I really want to talk about what the Small Business Development Center does and what tools and resources we have available to all of you at no cost. So I like to start off with this statistic that 99.4% of all businesses in Indiana are small businesses, according to the SBA, and that employs 45% of our workforce. So we like to say that small business is big business in Indiana. This is our official mission. Really, we're here to help small businesses in any way that we can, and as you imagine, that's a wide net to cast. But we can do anything we can do to help. The reason that our services are free is because we are funded by the SBA and Indiana Economic Development Corporation and Purdue University, and also from the communities that we serve. So the state is split into 10 regions. We're the Southeast region. In the bottom there, we're headquartered out in New Albany, Indiana, but I have an office right here in Madison at the Venture Out Business Center. I'm here usually at least once a week, so I'm happy to meet in person. But we can meet you in any county that you live in. This is our team. There's 5 of us that take care of small businesses in the 14 counties that we serve, and we all have different backgrounds. Mine being restaurant, hospitality. We have somebody who's good, who's worked with consumer packaged goods. We have somebody who's done product development. And then we have people that have expertise in agriculture and the hemp industry also. So these are the services that we typically provide the most: strategic planning, market research, business planning, export assistance, and business valuations. So we can help you plan out, map where you're wanting to go, how you get to where you're going. We'll talk specifically about a lot of the market research tools that we have, and I think there's quite a few in it you might be able to use. We use business planning a lot for business startups to help them figure out how they're going to organize and finance their business. We have quite a few exporting programs too, which we'll get into. So these are our specs for 2021. We helped nearly 390 businesses get started. Helping businesses invest and find over $132 million, and we supported over 22,000 jobs in the state of Indiana. So we'll just jump into some market research here. It's always the fun stuff. So one of the things that we can provide are industry reports, which will show what's going on in the U.S. in an industry, and these are usually updated annually or quarterly depending on the type of business. So you can see here, this is one that I pulled up for pet stores, but we can see if this what the profit and revenues are for this business, but we can also see what the driving sales factors are for this industry. And then these reports will give us data as to why they think this industry is going to grow or decline. So what are the economic indicators that are helping indicate whether an industry is going to be in decline or growth? And then what's going on, in the competition, who the major players are, those sorts of things. Here we also get a good look in these reports as to what the age groups are of potential end users. So who's buying, we pulled this for pet stores, so we can see here that I think our 45 to 64 is about half of the industry. Half the people are buying products at pet stores, so gives you an idea of who you might want to target as your customer. We can also do some benchmarking things, so we can look at what's the average that businesses are doing in the state of Indiana, what's their revenues, what are they spending on their product costs, what are they spending on labor, and then we can help that to benchmark you to see how you're competing with some of those other businesses in your industry. We can also use this information for making financial projections, because if you were to go to a bank and find a loan or find investors or find sponsors or supporters, they're going to want to see how you're going to perform financially. Another thing that we have is access to a database. So we can pull a list of businesses in a certain area, and we can do this anywhere in the U.S. So you can, in this example, we wanted to take a look at what other pet stores were in the area. So we can use this as competitive analysis, who else is out there doing what you do. But you can also use this for business-to-business sales. I know Isabel mentioned you can use some of your data from your social media to see where people are responding to you from. She mentioned like maybe you have people from Cincinnati, so you would try to book some gigs in Cincinnati. Well, we could pull a list of venues for you that you could then start researching or contacting those venues to get booked. We also have a ton of consumer market data, so we can see what people are spending their money on. So here we can see the amount of people who own cats in an area, how many people own cats, how many people own dogs, what the population is. We can see how many people in a certain area have bought pet food in the last 6 months or a year, what some of the stores are that they're visiting. So that's our market research tools. And then these are some of the programs that we have to help support small businesses grow. So traditionally, we tend to help out the startup businesses. So somebody has an idea, they come to us and we help them plan out how to make that idea into a business. Well, we're wanting to shift that a bit. Instead of just helping the startups, we want to help existing small businesses grow. And so these are some of the programs that we've created to do that. So the first one here is the NTAP program, and this will provide funds up to $15,000 to help create a technology that will help your business grow. And the idea is that you've reached a bottleneck in your business, you've got some growth that could happen, but you don't have the resources or the capital to develop a technology that will get you to the next level. A lot of times we have funded a lot of apps. We funded some inventory controls for some businesses that were bottlenecked with their inventory control. So if you have an idea for a way to get your music out through technology, there's some funds that can help with that. In 2021, we allocated $400,000 to the program, and we helped 42 projects get completed. I think it was something like 89 projects this year in 2022. We have a ton of export assistance. So one of the things we have is an export guru who can help you if you get in a situation. What happens a lot is we have small businesses that become accidental exporters, right? Somebody from Canada calls and wants to order the product, so they ship the product to Canada or something, but they haven't done the customs the way they're supposed to, or they haven't thought through all the things that you need to do to export a project. Well, we can connect you with our export, I call him our export guru, and he can help you navigate all the things that you need to navigate to potentially sell a product or service in another country. And I'll give you an example of one that we had. We had a radio station, because normally we think of products, right? You're gonna make a widget and you're gonna sell it in another country, but we had a radio station who was getting streaming services and getting listeners in Europe and Australia. So we connected them with our export expert, and there were a lot of compliance issues that they had. So they were able to iron that out and figure out what they needed to do to be able to stream their music in those countries, and also what information they could get from their listeners. On top of that, we have our Indiana Export Accelerator, which is a 12-week program which takes you from, I think I want to export, to having an export plan. So that can be used to identify markets where your product or service might be valued. So where are, for example, if you're selling bicycles, who's buying bicycles from the United States, who's the exporter, what's it going to cost to pay all the logistics and all the things that you need to pay to get your product or service to that country. A lot to think about. And then we also have the InStep program, which can provide a reimbursement for trade shows that have an international draw. The idea being that you are trying to make a connection through the trade shows for the purposes of being able to sell in a foreign market. And these trade shows can be domestic or they can be foreign. So you can go to a trade show in Chicago, for example, if there's going to potentially be contacts that will help you distribute your music or get gigs in another country, and you can make those contacts there, then this program can help reimburse you for those expenses. Likewise, if you were to go over to another country and visit that country, there's potential that you could be reimbursed for some of those expenses up to a certain amount. Also, while you're doing that, if you were able to make it over to another country, the U.S. Department of Commerce has a program called the Gold Key program, where they can connect you with the ambassador in other countries, and you can invite potential buyers to that and have an open house, or they can connect you directly with people that you want to be connected with. So if you maybe on your social media saw that you were getting a lot of attention from England, could you take a trip to England, get reimbursed for some of that, visit with the ambassador, and maybe get introduced to some connections to people who could potentially help you grow your business over there. And these are just some of the things that you can use the funds for. I think it's up to $12,500 that they'll reimburse for the trade show reimbursements. We also have a hiring program to help businesses grow, and this is if you're hiring a key person. So for a lot of businesses, this is a manager, or for manufacturers, a lot of times it's an engineer, or it's a salesperson, or maybe it could be a manager for your group, or it could be somebody who's going to market for your group. Somebody who's going to help you either grow or take some of the responsibility off the owner of the business. So this program, the state has set aside funds to hire a human resources firm that will help you do the search. So they'll do all the Monsters and ZipRecruiters and Indeeds and all of that stuff, and they'll do some headhunting where they'll reach out and try to find people who are in the industry who might be looking for new opportunities, and then they'll start fielding those candidates and get that down to a amount of candidates that you can then interview and hire. We also have an agribusiness initiative, so specialty advising for people in the agricultural industry. And agribusiness is also a very wide net, so it's not just our farmers, but it's anybody, anything that also touches farming. So that can be event space in rural areas. It can, a lot of times it's distilleries and breweries and wineries, value-added type businesses. And it can be anybody who's creating something that's helping farmers out or agriculture out, transportation, equipment, etc. We also have a manufacturing specialty advising, which helps connect small manufacturers with expert advisors to help them navigate supply chain and process flow and those sorts of things. And then we also have our data toolkit, our cybersecurity toolkit, and this is available for free on our website. So if any of you have data that you need to secure or ways to keep you from being hacked or phished, and then also ways that you can help secure any customer data that you have. So if you have like an email list of clients or any of their personal information or handling payments or anything like that, this is a free resource that you can, to help you make sure that your data is secure. So that's us in a nutshell. This is my contact information. Please feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to schedule a time to discuss things further. And I'm also...
All right, I'm going to introduce our people here. There on the end, she's the perfect example of what we just love to happen, where some people look at our little town and go, my God, we need to move from where we are and go live there. And so we not only got a musical duo that goes by the name Johnny and Sally, we got an ice cream business, we got a music studio business out of it. So we really, really benefit from them coming to town. This is Catherine Sally Evans, right there on the end. Next up, this guy is duo, right? I mean, you guys are a duo, Snaps for Sinners.
Generally speaking.
Generally, unless Michael's in town, and then it's kind of a trio. He is a half of Snaps for Sinners, which this is going to be very interesting. You guys are from California? Building a regional audience, which is the topic here. Somehow, and he'll tell you how, they have this huge audience here in Madison. I mean, they're just like, they come in here, gosh, I'd hate to say how many times they've been here. And they have a fan base here. So he'll tell you how they sort of built that, how they found us, or we found them, and how they built that.
It's pretty simple. All you got to do is get an article written about you in the Courier.
I'm glad he mentioned that. I have interviewed every single person in this panel and the next panel to come. I've interviewed every single one of them. A couple of them, like Rusty and Jimmy, they were early on. They were 4 years ago. It's time to do you guys again. So, Jay Drapes right there in the middle. And then this guy is the face of building a regional audience. I will tell you, I have said this to many people, and I'll say it again and again. I call him the hardest working man in the music business. Rusty Bladen, right here. Madison's own Rusty Bladen. So thanks a lot, guys. So again, building a regional audience. Let's just start out with, kind of get this out of the way. One of the obvious ways to build an audience is to get out on the road. Get out there, get touring, and obviously we're going to get into some other things, how to promote and so forth. But share your favorite techniques and tips for successful touring. Rusty, why don't you go first, because you're doing it all the time.
Have a dependable vehicle. And, well, just you have to do your research of what venues have your type of music, and then just kind of map out. Sometimes you'll do 2-3 shows in a row, just like they were talking about, and pretty much just work. You just work. You don't give up. You just keep going.
How about just tips for the road? There's a lot of people here who do some touring. What makes a trip go smoothly, or makes it this is just, again, have a dependable vehicle. But what else?
don't stay up too late. Don't party too late. And make sure that you show up on time. Make sure you get enough sleep. I listen to audiobooks on the way between shows and stuff like that. And sometimes I used to have a bus, and we would actually practice and record on the bus at times going down the road. Make sure you eat well. It's just...
Yeah, but I mean, I think what you're touching on is be professional. You're talking about a level of, you don't want to be tired, you don't want to be cranky, you're talking about
Take it
being
serious.
professional. So
Take
when you
it
show
serious,
up,
yeah.
take it serious. I mean,
Yeah.
Rusty delivers for his venues. I mean, he really wants to make sure that they succeed. Talk about that a little bit, about how you promote not just yourself, but it's palpable that you want the place where you're playing, you want them to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Well, first, you just got to put on a great show. You just have to deliver the goods, and make sure your audience is happy and filled with joy. You can be the most talented guitar player or singer, but if you're not out looking, if you don't look them in the eye, and they don't look like you don't look like you're having fun, then they're not having fun. And after a while, it just comes natural.
I think you, more than most artists I get to watch, you get us drinking a lot. You've integrated that into your show. There's a lot of like, let's drink to this, let's drink to that.
I guess I should be proud of that.
You should be. Jay, touring. Tell us about, you do a lot of it. Tell us about it.
So there's a bit of a concept that I like to play with called the global local, right? The idea that everywhere you go, you're meeting human beings who have agency, they have their own stories, they have their own histories, right? And if you can, as a performer, take that rock star energy and have it on stage, but the second you step off, throw it out the window, you're gonna be in good shape. Because at the end of the day, like, digital marketing is so critically important. Obviously, people need to learn about you, but what they're going for to your show is a human experience. They want to share in something with you. And when you step off the stage, you can't shake their hand, look them in the eye, learn their name. You know, if you can't do that, then you're probably in the wrong business. You know, you need to be finding communities and connecting with communities. Everywhere you go, you want to build a family. You know, when you stay at your family's house, you do the dishes. Mm-hmm. You know? Yeah. Like, you ingratiate yourself to these people that you're trying to connect with. And if you treat them with respect, it's a pretty common habit in most parts of the United States to meet those same people with respect, regardless of political, social, religious differences. You know, I've used they, them pronouns for 10 years. I'm an anarchist. And I hang out with First Baptist priests who lay on hands and thank God for making a queer like me so good to help them see the light that they ain't all so bad. You know, like, you can culture surf as an artist. You can go so many places that people who share the same flags that you do don't get to go. So have respect, have compassion, more than just professionalism. I think that is really key.
Cool. Excellent. And Catherine, have you toured lately? I mean, you've got young children.
Yes, so I'm coming from the mother perspective. We had done this full-time, PK, pre-kids. We have 3 little ones, and we had them 3 kids within 15 months. But before that, that's really all we did together. And you know, it was 2 to 3 shows a week. We were big in the Indiana, Michigan, northern Michigan, a little bit of Ohio and Illinois. And we like to say we played everything from exposition halls and casinos to garage sales. So
what are some tips that eased the way, that made your touring, kept you sane or made it efficient or whatever?
Well, keeping us sane, that's why we let up on that a little bit after 3 kids in 15 months. But one of the, I guess what I'd like to touch on, how we went about booking, because I know when Elizabeth was up here talking, part of it was, you know, getting your press kit together. One thing that helped us a lot was like radio quality demos. And now iPhones are so great that you can really record some great demos with your phone. But we did a lot of that in the home studio, and that really set us apart. We also did a lot of the conventions, like the fairs and festivals, expositions, at that time, and they were kind of pricey, but it really paid for itself with booking shows. So
What do you mean, pricey? Meaning you were working the
we went
music showcases or
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the showcases. But that is a good way to get yourself out there. I love all of the ideas Elizabeth brought up with the networking and social media and digital marketing. But the showcases are a fun way to just throw yourself in. Use her advice, I would say, on building that press kit and the link that she gives you, but have that ready and check some of those out because
What
your
are some of
venues
those?
are right
What are some
there.
of those showcases?
There's an Indiana Fairs and Festivals exposition. There's every state has one. I mean, we used to do them in Indiana, Michigan regularly.
So you're going to those and getting in front of bookers who are looking
Oh
for
yeah,
acts.
and good shows
Awesome.
too.
You're
So
nodding, Jay.
well-paying
You've done it?
shows.
We've been planning to present at the Folk Alliance International
Right,
Expo.
that's a big one, yeah.
We were planning on it, and then this weird COVID thing happened.
Right.
So we haven't done it yet. We wanted to this year, but again, schedule.
Where is it? It's in Kansas.
It changes location.
Does.
This last year it was in Kansas City,
Right.
which is shameful because it was 2 hours from our house.
So there's a cost to that?
Yeah, you have to pay to attend the exposition, and then there's both official and unofficial showcases, and you have to pay to officially showcase. But also, you can just get a hotel room if you're smart.
We've had a lot of
right hotel.
Yeah, those can be really fun.
Yeah, you can save a lot of money and make all the friends, you know. And again, that's something that's about shaking hands, you know. And like when a family member who lives a little ways off invites you over for dinner, and they make you a nice dinner, what's the polite thing to do? You invite them to come and visit you so you can make them a nice dinner, right? So it's just one of those like, don't be a jerk things. Go to these conventions, make friends, be a human being, you know? Don't just be your art, you know? Like let your art exist, but be more than just that. Be a human who's making connections, you know, real connections, not just digital ones.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool, very cool. You just mentioned they were 2 hours away from Kansas City, so tell us where you live, what you consider now your local market, and then what is now your regional market, unless it's national, you tell us.
I've said this a few times in the last 24 hours already, but the further you get away from home, the more popular you're going to be. You know, ignore the art, ignore the music, ignore your personality. The further you get from home, people are just going to, wow, you must be a big deal. And it's a great tool. Use it, abuse it, please. In terms of local markets, it's so easy to overgig them, and it is almost impossible to overgig yourself on the other side of the country. I think of our first time here in town, right? We were booked for one showing at the Broadway. They paid for the show to go extra. They booked us again for the next night. We then
I think that was it was off Broadway. It was the tap room.
Yeah, the tap room, right.
Keep going.
So they book us for the second night, right? And then at that second night, we get booked for a house show, right? So like we ended up playing 3 or 4 nights back to back to back to back. There was a terrible show we were going to play down the street in another town in this region, and we were like had no communication with them. We actually one of the only gigs we've ever canceled, just because Madison was eating us up, and like given the demographic, like just the size, there's not enough people here to justify that. Statistically, in terms of digital marketing, that doesn't make any sense, right? But we came and we made friends.
And how did you get the first show? It was just cold calling, wasn't it?
Fortunato, we had played with him in town. He was
right.
like, if you're touring the Heartland and you don't stop in Madison, Indiana, you're making a mistake. And considering our business is knowing communities, our business is having peers spread around. When a peer as good as that tells me not to ignore a spot, I know that it's good advice, right? And so like we made it a priority to come here. We booked it. There's an off-Broadway in Madison, Wisconsin that's also run by a guy named Ryan. This made our emails very confusing. But yeah, we figured it out. We came here, we gigged for days on end. And like, I can't imagine a local band doing that, you know? Y'all love this guy. I don't know if you've ever gigged in Madison 3 days in a row. Like, you know, we can't do that in Springfield. We couldn't do that in Missouri, where we're living now. We couldn't do that in California. You know, it's not a possibility. You have to respect your local economy and the other artists creating in it, and you have to not clog up your calendar. You have to keep it fresh and exciting, so get on the road. And like, y'all live in probably the best place in the United States to do this, considering population
As
density.
far as the nexus of so many places you can go to.
Yeah, and not just the main cities. Look at the small towns. 20, 30 minutes down the road is Friendship, Indiana, and we're almost always able to get a weekday there, a terrible gigging day where we make decent returns, and the audience is always stoked to see us because we're something that isn't the same person.
It's population 100, that town.
Right, exactly.
It's awesome that you do
It
that.
astounds me that population 100 town has had like 120 people at one of our shows.
Yeah.
How'd
Good for you.
How'd they do that? So find those communities, and the population here is dense enough. You don't have to drive through like 6 hours of unpopulated Texas hillsides. You have to drive 20 minutes in any direction, and you're gonna find a new venue. So get out there, find new audiences. Every time you do that, get an email list, collect contacts, make sure that they come back to the next show. Building those organic audiences is gonna do so much for you. Get out of town, get as far as you can.
All right, Rusty.
Which is why I only play Madison 5 or 6 times a year if I can help it. And I love Madison, but he's right. You just go 30 minutes down the road, or Cincinnati, Louisville, Indianapolis, and you can oversaturate. I learned that by mistake one time in Jasper, Indiana. I went down there and went over great, so the bar down the street hired me for more money. So I played the bar down the street, and before long another bar, and then a festival, and then pretty soon I was playing there 3 weekends out of a month, and then all of a sudden the crowds start dropping.
Right.
So I learned that lesson the hard way. Yeah.
So what is your region? What do you and I know it's whatever you can make it, but you do have a region.
Indianapolis, Louisville, Cincinnati. We're going up to Ohio, Put-in-Bay, Ohio this weekend. But I tell you, like he said, there's a lot of small towns that really appreciate, and there's no competition. There's a couple places I play where there's only one place for live music.
Right.
So it's the only
Like
game
in
town.
like Connorsville or something? Name it. Greensburg. What do you?
St. Paul, Indiana. There's a St. Paul Tavern. It's a great place. People just love music there. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Catherine, what can you add anything to this? What was you said you gave us a little hint. You said you were in northern Indiana.
Yeah,
go ahead.
northern Indiana.
Yeah. So you were just working the
We went
3 hour
all the way
drive,
up
or go ahead.
No, we were in Michigan a lot. A lot of our gigs for probably 5 years were anywhere from 3 to 6 hour drive up in Michigan. We did a lot of the casinos up there, which are great shows. I'd like to, I guess, add to kind of find a target of what type of shows you want to do. Not that you can really be picky, I guess, but we realized kind of quickly, especially once the kids started coming, we couldn't be playing these late night bar shows till 1 a.m.
What'd you switch to?
That's when we knew we wanted to have a family, it was, fairs and festivals, they're daytime shows, they pay well. You go in, it's a professional setting, and then you can pack up and go home. But and the same thing, with the casino type theater shows or small theaters. And just really put yourself out there. We sent tons of emails when we were in that heavy booking stage and phone calls. And I still have my binder. It's, thick. And at those conventions, you get everybody's contact information, hand them your card and your promo information, and follow up. Following up is key. And I've learned that because now I'm a business owner and I'm terrible at following up with people. It's so hard to stay on top of it, and sometimes you might make a connection and you don't hear back the first time, and you might think that, oh, they don't want to book me. If it's a venue owner or a festival, somebody involved with that, they have so many things going on, they might have just forgotten or they lost your contact information. So keep knocking at those doors because they're going to start opening.
Let's stay on that topic with you guys too. Just how do you get through to venues? How do you persistence I'm hearing, but what methods do you use? Is it calling? Is it showing up at their door? I don't, talk about it. Jay, go ahead.
As with all business in the United States, nepotism reigns supreme,
Yes.
right? If you know someone, then you're in, We played a singular event in Oregon this week where, because it was the right room of people, we had a person who's like, I'm best friends with the person who books Oregon Country Fair. If you don't know what that is, it's like one of the biggest folk and country festivals that happens in Oregon. And then another person was like, oh yeah, we totally need to get these people into our Burning Man camp. Let's get them a paid artist pass. You know, in one night, you know, Burning Man and Oregon Country Fair, because you're in the right room and suddenly you know the right person.
So this is networking.
This
is what it really
calls
is.
back immediately to me to like the whole just be good to people idea. Be good, treat them like family. But beyond that, it's not sustainable to just exist off of that unless you literally have the coolest friends. So you do have to do cold calls, you do have to do emails. If you can, get someone who's 1 or 2 degrees away from that. Find bands that are playing the same region that you're trying to book, that have a sound kind of similar to yours. Use that as an opening thing in your like email headline or just in the first paragraph of your email. Be like, hey, I see you booked this person, totally love them, we're just like they are, so it'd be a shoe in, right?
That's really cool.
You know, that is gonna save you clicking send on a few hundred emails, probably. You know, but at the end of the day, you're still sending thousands of emails, and that's just saving you a few hundred of them.
So you are sending there's just a lot.
There's a lot.
A lot of volume.
There's a lot, yeah. You know, because the booking doesn't always go your way. Sometimes you pick up 1 or 2 shows on a date, but that doesn't pay for the week. You
Right.
know, the run doesn't suddenly make sense because 2 bars are tossing you a couple $100.
Right.
So yeah, building those connections, sending those emails, you have to try so many times, depending on like how accessible you are. The percentage of response is going to range, but I like to think we're pretty successful, and I'm like jacked when we get a 5 to 10% response rate. I'm like, wow, all these places are getting back to us.
That
I
is
sent
really good.
300 emails and 30 of them responded.
But that's good for people to know that it might 5 or 10% is really good. So don't get
that's
frustrated.
incredible. Yeah, don't get frustrated with that at all. You know, because there's just so much business happening, and the working bands that are actually doing the work are sending out so much info. So like, don't feel bad about sending that, you know? Like Sally was saying, the follow-up is really key. If they don't respond to you, it's not necessarily a no. So yeah, be ardent, apply again, hit them up next year, hit them up next tour, you know? And yeah, don't, I also really liked what you said about like, choose the type of room you're gonna play. It took me a really long time to learn this one, but like I'm really getting dissatisfied with the certain quality of gig that's all too common throughout the United States. And you are at best going to break even playing those garbage gigs. So do yourself a favor, do the people at your table a favor, do the artist coming into town a favor, and don't accept trash pay for the value of your labor.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Bill Langton, who wasn't able to make it today, he always says the most important scale you can learn is the pay scale. He's a guitar player, but Rusty, I want to hear your thoughts on the persistence. Is it emails? Is it calls? Is it how do you sort of build that?
Well, first of all, I'm celebrating my 40th year playing music.
Never had a day job, I don't think. Never had a day job.
I did too. I had 2 day jobs. One was Burger King when I was 17.
All right.
And I worked 2 years at the Madison State Hospital caring for psychiatric patients.
Okay.
So
Other than
that was my last day job in '82. So.
Oh man, 40 years ago. All
no,
right.
but back then it was guerrilla marketing. I mean, I drew my own posters, went to the print shop, had them printed up, and we would go around to towns. And one guy would take this section of town, I'd take this section of town, and we put them up on telephone poles and
That was
store windows.
to promote the show.
That was to promote the show.
But how about getting the gig? How did you get through to the bar or whatever?
Back then, we would send out hard copy press kits with an 8x10 photo and a bio and all that, and like I said, follow up.
Now, how about now though? Those days are kind of gone.
Those are gone. It's
Yep.
it's all what they call an electronic press kit.
Right.
It's an EPK where basically the same thing.
Which
only-
Isabel told them all how to do that.
Oh yeah. And
So you're sending press kits via email.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
With a video and a bio and
Right.
If I can tap on this
Yes.
is like a trick that's definitely related to this. Someone just a week or 2 ago pointed out to me that I was messing up big time. I was including links in my email, and that was flagging spam filters. So a distinct percentage of the venues I've been reaching out to haven't been getting our content because instead of saying go to our website to find our EPK, I had a link in the email, and that was wreck housing us statistically.
Good one. All right, let's see what else. Let's just talk about social media. How you've adapted from printed press kits too. Tell us about your social media regime that you use now.
The best thing I did was I recruited help. You can't do it all. And to this day, I spend more time on social media than I do practicing my guitar. Just about. It's about 50-50. One of my best friends who used to be a radio DJ here at WRX, he started my website in like 94, 95, and he still does it.
Really?
And he maintains a mailing list. And one of the good ways I get people's names, we used to just put things out on the table, and I had a clipboard, people sign up for the mailing list.
I remember that.
That did okay. But what I do now is I offer a free house party once a year. And we sign everybody up, and we have a drawing.
I haven't won that yet, Rusty. Okay.
You're at the top of the list.
All right, I sign up every time.
So yeah, that works.
Cool.
And, so we got about 10,000 names on an email list.
You have a 10,000 name email
We've been
list?
collecting them a long time. It takes a
That's
long
impressive.
time.
That's impressive.
Just like Isabel said, that you just can't rely on Facebook, because like if they shut you down or something, like anything happens, you got your mailing
Now,
list.
how often do you got to be careful not to overstimulate that list. How often do you hit them?
We have them in regions, so if I'm playing in Indianapolis, I won't send them to Louisville or Cincinnati, or we just wherever we're playing. And it's once a week somewhere, every week.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you're just letting people know we're coming.
We're coming.
And okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. Social media, Jay.
Hot nightmare that it is. I don't think I'm the best example to look to for social media management. I've tried with great difficulty many different iterations, and I think it's one of those things like Rusty was saying earlier, you just got to keep doing it, you just got to keep trying. Having direct message is the most helpful. I got started in the
What do you mean direct message?
Like sending a direct Facebook message, a text, a phone call. Email is a little bit more distant. You know, I'd say that's a little bit more secondhand. And then like a post on a news feed is close to garbage if you look at the analytics of like how many people theoretically could be seeing it versus how many do, and how many of those are actually engaging the post. Oh, it's abysmal.
Right.
It's really bleak to look at those numbers. You know, and we've tried doing an email list in the past, but had like a fraction of a percent, you know, opening what we were sending out. That was pretty tough for us. But having direct lines of communication, especially if you're in the indie circuit, like if you're not doing higher profile gigs, you're not expected to bring 100 people there, you're expected to bring 5 to 50. Like you can send 5 Facebook messages, you can make 20 quick texts, you know?
Yes.
You can even automate it for the most part. Copy, paste, you know, Control C, Control V is my life.
But you know, what you're saying is 20 extra people to a small gig like that is
it makes an astounding difference. You roll in with 10 to 20 people at a small bar that just booked you to do background music, like that makes a bit of a statement. You get a little bit of photo proof that happened. You get some of the locals to connect and promise to come to the next show. You can immediately upgrade to a room that last time you were in town wouldn't even open your emails. I think that stuff is really helpful. Getting other people to post is great. We had a banner for a while that like we would just put on the curtain of our stage, and it had our Instagram handle, and our Instagram numbers blew up. It's a shame I never post to it. You know, I think getting help is the biggest thing. I've tried hiring a couple of people, and it didn't work out too well for us because I'm very open and trusting. And I'm like, oh, you say you'll do the job, you'll do it. You have no experience, you don't need it. But hiring on help that knows what they're doing will propel you forward with that stuff.
Interesting. You know? Rusty said the same thing. Yeah. Farm that out. Catherine, any social media stuff you guys are doing or not?
Well, I think Rusty's the best example up here by far. I mean, I love everything you put out, Rusty, really. One thing I'd like to touch on, and I've noticed this with your marketing and your brand, is create a brand. And that's important. Like, even if you just look at what Isabel said with a website, like as far as your colors and your tone and the vibe that you want to give off, try to do that. When we were full-time gigging and had a website and everything and kept up on that, we were very much, our brand was just very strategic. And so when people saw our banner, the Johnny and Sally show, or they saw a post, that they knew that it was going to tie into that.
What was it? What was your brand?
Well, I mean, just
Describe it. What was the feel? What was the
country. It was
feel?
a variety show. We did a country variety show, and then later we changed it to a 1960s tribute show, which booked at theaters really well. And the colors changed for both of those.
Right.
But when you saw it, you just knew it was kind of that old time 1950s, 60s country variety act, and it presented well. It was different than just the background music that somebody booked at a bar.
Right.
But like Rusty, I admire with your posts all of the quirky humor. But I'll be scrolling on Facebook and all of a sudden I'll see something. I'm like, that's got to be one of Rusty's announcements, and
That's
it is.
branding. That's branding.
Yeah. So that's as far as social media goes, I'm not wonderful with it. I love the brand and branding. I mean, our ice cream business is very branded.
It really is. Yeah.
When people see things or see that mint green color, they know it's our ice cream shop. We are going to be looking at, sooner than later, one of the goals that we have is a family act, okay? And it's going to be more of the variety style, almost like a hee-haw version meets the Partridge Family, and that'll be very brand specific. So I learned a lot today, listening to everybody and the points that Isabel had to make. So I'm excited to rebrand our family for social media.
Cool.
It's a whole lot more active even than it was 10 to 12 years ago when we were in it. I think I just created my Facebook page in 2009, so it's come a long way, but it's important. But Rusty's a great example.
Rusty, I've got you as homegrown rock and roll, and that's the phrase, but what's the personality that people can expect, that you want them to expect?
Well, kind of like what he said. When you step off the stage, nobody's a stranger. I call it homegrown rock and roll because it's organic. It's from the Midwest. It's hard to explain when somebody asks me what that is, and hopefully they can just get their own interpretation of it.
Sure.
Just like not too. It is hard. It's hard to explain. Homegrown rock and roll.
There it is.
Speaks for itself, right?
It speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Jay, do you guys have a brand you feel like that you cultivate, or is it just is what it is?
We've been experimenting so much for so many years with all sorts of different branding, and it doesn't help that when we were in California, you introduced us as a duo today, but we have performed with up to 11 on stage in California,
Wow, yeah.
and we gigged very frequently with a 5 to 7 piece, and the sound that band had was so different than the sound we have as a duo, which is different than when we have Fort, which is different than when we have like a banjo or a mandolin player. Right? So finding something that in a concise way encapsulated country but no, jazz but no, folk but no, all of that was so difficult. But we've kind of settled into recently that devil's music. And we feel like that really imparts right from the get-go that it's, kind of controversial. It's probably acoustic to some extent. What does the devil play? It's a fiddle, classically, right? But then also, you talk about like the devil creating the blues and rock and roll, right? So it's that early formational roots, African American definitely influenced in a huge way Americana. And so, yeah, that branding, it's simple. It's a couple of words. It says it without needing a paragraph.
So that's a beautiful way to describe the genre. Then how do you pull that brand through your stage presence, your social media presence? I mean, people want to feel that devilishness.
We have a font set called Freak Show Carnival, And the name of that font says it all for me, It's a freak show carnival, that's what we are, And having some nice angry red letters with some thick stroke to it and a bit of gray bleeding over onto that red. It's dusty, it's rustful, so it conveys from a poster that it has some of that attitude.
Cool.
But then you look at the images that we use, and it's generally images of us smiling, laughing, having a good time, maybe an action shot or two of me on the bass going, wah, it's high energy, loose fun, and conveying that with good photographs, good text, good color, all of those things do factor into it.
Cool.
Lyrically, I'm not really responsible for the lyrics in Snaps for Sinners. I do advise on them on occasion, but also Fiora's done a pretty reasonable job of, writing into that theme lately, choosing more devilish lyrics
Okay,
and stuff
yeah.
like
So
that.
even that, so the product is starting to fit that brand.
Mhm.
Kim, how much time where are we?
We are doing, let's do about 5 more minutes.
Ooh, love it.
Okay.
Pitfalls. Anybody got any pitfalls to avoid when trying to build? Like, have you done something you're like, man, I shouldn't have, that didn't work. Like oversaturating was a really good pitfall.
Brunch.
Huh?
Brunch.
Brunch.
Never
Explain.
play brunch. Don't play brunch. It's
Don't
bad.
play brunch.
You always think it's a good idea. You always think it's easy money for a crowd that doesn't care that much. But at the end of the day, they don't care that much, and you're a working musician, and you have no business being up playing noise at 10 a.m.
Good advice. Good advice. Anybody else? Pitfalls to avoid. Anything? Just
Great question.
yeah, it's just like, this didn't work. I shouldn't have done that.
I personally think, the whole experience of first of all, you're trying to be a musician, so you're already, that you're going to have some sort of failure along the way because you're not taking the typical route or the easy day-to-day paycheck. So I say, honestly, just set yourself up for knowing you're going to have some pitfalls and there's going to be some hard times and you're going to learn a lot from it. I think it's just a whole learning process because you're your own boss, and you're learning a lot about yourself along the way too.
Okay, cool.
That's wise.
This is to put you on the spot. If you could give just one piece of advice on this topic, which is building a regional audience. So you're going to say, and you can't say reliable vehicle. You've already used that one. What would that one piece of advice be? Can you guys come up with something? Do this thing to help build a regional audience. Jay's leaning up there.
It kind of factors into the family, community politics I was talking about earlier. But it's two sides of the same coin, and I'm not sure how to phrase it. Never devalue yourself, but also always beware shitting gold. Don't let yourself get to the point where you treat yourself like a diva or a god or like you're above what's happening around you. Just because I don't like playing smoking bars for 4 hours straight doesn't mean that isn't a valuable gig for another band that loves that aesthetic, right? It's not for me, it doesn't mean it's bad. Right? So don't be above it, but also never devalue yourself at the same time. Know your value. I guess that's a simple, succinct way to
expand on
put
that. Monetarily or? It's deeper than that, I'm sure.
Yes,
Tell me what you're talking about.
Because I've played shows where we played for 2 or 3 hours and made a couple $100 to be split multiple ways, and I loved everything that happened. And there's shows where we've made $1,000 for 40 minutes of music, and I've walked off stage asking why I even do this. Value transcends money. I think money is a cheap representation of value. Value is intrinsic. There's, you're not trying to be a musician. None of you are trying to be musicians. You make music. You're a musician. Congratulations, you did it. Value that. Value the time you put into practicing because that means something. Value the communications that you've had. If the bar is paying you less than agreed upon, respect the time you took to organize it and hold them to it. Value the efforts of the other people in the room. Value the people who came out without ever having heard of your band before. Respect, camaraderie, and finances do factor into it. If someone's making thousands of dollars off of you bringing an audience into a venue and you're walking away with a couple $100, you have some questions to ask about whether or not that place is respecting and valuing what you're doing for them.
Right. Rusty, one piece of advice?
He just said everything I would have said.
Awesome. Good. Catherine,
Appreciate your fans. Yeah.
Appreciate your fans. Anything?
Take the time to communicate after a show. I think that's probably some of where we got our best shows was after it's over. Sometimes you're tired and you're just ready to be done, there's a little group of people who want to talk to you. Take the time to talk to them because you might be surprised at what cool booking you would get after that. And you didn't have to send any emails.
Jay mentioned that somebody might say, you'd be perfect for this thing, and it's
Yes.
That's great, guys. Thanks very much. That's building a regional audience. Stand by for our next panel discussion. I think anybody who's been in the Madison music scene has enjoyed watching this woman right here start from, frankly, fairly timid, a fairly timid, can I really do this? Do I have the voice to do this? To just tremendously confident now as a solo act, you know, which I'm just standing up there by yourself and delivering, working with a really good trio this weekend at, where is Random Roots?
Trio, it's gonna be 5 of us.
Five Random Roots at
Tap room.
at the tap room. Amy Noel, everybody, right there. The other half of Snaps for Sinners, right here, half or sometimes 1/11 of Michael Fierro, right there. Down at the end, every town has that guitar god. He's like, that's the guy. Fortunately, Madison has. Man, I'm seeing Dino Crafton and Perkinson and Tom Stevely and Bill Langton. But in the pantheon there, we have Jimmy Davis right over there on guitar. Little quick story. Last Friday, I finished up a show here at the Red Bike. I was tired. I wandered down to the tap room. It was about midnight. I got my beer. And Jimmy and Bill roll into Whipping Post by the Allman Brothers. And I'm not a religious person, but I had an epiphany right there. I had a religious experience, if anybody can ever get there. Finally here, Grammy Award winning. We are so happy that he ended up here in our town. His band is 67 Sun, which is playing this Saturday here at the Red Bike. And aren't you tomorrow too at
Howard James.
House of Jane Songwriter Sessions, right there. And he'll tell you more about his, Robert Reynolds, right there.
Gracias.
All right, so this panel is about songwriting for commercial success. So this is not about how to write a song. These are all musicians. They've written songs. They know how to write a song. This is about how to do it for how to write a commercially successful song. First thing we need to do, though, is define that. What does that mean to each of you when you say commercially successful? It's going to mean different things. Michael, we'll just go right across.
Commercially successful music. I hate using this term too much, but likability, general likability, is sort of how I interpret that. So much, like, look at pop music, for examples, right? Like, that is what most people listen to. Generally, most of it's kind of what's available, right? That's what's on the radio when people are walking around, so that's what they hear. But as a result of that, that's what people are used to now, right? There's kind of a standard of production that people are almost getting bored of a little bit. It's kind of an era. Right now, we're in this super gray area with social media booming like it is. Anything can become anything. Anything can become critically successful. Like you see some of the strangest bands these days with millions and millions of fans. So it's almost like sticking to your guns might be the most important thing. Having consistency of a sound through your songs is almost more important. If you drift too much from styles, people don't know what to expect from you anymore, and they lose their faith in you a little bit as an audience member, as a fan. If you're a country dude and you've been country all your day, and then suddenly you release a funk song, you gotta have a hell of a media campaign to make people like that if they're expecting country. So I think a lot of it's context.
All right.
Context.
Robert, you started when commercial success was probably record sales. Talk about what it is now. Pull the microphone up.
I will. I'll lean in. Well, I thought immediately about my failures. I don't know why I went to that. But I thought about the times I couldn't get it right. When you work in a town like Nashville and you take on this idea that you will write songs for a living, then somebody is the arbiter of that, and they're the one that's going to get that song first and say, man, that's cool, or dude, I don't know, and I got a lot of dude, I don't know. So I think commercially viable or accessible is going to depend on genres and context. So in Nashville, at the time that I first started doing it, it was writing broadly that might fit across the country music spectrum of the mid-90s. So, you know, you would hope that song could fit Faith Hill or Martina McBride, or you might hope that it could easily be maybe changed slightly in the sex of in the story. You might change the gender and sell it to Diamond Rio or something. So that was sort of what commercially viable meant to me. To make a long story short, eventually I learned that writing with the artist was another aspect of getting it viable. For example, if we wrote a song tomorrow and they start doing it in their band, then in a way, once that band is out playing that song each night across their regions and their touring calendar, in a way that's kind of become a commercially viable song, right? It's in their hands. And so writing for specific artists, writing with the lead singer of a band like the Derailers, or writing with one member of a duo like with Hannah McEwen, or writing with a couple of members of Cheap Trick, was ensuring that the song had a better chance of making it on their next record. So viable is really unusual.
So you guys got that work with Cheap Trick?
No, that's not the easy part. But the easy part was to suggest that Michael and I really probably could write a song.
I think
we
we
had
could.
time today. And
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
I'm up for this. I'm expecting it. If it's not this week, you got to make that happen. Okay?
All right.
I don't know your calendar, but that kind of works. So I'll pass it off at that.
So Amy, you're earlier, honestly, I think, well, how long have you been writing songs? I shouldn't presume.
Well, actually, I mean, I started writing, I guess, just lyrics and poetry when I was about 12. I kind of started putting stuff into songs, but not really, because, oh, that was bad, that was bad, that was bad.
You started doing what was bad?
I would judge myself, and I would just throw
Okay,
it out,
keep
throw it
going.
out. So it was probably in my 20s, I was like, wow, maybe I should, let other people judge it. And people started liking it. So when you said commercial success, I was gonna be like, I don't know what that is at
Well,
all.
at any point when you're writing a song, have you said, I should make it more like this so that it'll be more likable, to Michael's point? Have you ever done that, or are you just like, no, I'm sticking to whatever?
I think some of the guys might tell you, no, I like to stick to my guns and like what I like to do. And some of my stuff is just so random and different because I just take it from where I'm at. And I guess to me what it is I like to connect with people. To me, the music is the connection. And not a lot of the stuff I write, but kind of like my theme is like the trauma is the biggest connector. So I write a lot of things that bring pain out in people that people seem to know about. And kind of flip it around and say, hey, but sun's rising, get up and have a good day,
Cool.
like that kind of stuff. So that to me, stuff people can connect to is the best.
And that's going to create success. That creates success for you. Cool.
Yeah, because that's what, at least that my One Aloha song, that was the first time I felt like a rock star when people asked me for that song. I was like, wait, you know that song? I wrote that. You know that?
Yeah, I think I might add that like trial and error is probably your best tool. Me and Jay have played so many different kinds of songs, and the audience will tell you what they like and what they don't every time.
It's pretty instant feedback, yeah. Jimmy,
I'm
sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, just many times we've played a song once and never again because it just didn't vibe. But the ones that do.
What about one that you really like that you want to play more, but you can tell it's not? I've had that happen.
Oh, we do those sometimes anyway. If no one's paying attention and it's a dinner show,
But we want to
sneak
play
it in.
it.
We'll sneak
We want
it
to
in.
play it. Jimmy, I know you've adjusted yourself from time to time to try to go for commercial success.
Sure, and I think it's important to mention that there's so many different degrees of success, and as any artist, like you can kind of determine what success is to you. I mean, every song doesn't have to sell millions of copies to make it a success. In my mind, what people are really after is people want to feel something and they want it to be honest. And if you can achieve that, in my mind, that's a slam dunk with any song.
Cool. And we should. I think at this we should. I'll roll into this. I'll skip a question and roll into this question, because it takes commercial success means being able to do it for a living.
Exactly.
If it's too much. Well, here I'll just read this question. How do you find that handshake between what's commercial and appeals to a wider audience and what may be described as pure expression or art? How do you find that balance? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, it's a great question. I mean, for me, my goal was always, if I can raise my family and put the beans on the table with songs that I'm writing, then I felt like, I was doing great. And really, I mean, kind of just being yourself and staying true to yourself too, because my fear was always, what if I write a song that becomes commercially successful and I'm hating my life having to play that song all the time? I think it's important to maintain artistic integrity above all else.
All right.
Keep it real.
Amy, can you add anything to that? We're looking for and I think you already kind of answered. You're sticking to your pure expression.
Yeah, I know how the way songs go. I went to, I took songwriting courses and I did all that, so I can kind of concoct it the way I want to, I guess, so to speak, to mimic the other songs. But it's just like, if I can't feel it, it's not going there. Yeah, it comes through, it doesn't come from.
Now, Robert, yours is really interesting because I think you said in your opening comment, you were trying to make it as a songwriter down there. So you're thinking, will this sell?
You had to.
Yeah.
You were forced to do
that.
Yeah. You were forced to do that when you had entered that agreement. You'd committed to a certain amount of songs per year that you'd write for that publisher, and he happened to be a friend of mine too. On top of that, there's a lot of friendships in Nashville, and Jimmy, you've probably seen that, and they connect and they overlap. I'm certain that the publishing deal I was writing under was most easily. I achieved it mostly because I was in a band that was succeeding at the time, but. So they were really protecting themselves by thinking, well, if that band co-writes a few tunes, we not only want Raul's tunes, but we better get Robert's tunes as well. So they were just making a calculated risk. But it forced me to engage that side of myself. I don't say I loved it. I gotta be honest with you. I probably wrote some of the most miserable songs of my life doing that. It was hard, and here's quota time. I've gotta have 12 wholly written songs, which means 12 I wrote, or 24 that I co-wrote with someone else, or 36 if I write in a three-way writership. It made you think too much about how you were nailing it or not, and I wasn't really a Rascal Flatts fan, so how am I going to achieve that, right? Nothing against the guys, they were all good enough guys, but so I think what Jimmy has said is it adds up to me, when you write for yourself, you can be, or also quoting Amy, you can kind of be your stick to your guns self and go, I'm writing my pure heart here. I don't have to be measured against the next record somebody in Nashville is putting out. I don't have to meet that standard. And I decide what works for me.
So 67 Sun, I mean, the song, and I know you're prolific right now, you're being very, very prolific.
Well, I always write, but I bet everybody up here started writing about the same time. I think I read something on Amy where it's like, I don't know Jimmy's story, but I remember writing at 15, 16. I'd have wads of paper in my little leather bag, I remember a car got towed away once and I didn't retrieve it, and I left hundreds of songs in the back of my old Honda, It wasn't repossessed, but it's another story. But all my songs went with that Honda. And I'm sure I moved out of my Miami Beach apartment with a bunch of songs in the closet. I was always writing, but to keep it succinct as possible, going back to the writing for 67 Sun is now I just write songs about my wife and I, and they're kind of true to self. They don't have to be genius, but I do apply commercial rules. I mean, I think songs need to have, I like songs with melody, so I use melody to the best of my limited voice, and I like verses and chorus and cool bridges. I like structure. I think there are great guys that have broken the structure thing. Dylan has done 8 verses and, certain songs, and it's like, wow, how did he do that? But I still like structure. So whether I'm writing for 67 Sun or not, it's probably got some rules of structure.
Yeah, good. Michael, You got the devil rock, you got the devil music.
Yeah, the devil's music.
But you want it to be successful. I mean, you know, you want to stay out on the road. You don't want
Yeah.
to. You don't want to work at the Burger King like
No,
Rusty did.
I don't.
No.
I don't. In fact, I've written songs about that. I think you're right. That trust the structure. Trust the structure is always a good thing to do. We use 5-verse for so much stuff. Verse, chorus, repeated. Use what other people use. Right? Like, if it works, and even if it reminds people of something that they know, that's really awesome. They can attach themselves to that. And never stop writing, right? Like, have notebooks. Just keep everything, as an artist, you're regurgitating your experience. That's all we know. That's all we know is what we've been through, right? Even if a story's about someone else, right? Like Bob Dylan's Ballad of Hollis Brown, right? It's about what you're seeing. It's about what we're experiencing, the times that we're in. And a lot of that's going to be garbage. You're going to write a lot of songs that you don't like or you don't feel like other people will like. But the more you do it, you're going to have some shining gems that you can kind of point to. And if you have other people that you're working with that you can riff off of and be like, what do you think of this? What do you think of this, right? Your peers are your best advice to look for. Your bandmates.
Excellent. Yeah. Excellent. I think I got everybody on that question. So this is a real natural question right out of this. Out of the structure that you guys are talking about. Do you have any go-to themes, let's call them songwriting tropes, that you believe will result in a commercially successful song? You may even consider it cliche or overused, maybe in the back of your mind, but I know this works, you know? Is there anything like that? That you're like, maybe it's a theme, it's a topic?
I think there's nothing wrong with a cliche. Any message worth repeating is worth repeating. Like, there can never be too many songs about love, because we forget that day to day. We get in arguments all the time. We fight, we bicker. We need to be reminded. That's our job, kind of, as artists. We need to remind each other of these emotions, and we need to give each other a space to feel them.
Okay. Robert, I can see you were getting ready to answer something.
My 2 themes would be love, of course, is going to be one of them, in all its facets, the tough stuff and the good stuff. And then I like time. Time always confused me. It still does. Time is a constant theme in my writing.
Do you think that makes do you think that resonates to make a commercial song? Other people?
If you applied certain kind of rules, I suspect you could play a song that nobody in the room had heard, and if you did it right, they'd go, man, I dug that last song they did. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they get attached to it, yes.
Amy, you said your theme was trauma.
Well, kind of. I mean, when I first started writing, I was like, well, everybody writes about love. What else is there to write about?
Right.
And my actual original theme was basically God-themed. It was just like, you know, it's kind of pretty cool in my opinion, so it's rocking. You know? But it's not like a Christian thing. I don't do it like that.
Right.
It's just like a connection to source kind of thing. So, but trauma is the other one that people think connect to.
It's universal. Can be.
Yeah.
To various degrees.
So, yeah, and
Cool.
you can bring it better. And there was something else I was thinking I can't remember.
Jimmy, I'm trying to think of some of your original songs. What are your
you know,
go-to?
They're all about either love or pain.
Love or pain?
Yeah.
How about love and pain?
Well, I'm not on that level quite yet. Give me another year.
I believe in you, Jimmy. You'll get
Thank
there.
you.
But I mean, is there a point where you're writing a song and you're like, you know what, if I stick this in here, people are going to love it. People are just going to love this. Or this is going to.
Not really, man.
Right.
Not really.
Let me say something about Jimmy, because I remember it was a night in this room. Didn't know anybody in this town. I'd probably been here a year or maybe a little more. Jimmy played an original song. It had nothing to do with his guitar playing. He was strumming the chords out.
Just the words.
And I loved the song. I can't remember the title. I asked him afterwards, did you write that? He said, yeah, that's one of mine. And man, I so loved that song. So I know I remember hearing it because the stage was set up right there and we had this arts thing happening and I loved the tune. So I remember it distinct as I'm here right now.
I appreciate it.
Oh,
Thanks.
That's cool. All right. Let's try this one on for size. How we doing where's Kim? How we doing for time? I think we're pretty good still. I'm just going to make these statements. Today's music is awful. Pop music is crap. You know, which is not true. I mean, it's great stuff, but you know what I'm talking about. Where people are like, if it ain't from the old day, if it ain't classic, if it ain't, So how do with those kind of sentiments floating around, how do you break out of that trap And then Michael wanted to know, especially as it relates to playing live, how do you break out of that crap of that people are skeptical about new music? I know you especially, you're really about live.
We use covers for that. You don't, I mean, there's a difference between being a cover band, but people like what they know. If you're something new and fresh, you should give them something they know in a slightly new and fresh way. Reorganize the song a little bit, right? Add a harmony, play it with some different instruments, make it something they know, but in a different way, and you've got their attention. Then once you have their attention, mess with it. Like, then you can do your own stuff. And because they're watching you, you're gonna get that feedback, whether your stuff is good or not. And if they don't like it, well, there's a good chance it wasn't the right audience. So don't give up on that immediately, even though I'm guilty of it, right? Sometimes I played a song from the wrong audience, and I never played it again, and I should try it again.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're all still learning.
Robert, how do you get that balance between...
It's the balance is tipping towards just play it and hope you get through the night. Saturday will prove that. I'm getting some of Amy's stubbornness, and I'm taking it on myself. Because I don't know what else to do anymore. I just told my wife before I got up, I said, I think I'm just in a state of change in my relationship to my music. And I recognize it when I'm out here with y'all today. I just know that things are changing. I heard Sally speak of, oh, well, when we were doing this, touring-wise, when we did this, we were, we thought differently. We had to make that a big part of our life. We were booking shows so much, and I think I'm in that place of change where I think Saturday night I just got to play the 12 songs that matter to me in the band, and I hope that Jack, he's going to be here, he said. I hope that Jack will say, man, I dug that song, or something like that. It's becoming pretty much down to, does Madison like it? That's my musical universe.
Part of a pitch, in your favor, Madison appreciates original music, maybe more than, it's amazing how many artists come to town and be like, man, they didn't mind me playing my, and then secondly, at Red Bicycle Hall, it's original. Right. Yeah. So you'll be fine. I will say though, I saw a few, you previewed a few of them at your live lunch a couple weeks. These are awesome songs. Anybody that's local here should be at that show. It's going to be amazing. Amy, how do you? I know you play some cover stuff. Absolutely. How do you reconcile? And then you.
And I think he's right. That whole stubborn thing. Basically, but what I was going to say from earlier is, it was touched on at the other panel that basically when you're the musician, when you're up there, you're the host of the party. And if the host isn't having fun, nobody's going to have fun. So you got to enjoy what you're doing. And if you don't want to play that song right then, my gosh, get something that you are going to go and enjoy it and get them to feel it, because that's the whole point.
Cover or otherwise.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as you're feeling it and they can translate that, and transmit that to the audience. And they can feel it, and that's it. To me.
Jimmy, when you play a lot of cover music, and I think you've got a lot. When you're playing the stuff you want to play, it's a different show than the stuff that this audience I need to play. Blah, 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 blah. Talk about that.
Sure, man. Well, I think a lot of the stuff that I like to play the most is it moves around a lot, as far as the dynamics and the meter and the feel of it. And I think that people as a whole are so inundated with perfect recordings that are on the grid and everything's quantized. I think it's the imperfections that really appeal to people now as much as ever, So yeah, I mean, to me, it's a fine balance of playing what keeps you busy and what keeps you stimulated musically. I always try to split the difference when possible. I have to do different things to keep that level of interest to myself,
I'd rather come to any of your shows where you're playing the stuff you want to play.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. Me too.
Yeah, I know you would. And you're playing Friday at the Drake?
Yeah, we have a grand opening Friday.
We have a new venue. It's an old venue called the Drake. The old timers here will remember. It's been closed for 20 years, I bet.
Yeah.
Jimmy and his crew have reopened it, and it's going to start having live music starting Friday night. Who's in there on Saturday? Somebody.
Eric Bruner.
Eric Bruner. Good old Eric Bruner. All right, guys. I'm
And
gonna
we
go-
can lay claim to the smallest stage in Madison.
Is it?
I think it is.
Wait, is it smaller than the Central?
Oh wait, Jane, sorry.
Oh yeah.
We can lay claim to the second smallest stage.
Jane has the world's smallest musical stage.
It's awesome though.
Yes.
Yep. All right, we'll finish up with this one. I mean, this is how I got the guys last time, so I hope you've been thinking about the one thing. The one thing. I'll read it to you. Maybe it'll come to you as I read it out. So there are lots of people here in the audience today who would like to take their songwriting and their performance to the next level, especially as it relates to commercial and career success. What's the one single piece of advice you would give them to help them take it to the next level? Anybody got anything popping yet?
I think so.
Go ahead.
Amy touched on it earlier, but especially in this day and age where we're all got these camera phones and we're in each other's business all the time, I think as an artist it's probably important to be vulnerable, very vulnerable. Be real and honest, like I think Jimmy was saying too. Don't lie about it, what you're going through. We are the language of emotion. You should probably show some emotion. Or people will think you're as automated as the pop songs, right? Like the more polished and perfect you try to come off, the less people will believe you, especially at this stage, unless you have so much money to throw at production teams to make yourself look like Beyonce. Most of us don't have that. So, but what we do have is we can be real with each other.
All right, Robert, distill 30-some years of music into it. One thing.
Well, I thought about two guys here represent what matters to me the most now. Anthony Ray and my buddy Eric O, who's sitting over by Michelle. Two younger guys, younger than myself, writing songs. And when I go out and play music with them or co-write with them, the thing I want them to know is how much I really want to see them write their own songs. Hopefully, by any means possible, get that song recorded. There's a couple of places to do it here in town. Brent's.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dr. Butler's got a studio as well. Get your original songs out there, let them represent you, and I want to see you guys have great lives as the talents that you are. So I'm looking forward also to writing with Michael because I'm holding him to it.
Challenge accepted. Amy, one piece of advice for these, how to be successful, commercially successful.
I would say just like what I did, stop second guessing yourself and put your heart out and just do it, because that's what it's all about. And if not everybody can do this. It is kind of a hard thing to do. You kind of have to figure it out, or you can learn things, but if you are in the flow and you're just going for it, just go for it, and then just put it out there and let people make their own decisions.
Now, I know Jimmy's is either practice for 12,000 hours or make a deal with the devil, whichever one he did.
I didn't make any deals with the devil.
All right, he's practiced for 12,000 hours.
Right, and that's exactly my answer is discipline. You know, be disciplined enough to make writing or learning your instrument or songcraft an absolute habit. It's all just time. It's just like learning an instrument, you know. It's X amount of hours to mastery. It's the same thing with writing songs. And that all comes, you know, your discipline becomes your habits, and your habits determine your productivity.
Awesome. Awesome. Good job. All right, guys, that was awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Kim's going to tell me. Was it a little break and then Aubrey?
You can keep going for a minute if you want to.
No, I don't have more questions. I'm done here.
Let's.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you having a good time?
This has been really fun. This has been awesome. I was looking forward to this. I typed up questions. This has been really, really fun.
We're going to wrap up this great day that we've had here at the Red Bicycle Hall. Many, many, many thanks to a lot of people. The Red Bike Hall is just the best place. They just go above and beyond to help and cater, and so thanks to the Red Bicycle Hall. Charlie Rockling and the team. We also, I want to extend a warm thanks to all those panelists. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful group of people. And thanks to John Myers and the Indiana Small Business Development Center, and Paige Sharp at the Indiana Arts Commission, and the mayor, Courtney, at the city of Madison, and just everyone that really pulled this together in a short period of time. The M3 board, the MA board. We're just one big, happy, beautiful family, and we love each other a lot, and we care, and that's what's so endearing to me. And a warm thanks to everybody. I have a story to tell, and I typically don't wear my glasses, and I really don't read when I present. I do read, but I don't read to present. But I'm going to today because it's kind of important. When we were putting this together, in my mind, knowing where we were in our music movement and how many people were involved in creating our creative community here. It's wonderful. It's a great, wonderful thing. But it's sort of time that we reach out to our networks and reach out to people in other places that can help us. Someone talked earlier about taking it to the next level. And of course, we want to do that. We want to keep it Madison, in the Madison way, but we really need to network and get the word out a little bit. And so when we were putting this together, there were a couple names that came to mind. And of course, Michael, he knew he wanted Isabel to come. She was awesome. Isabel was fantastic. And I don't know if she's still here or not, but thank you, Isabel. And we wanted Michael to speak. And Michael, he said, "Oh, we got to get Isabel because she's going to be the right person." Well, I kind of did the same thing. I was like, who do I know in my past and in my repertoire that I could bring to Madison? And it was Aubrey. Aubrey was the one. And I just felt like it was time to give him a call. So I'm going to read a little story. So our last guest of the day may not look familiar to you, but when I share all the good music-related projects he has done, you will certainly know him by his work. And I have to tell a story. I first met Aubrey in Franklin, Tennessee, when Franklin was planning the rebirth of their historic theater on Main Street. I remember meeting Aubrey one day in a construction meeting, I think it was. And Deborah, and I didn't mention Deborah Warnick's here in the front row. She's also from Leapers Fort, Franklin. She was probably in the room at the day that I met Aubrey. And we were going through the construction tour of the Franklin Theater, and Aubrey was so excited about the project. He was so excited about the construction and the visuals and how it was going to all be. But the best thing, and this is what stood out to me in my mind forever, was he was interested about getting the sound right. The sound for the musician. And he said that the Franklin Theater must be a world-class place to hear music and to play music. And I remember that someone that was involved with this would care enough about what the musician thought. How wonderful is that? Kind of stuck with me. So 10 years later, I don't know if y'all know the Franklin Theater. How many of y'all know Franklin, Tennessee, Franklin Theater? It is one of the best places to hear music that I know. And I will often buy tickets and sneak down there. I heard Daryl Scott there, before COVID, I guess it was. And you can hear a pin drop. It's just the most beautiful, but it's nothing fancy. I mean, it is now a little bit, but we have our theater 2 doors down or half block down that can be and will be of that caliber. We have to keep the musicians and the music here. So that's just a little bit about Aubrey. He has touched so many music-related projects and built a reputation of doing so by preserving place. He is a preservationist. He has saved rural icons like Green's Grocery and the original Puckett's grocery store in Leapers Fort, Tennessee, which is now known as the Fox and Lock. So he's now working on that project. And Leapers Fork is a village. It's a hamlet just south of Franklin, about 8 miles, I guess, from Franklin. And it's just in the middle of everywhere. It's this wonderful little place that's a little village. It's authentic, it's real, and a lot of fun is had there. Both Deborah and Aubrey live there. Aubrey was the architect for the Comprehensive American Music Triangle, which promotes musical spots that shaped modern-day blues, rock, and country between Nashville, Memphis, and New Orleans. Aubrey serves in leadership roles for several iconic music meccas. Muscle Shoals Music, for one, big fan. Yes. And when Nashville's Music Road was getting ready to bulldoze RCA Studio A, it was Aubrey Preston who stepped in at the last hour and saved the music studio in which many great musicians have recorded. He brings so much music development experience to us, and I wanted him to experience our amazing Madison music story. I invited him today to meet you, our musicians, our leaders, and most of all, I wanted him and his wife, Michelle, and their doggie, and Deborah now came, to fall in love with our town. I don't know if they have or not, but I kind of have a feeling they might. They might, yes. So when I called Aubrey to come, and this is exactly what he said, quote, he said, "Well, Kimberly," that's what they call me, "any place that could take you away from Tennessee, I must see. Michelle and I would love to come to Madison, Indiana." My friends, ladies and gentlemen, Aubrey Preston.
Fantastic to be here. Been here, I think, about 24 hours ago. We rolled into town, and wow. Yeah. I did have this feeling a few hours ago. It's like, be careful. You know, you don't want to fall in love too quick. So, you know. And I had this feeling like, you know, okay, I'm 13 years old, and there's that girl, and whatever, you know, this place hit myself and my wife and our friend Deborah. You know, it is love at first sight. You know, what is not to love? It's really, I see kind of a utopia relative to my experience of what people are wanting, where they're wanting to go, where music needs to be building for the future, culture needs to be building, where the world needs to have a place to join together and find each other and share and maybe make the world a little kinder. I just see so many things being done right, and I don't have to tell you all that. Everybody here, one thing that's so fun about this is everybody here seems to be like, I don't know, it's almost like a cult or something. It's kind of weird. That's why I've only been here 24 hours, and I don't know. What have I stepped into? But it is very powerful, very impressive. I'm really excited to be here. The fun thing about working on these kinds of projects in communities that my wife and I like is that we're just junkies for travel ourselves. So it's like, well, you're going to travel anyway. If you travel and you can go and participate in communities and places, and you get to do that, then that's even more fun than traveling. You know, my wife's a veterinarian, so I was like, one of my favorite interview questions when I'm interviewing people, probably totally illegal, as I like to say, at some point in the interview, if you were a dog, what kind of dog would you be? We have a white English lab. She's about 15 years old, and she's with us. And probably if I was a dog, just, you know, some of y'all know dogs, it does tell you a lot about, you know, what kind of dog somebody is. I would probably be a white English lab. I just want to run everywhere. I'm super curious about everything. I like to carry something or serve, do something. I like to participate. I can be a little bit hyper, so, but anyway, great. Woohoo! That's the rock and roll part. We're moving to the effects part. So anyway, I am a little uncomfortable with the whole idea. I mean, I'm flattered by it. Thank you. All right, we're getting into the effects part again.
The idea of expert, I don't really like those kind. I mean, I'm flattered by the introductions. Thank you. We have to do those credentials just to kind of get started. But the bottom line is, when I get here today, and I knew when I showed up here, these are the experts. You know, you guys are the experts. Your town is a world expert in, you know, collectively in preservation and in all things culture. The town's been doing it when I was, I think I was probably about 12 years old in this town, was doing preservation and cultural development and all those kinds of things. So maybe I know a few things that I've experienced. I'd like to think that maybe whatever it is I'm doing today, maybe I'm sharing some of my experiences. The things that I've heard today and yesterday, it's fantastic because I've learned all kinds of things, and part of my learning is when I hear somebody else say something that I've thought, then it kind of affirms, hey, maybe that is a good idea, so I double down on it. I've heard a lot of things on the stage today, really, really smart stuff said that kind of make me double down. If there's 2 or 3 of us that studied it and it looks like a good idea, then maybe I double down on that. So thank you for that. Really, 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 really fun and interesting. And Kim said, okay, Aubrey, why don't you get up there and just basically kind of ramble around, which I guess that's what I'm doing. But, and we wanted to maybe have a conversation and kind of do an interactive thing. And so do question and answer, whatever. Again, I think that's just kind of, let's just come do that among ourselves. I did make a little list of some things that I've observed, and I wrote those down. Is that okay if I go to my security blanket up here? Yeah. Okay, these are things that I've observed in just 24 hours, so I'm not an expert on Madison, but sometimes it is helpful for somebody from the outside to come take a look. These are what I have seen that I think make a lot of sense. 5 things, I'll say. You're thinking local and global. If that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, we've all heard the saying, you know, think global, act local. That is, in my view, where the future is at. And just back a little bit to that idea of me being an expert. Okay, so I don't know about what it looks like to you, but what it looks like to me is going on in this world is everybody is an expert and nobody's an expert. Apparently everybody knows and nobody knows, right? Yeah. So what that means to me is we're all just kind of in this together, and it does kind of look like a little bit more like upward and onward out into the fog. But kind of collectively, if we can kind of share and navigate, we'll probably do better. But my observation is that the real experts are the people on the street that are seeing the real conditions in real time, because things are happening really fast and things are getting more local. And then those things get on the internet and they go global when people come here. But what people want around the globe, what they really want, a guy in London or a guy in Australia, what he really wants is to find Madison where there's really real people actually playing real music on the street that they can talk to in a real place and hear a real story about a real place from real people. I don't know about you, but when you go to London, I mean, it's nice to see the sights, but isn't it fun to go out in the countryside and talk to real people and go into a local pub, and there's a real guy playing real music in there and telling real stories about a real place that knows his identity and his community identity? Isn't that more thrilling than going to the tourist attractions and being run through like livestock?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I would
really, really not underestimate the power of what you're doing. I think that, and I have had the privilege of going around to a lot of music communities. The last conference I was at like this was the leaders of Muscle Shoals. They have a different set of assets. They have more of a global broadcast legacy of songs. But they've got the same thing. They're all in the room, and it's a room like this, and you'll know some of these names. It's crazy that some of these artists would be part of something like this, but I was in a conference 3 or 4 months ago, and there's about 40 of us, and it's Mac McAnally and Jason Isbell and David Hood of the Swampers, and they're having the same conversations in Muscle Shoals that y'all are having here. Is how do we take what our community is doing? How do we all kind of got handed some cards in this card game. How do we rearrange those and play the cards that we got the best way we can for our community? So the idea that you have a community that is really not known for broadcasting content globally, but you have this much depth of want to, and you have this much content, and where you're at, and the infrastructure, all the things you've got. I've never seen a town like it. Awesome. That's just my view. So the global and local thing, I would just add to that hyper-local and hyper-global. And as you think about creating, think about how a telephoto lens works, okay? We have a picture, but when we're looking for creative options, sometimes you say, okay, well, let's look smaller, let's look deeper into our story, let's be sure that we know our story, and then let's tell that story globally. And then you open up the telephoto wider, and you say, where do we fit in context? Okay? You keep doing that, and you find more options for your town, actually, to play hyper-local and then hyper-global connected. How is our story one of a kind? What is that story? Let's be sure that we're telling our story, not somebody else's story. Now, how do we broadcast that? How do we connect down the road here to all the places in the region? How do we relate to Nashville? How do we relate to New Orleans? How do we, and I want to come back to that because I think you have a silver bullet that you may not have thought about, okay? So hyper-local, hyper-global. It's one thing I see. And I think I said 5 things, so here we go. Try to stay with that. Number 2 thing that I see is you have a fantastic geographic location, not only for drive market, population, tourism market, you have a fantastic historical geographical location on a river that has a really, really deep old story, probably a lot more than you can mind. Going back and doing a timeline and going all the way up might be a valuable exercise in tying yourself into that global, the geological story. Pretty remarkable when you have a river like this. You look at it every day, it's easy to take for granted what's in your backyard. It's pretty dang remarkable. That geological thing tells a story too, the story of the river. Wow, how does that connect us? Geographic, geologic place, the infrastructure and the systems that you have outside of the major music communities that are known globally. I haven't seen a town that has like studios and how many music venues did you say you had? And they're like spawning like bunnies around here. That is remarkable. On a global basis, in England, we were there doing music tourism, and, went to London and went to Liverpool, talked on BBC radio about our region in Liverpool, went to the Beatles Museum, and, they treat us like we're somebody. I like that guy said, the further you get away, the more famous you are, the more they treat you like you're somebody, man. You go over there to Liverpool, they think you're somebody. It's a long ways to go, but it was cool. But what's happening in Europe, and you may not be aware of this, it's all the pubs are closing. Economic conditions are closing all the places of culture. What's happening in Nashville and LA and New York? All the infrastructure is closing. The studios have shut down in New York and LA. All the people are fleeing to Nashville. What are they doing? They're shutting down the studios in Nashville. The infrastructure is closing. Places like the Station Inn, are you familiar with that? The Bluegrass place? Under huge threat. The Exit Inn. It's a major problem in Nashville because taxes are rising. The cost of everything is pricing these cultural infrastructure places out. Where are they going to go? You guys are hatching big music. You know, that's a fantastic trend against the global trend. Okay, so infrastructure, you guys got that going. You got systems. You have 3 advocacy organizations that are working. I mean, I don't know, I've been here a day, maybe y'all are all on your best behavior, but it looks like Stepford or something. Everybody's just getting along so well. My town would do pretty good, but you know, there's a little more drama in our town. You guys are apparently just love each other and get along all the time. So that's really good. You got systems that are working. I'm watching though. I'm watching for a little drama. There might be some here someplace. But really, really good how that's going. Shows there's great leadership. Okay, so I got that as that's kind of the number 2 thing. Number 3 thing I see is you have a built-in or recruited group, team, a lot of people that are skilled and smart that are experts. And the music industry, when you're talking about experts, me being an expert, y'all are the experts. The thing is the experts, these guys like him, and some of these guys that play music that are up here, and they're doing it now in real time because the world's changing so much. How that all works, how it worked 10 years ago, it's changed. Changed a little bit in just the last couple of years.
Just a bit.
Everything about how music and the music ecosystem works nationally and internationally. There are people that claim that they know what's going on. Not true. They don't. They're in chaos. The people at the top of most of these organizations and infrastructures are hanging on to what they've got. We're going through a historic reshuffle of the whole music economy, and it went from local to this global thing. You know what's happening? It's coming full circle. It's coming back down the ground. What do you think, Robert?
I totally agree.
So we think about, Justin Timberlake going down the road, and he's got 17 buses. Okay? We think about that over these pop stars doing that kind of thing. And they're doing that, and there's going to be that. Okay, so Hank Williams, 1951, 52, biggest country star in the world, gigantic. You know what his deal looked like? It was a Cadillac limo with a trailer behind it, selling stuff out of there, right?
Yep.
Okay? And that's the way country music was. They were doing that in the 60s and 70s, really. It really was. So it always was a cottage industry. There was only a window where it became this giant thing. It's just kind of equalizing back. And it's not all bad. It gives a lot of opportunity to a lot more people to make a living doing it. And I think your town can be a center of that. So just because you don't have Justin Timberlake and some giant stars, that really doesn't mean much now in this world. It's going back to local. And local can reach global if they believe they can. Okay, so skilled, smart experts, great artists that are smart. These guys, I mean, I'm listening to these guys up here, and to me, it's like, from what I know, that's the gospel truth of what I see out on the street. It's fantastic, and yes, it's hard work. It always was hard work. And that's good. That'll make them stronger. Okay, so number 4. This is one that, if you don't have this, I don't think you have anything. But you have to have the other parts first. This is the category that I see that is passion, enthusiasm, community alignment, momentum. Those 4 things. They're gigantic. They don't work if you don't have infrastructure and systems and skilled and smart people. But you can have you ever been around a lot of people that are experts? They know everything. And then everything you come to them with, the enthusiastic people, let's try this. Oh no, that'll never work. You ever see people like that? Those are the experts, right? I don't sense that here. I sense, you know, if anything, you know, I think you guys, if there's a little naivety, like you don't know what you can't do as a town, it's probably a good thing. Right? Now, Nashville Music Row, if you want to go down there and have some experts tell you all the things that won't work, Robert, there's a whole bunch of them that line up to tell you everything won't work, right? So, you know, it's not one of those things, if you think you can, you can. If you think you can't, you can't. You guys already decided that. I think you guys are going to do this. I don't think you're going to ask anybody permission. I think that's awesome. You don't have to ask Nashville permission. You don't have to ask any folks. You're just going to do it. It's fantastic. Number 5 thing that I see that I think is really important that you're doing. You recruit like Southern Baptists. Almost to an annoying level. I've been asked about 3 times. Are you living here yet? Just got here. But I love the religious zeal. Yeah, I mean, in our area, maybe more than your area. If you move to our area, and you're not, you know, really religiously inclined, you know, you tell your kids to tell people, because, you know, the first thing they say is, where you go to church. I mean, their kids are hammering you. And the easiest thing to say is, make up something. But that's really good. That's what makes a community. What, you know, a community performs like a sports team. It's a team. It's got people leaving and people coming and people going. And if you don't recruit, you know, Alabama football, probably annoying to some of you if you watch sports. They are kind of annoying. They win all the time. But probably what is the most important thing they do of everything? Obviously, they've got all the stuff. They got the facilities. Everybody's got all the facilities. They got coaches. They got everything. Probably the most important thing they do is they probably out-recruit everybody. And you guys got the recruiting game going, and that's a really, really important part. It's great. Okay, so a couple of things that you may want to think about on value adding, maybe. Not that, I mean, you guys are just doing fantastic. So not that you really need to do anything other than just keep on keeping on, but a couple things to think about maybe is, I would say, look at your place in the global music story, and maybe you've got all these historians, just go back and build a timeline from the beginning. And and this is a project, okay, but believe it or not, you guys fall into this. This is a little project that we did because it needed to happen. In the whole world, what's the number one language in the world? Music people say that. Most people say English. How people learn English is most people in India and China, they don't get a chance. Most people don't get a chance to learn English in school, so they learn it off our music. They learn it off American music and our movies. Music is sticky, and that's the way you learn it or whatever. So it's the most powerful language the world's ever known. Well, how did that come together? If you look at what Nashville and New Orleans and Memphis, most communities leave the storytelling up to the tourism department at the city. And what they do is they tell a very edited version that is their own narcissistic view that they did it all, kind of thing. And by default, basically, the story gets told in Nashville or in Tennessee. Tennessee says we're the soundtrack of America, and Mississippi says we're the home of, I don't know, whatever it is, America's music. Each city does their thing, and the reality is the music happened in this region, and it was down the river and up the Natchez Trace. And if you look at this area, which you're actually a part of, up here on the right side, between Nashville, New Orleans, and Memphis, those three areas, a lot of people don't realize, but that is the area where 9 original genres basically came out of the ground. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can remember those. Blues came out of the Delta, and then country obviously kind of came out of the hills and ended up in Nashville, getting bottled there. Jazz kind of came in around, I think most people would say, around New Orleans. Certainly the Scott Joplin thing on the river and St. Louis on the river too was a factor in that jazz thing, that ragtime thing. You've got bluegrass, okay, and of course that's just right down the road here. Most people think that's east of Kentucky. It actually was right down the road here in Owensboro area. So you got bluegrass, you got Southern gospel. That's Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, is where that started, just a little bit south of us. That's the four-part gospel, like the Oak Ridge Boys, that kind of thing. Black gospel, separate genre. It's generally based around Jackson, Mississippi now. It came out of that area, and basically it's a tradition that came out of that zone. You got Cajun Zydeco from Opelousas, Louisiana. That area. Let's see how many other genres we've got. We know it, soul and R&B, okay, that kind of thing. Stax Records, Muscle Shoals, right in that region. Rock and roll. I don't know if I got to all 9 of them. Okay, so it's like, well, how on earth could that have happened all in one place? The general idea about this area, unlike any place in the world, is you have Indians here that are playing music. They got rattles on their feet, and it's part of their tradition to play music. Of course, they're mimicking the sounds of nature. Okay, so they're playing music, and they've gotten a lot of sophistication about how they're doing that. Okay, so you got English, Scots-Irish come from the East Coast. And they kind of brutalized the Scots-Irish, and they pushed them up in the hills, okay? They've got all those Irish folk tunes, they've got fiddling traditions, storytelling, all that kind of stuff ends up in eastern Kentucky and up in here in this region. You got the French coming down from the north, they're all thinking they're going to take over their part of this country, New France. You got the Spanish coming from the south, Spanish guitars, okay? Import African Americans into the slave economy. Okay, then you've got, of course, Haitians and Germans and all kinds of different people that come. Now, why is this so different? And it's because right here in the zone is the place where that whole economy developed, is where all those people came together, and they're going down the river, down the Ohio River, all the way to New Orleans. Why are they doing that? Because if you want to do better than subsistence farming, you're selling timber, you're selling bourbon from Kentucky. There's only so much bourbon you can sell to your neighbors in Kentucky. And New Orleans was a gigantic international port, okay? So you're selling that, and then what are you doing? You're walking up the trace, okay? So in that deal, that's basically the ancient internet where all those musicians traveled. There's all of this conflict of religions and ideologies, but you know what musicians do? If there's 100 of them and 97 of them are fighting, and one of them will go off the corner and say, the heck with these guys. Another one will say, oh, I'm going to go see what that guy's doing. He's playing guitar. Another guy will take a banjo over there. Scots-Irish guy will go over there and take his jug over there and say, hey, you want to have a little bit of that? Next thing you know, and they don't care if they're black, white, green, whatever, as long as they're playing music. Next thing you know, there's a little dancing going. So the general idea is down the river and up the trace, and then later, when the steamboat was invented, up all these rivers is kind of how that music transferred, and it's how innovation happened. And people go over the hill and hear another musician, and they learn it, and they bring it back home, and everybody thinks they're a god, you know? And so there's happens to be, you know, if you look at all these towns, Nashville is on the Cumberland River that goes into the Ohio. Muscle Shoals is on the river that goes into the Ohio. Memphis is on the river. Clarksdale, Mississippi is on the river. New Orleans, Natchez, all of these river towns, and then on the trace you've got Tupelo, Mississippi, where Elvis was from. Okay? So, and in ancient times, we were all connected by this thing. Okay, let's say you're up here. You guys are on the Ohio River, starts in Pittsburgh. Well, how the whole economy worked, and how it starts in Pittsburgh, and it was take stuff, float it down the river, get on the trace, walk back up, connect to the Wilderness Trail, walk back up, repeat cycle. Okay? And along the way, that music is all connecting. Okay, so 1900 comes along, all of a sudden this crazy invention, we can record the sound of that, put it in a bottle. What? Okay, so the sounds of the blues, the sounds of this gospel music, the sounds of despair, the sounds of joy, the sounds of abundance, whatever that was, got in that bottle and accidentally becomes an industry called the record industry. They started out just trying to sell Victrolas, and then they realized, oh, the records is the real business. So what did they do? They began to segregate it up into different brands. That's blues, this is jazz, this is country, all those kinds of things. So you guys are sitting right on the ocean front of that story, down the river, up the trace, all up through here, and all around you. As you look at a bigger context, you're part of the story. You got, still to this day, the artists coming out of Eastern Kentucky, Stapleton and Sturgill and Tyler Childers, and of course the heritage of before that, Skaggs and Whitley and Tom T and the Judds and Billy Ray Cyrus and Loretta Lynn. I mean, there is no place where that, even to this day, where they come out of the ground. And that's basically, again, if you're thinking globally, that's your neighborhood. And that's the way we have to think, okay? I know it's the same, I know there's a lot of music things that happen up in Indiana too, but the key thing to think about is that Ohio Valley. Forget about state lines, forget about cities. The music, these people moved around, that's how they innovated. They went over the hill and they learned something from somebody else and they brought it back, okay? Is that making sense?
Yeah.
So when you think about coming to our little town, which is Leaper's Fork, understand that we're basically, historically, we're on the same trail. We're on the same road. It's just we got to knock the kudzu back a little bit. And if we went back and tied that story in together, and I think you'll find, just like you've got a team here, that if you can connect to the people in Clarksdale and the people in Muscle Shoals and some of these other places, I think you'll find that will help you, actually. Music, it's really kind of one win, all win, and I know you guys are that way. And it's all of the music towns working. If we're going to compete against somebody, let's compete against, I don't know, Brazil or something. But this is one family right here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a thought. So when you guys come to Leaper's Fork, and if you want to go to Muscle Shoals, if you want to go to Clarksdale, Mississippi, you've ever thought about that, get my number from Kim. We actually own the crossroads. Do you guys know about the crossroads of Mississippi? Okay. So from our work with this, somebody came out of nowhere and gave me, they were going to give it to me, and I'm like, we'll give it to our foundation that owns this. We own 49 and 61, probably the most mythological location in the history of rock and roll music. Robert Johnson sold the soul of the devil, apparently at the crossroads. So in Clarksdale, Mississippi, about 70% of their tourists are international, which is wild, and that's just kind of hard to comprehend. And they're just down the river from you here. They're your neighbor, really. But people go there knowing that that's where the blues came out of the ground, right there, just south of there at the Dockery Plantation. And they come from all over the world, really hardcore music zealots. They go there and have to go to Clarksdale, just like people go to Bethlehem that are deep into Christianity, that they want to go there, they want to stand there. These places are that important. Okay, so there is a thought. The other thing, a couple other things I think about. Again, that hyper-local, hyper-global thing, and knowing that there's a couple of things on your side on that. Everything has changed, and you're probably aware of this, but let's just go over it again. Culture became basically, it went from a cottage deal back in the days when Flatt and Scruggs and Bill Monroe and Hank Williams were playing. It was more of a localized, regional thing that became national. And over the past 50, 60, 70 years, it became almost like the Walmartization of commerce. It became really, really big business. And the distribution of it became very controlled to where everybody had to play on that because of hard distribution. Okay? Distribution meaning, control of who play this at the record deals, or distribution of records at record stores. There's only a few companies, so it allowed, so a lot of people couldn't play, and us as consumers, we only got the records that were picked by other people, okay? And what that created is basically a cultural monoculture. Okay, so do y'all know that term? So like a monoculture, I remember somebody told me one time I was looking at the trees in my yard, and he was like, well, yeah, it's pretty cool, but you kind of got a monoculture here. And I said, what's that? It's like you have too many of the same kind of trees. What would be really cool is if you had a diversity of that. So what we've been through is actually this monoculture where we're all listening to the same news, the same outlets, the same music. And some of that, I suppose, has been good and fun, whatever. But what has changed, the big change is basically the destruction of and the fragmentation of broadcast, for better or worse. We see a lot of things that are really bad because everybody has a microphone now, or Facebook, and we see people saying really ridiculous things or making up conspiracies and getting big tribes of people, and it gets kind of scary to us, right? But we have to understand we came from a time, too, where maybe just a few people were making those decisions, and maybe some of those weren't right either. And certainly how it affected music is we were all listening to the same things that were picked by other folks. That monoculture is being broken up. It's now going back to more of a diversity thing. There's more opportunity. What does that say? Local music is in. Okay? The rise of the experience economy. Y'all know that term? Okay? So I think that's good for local music. Is people want to participate. They might want to dance. They might want to sing along. They certainly, the more local and more authentic, the better. Now it's back to it's a lot of hard work, but there's a lot of demand for it. Okay, so it is breaking up the monoculture kind of thing. So I think there's those two things to keep in mind. Okay, so the third thing I would say on that is I heard Michael talk today about his aspiration, and I don't know if y'all have gotten together and all done some kind of a weird ritual and decided that what he said was what you're going to do or what. But I do think it's important when you think about taking your local thing, if you want to market that and bring some abundance and broadcast your local thing, is you've got to create a brand. And brands mean you kind of have to sacrifice. So you think about Starbucks. They decided they were going to own coffee. And so they sacrificed a lot of other things. Not saying this is what you should or shouldn't do or whatever. But I heard him say his aspiration, he didn't pound his chest, but it kind of seemed like he was thinking, he felt like pounding his chest. He said, we're going to become the world's #1 small town music town. Yeah. Did I get that right? Yeah. Did I say that right? Yeah. I tried to write it down right.
The world's #1 small town music town. Well, that's kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of weird, but that's good. Weird is good. It's different. It'll stick out. I really like that because locally, you don't realize how important it is to brand something and create a shortcut that sticks out in the world. But how you become a brand and how you stick out with a brand is, first off, you've got to find, because a brand, all it is it's just a land grab, but it's a land grab of the mind. It's just mind space. So you got to go out and find a piece of ground that nobody else is on. Okay? Nashville is Music City. Somebody already grabbed that piece of land in the mind. They branded that and reinforced that. I don't think you're going to come in and grab their land, okay? We think of other cities that might, I mean, New York's the Big Apple, I guess. I'm not sure what that means, but picking something and then owning that and then staying on it like Starbucks did coffee. I don't know about y'all, but when I first heard about Starbucks, I was like, yeah, sure, I'm sure that's going to really work. Coffee, that's the most generic thing on earth. Yeah, they're going to sell coffee for $3 to people. Did any of y'all yawn when you saw that? And maybe, I don't know, this is the cool kids, so you guys are probably early adapters. But they picked it, and it was a space that was open. People had donut shops that sold coffee, but nobody had a coffee place. And they owned it, and they stayed on it, and 30, 25 years ago, if we just saw that emblem that said Starbucks, and we just said, what do you think about when I show you this emblem? You just said, I don't know. I just said, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Does it have something to do with astrology or something? I don't know. But now they have branded that into our brains so much that it has a lot of influence. Driving down the road, the doubter that I am, I want a cup of coffee, get on here, and I'm not looking for a coffee shop. Where's the next Starbucks? I can trust them, whatever. So brands, they built equity, just like equity in a house. They did that, okay? You start, you have this little house, it's not worth much, but every day you keep working on it. You pay that house off, and you defer the gratification by just working and working and working on that brand. And at a certain point, that brand starts doing some work for you. People just start Googling. But here's the thing. You can work really hard and sell coffee and not build a brand. Or you could sell coffee and build a brand, and 20 years from now, the brand is helping you sell coffee. Now, it's extra work and extra discipline to decide what is that brand, and then to stay on brand. But when I think about Madison, I had never heard of the place. My wife never heard of the place. She grew up down here in Boonville, Kentucky. And I know that's really weird because you live here and you guys know it, but these are just honest conversations you have to have. I think you have a sleeping giant that could be branded stronger. And you could build more equity with that, and that brand could start to do some work for you to bring more abundance to you. Good. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if I got anything else on here. So I've got a guitar over there, or I had a guitar, so they stole it. And since at the end of the day, what got me into this, I like to play music now. It's kind of embarrassing to say, hey, let me play you a song, But I thought for demonstration purposes, I might play you a local song that I made up and a global song as an example. Would that be okay? Yeah. All right. So, all of you being creators and songwriters, to just think about all the different ways that music's going to be different in the future. The old model was, you
hooked up with a record company and you went into the system and you became part of this broadcast thing and you sold things to the public through the system. I think the future, it's local music, and there's lots of other ways that you guys are already discovering where music has value. It has value beyond the idea that, oh, those are the stars and those are the only people that play music. Music as a way of life actually is a lot more valuable than, oh, there's some stars and we'll all buy a ticket and go sit with them. That's something I love about what you're doing, is it's very grassroots and it's very broad, okay? So let me give you an example of how I think this could tie together, and I'll play you a song that I did for our town, just, you know, kind of giving some meaning to my hobby of playing music. Okay, so when you think about the Grateful Dead and you think about Jimmy Buffett, do you think back in the 80s that if Jimmy Buffett or the Grateful Dead could have had those great giant hits like Sweet Home Alabama, or they could have had those great huge career hits like, they could have wrote Stairway to Heaven, or they could have, you know, I don't know, had a hit song on Louie Louie or something that just everybody was so infectious and everybody, you know, those ones that always sell tickets. Do we really think that Jimmy Buffett or the Grateful Dead, cool as they are, do we really think that they wouldn't have liked to had some songs like that? They probably would have, because it would have made their life easier. I wasn't part of their business team, but in my opinion, what they did was they adapted, because the Grateful Dead, they weren't going to like be the most good-looking group, right? So they weren't going to win that game. Jimmy Buffett probably wasn't going to win that game. They weren't going to, somebody said something, they weren't going to out-sing Adele. They weren't going to be the greatest singers. And they'd probably try to act real cool and say, no, we never really tried to be pop stars. But the reality is, Jimmy Buffett, everybody wanted to be a pop star if they could. What they did was they adapted, and early on they realized, you know, I'm getting rejected by the record company, his career's not going very well. Willie Nelson did the same thing. There's a third one. They got rejected, and so they were determined to play music as a way of life, and what did they do? They started movements. And what did they do? Well, they started playing local songs. Willie was in Austin. He started hanging around with a bunch of hippies. He just playing, and he just built it from the grassroots up. Just playing songs with people and creating kind of movement music. This was before the internet, and what they did was just layered up this movement that got bigger and bigger and bigger. What did Jimmy Buffett do? He wrote a song called Margaritaville. He created his own virtual world that you wanted to go to, okay? So I would just challenge all the creators here, as you're branding Madison, if you think about that, are there ways you could write songs that would be the Margaritaville from Madisonville? And then it kind of has a cross purpose a little bit. And I think that's the future, okay? You know, and you get that local grassroots following, and pretty soon they're singing your song, and then that expands from there. Who would ever imagine? I mean, Robert, you're the expert, but my guess is that probably 99% of the people, you take a song like Margaritaville down to Music Row, and you walk in there, and you're not Jimmy Buffett. You say, I got this song called Margaritaville. About 99% chance they're going to say, yeah. Well, you know, he has stadiums. He just goes around and picks up the money all over the world. But he created his own universe, okay? Around a virtual place. You have a real place. So, all right. So, anyway, my little town, Leapers Fork, it was a broken down place a lot of years ago. We had a little band, just going to play local music for fun. So what do we have in the neighborhood? We got Hank Williams had a place out there. So I liked Hank, so wrote this song kind of in the spirit of him. We have some volunteers that got together, and one of them got a sheriff's badge on and like old-fashioned deal, and then some other guys got dressed up like, oh brother, where art thou, in the striped suits, and they called themselves Jailhouse Industries. So we don't have any industry out there, but except we have Jailhouse Industries, which is a fake industry. So we talk about that a little bit in the song.
We have this old guy named Red Dog who makes homemade, basically moonshine wine. Put him in the song. We have a swing by the art gallery they'll come that they call the hole. If you fall in that thing, you sit down for 5 minutes, you might be in there for 4 hours kind of thing. So there's a swing there. Let's see what else you might hear in this song. Oh, you know, we like to do everything just a little bit opposite. So we leave our Christmas lights out all year long. It's Christmas every day. And we have all these rich people come through with there, and it just freaks them out. We love it. Our deal is like, let's scare the suburbanites to death when they come, you know. So anyway, this is a little song I made up about that, and I was thinking about how it ties to this region. So y'all know who Merle Travis is, just down the road here in Muhlenberg County. Arnold Schultz, the whole thumb style thing. You guys are all musicians. You'll appreciate this. I'm not using the thumb pick. I'm hybrid picking with this pick here. I'm going to attempt to do this here. Let's see how this goes. Back in 1952, Hank found his mansion on the hill. He came out here to hunt and fish and breed. Pressures of the big time were closing in on him. But right here he found his hillbilly dream. I'm in a place that's real easy on my mind. I'm gonna sit on the swing and drink a little homemade wine. Everything moves a little slow out here, but that suits me just fine. Ain't in a hurry, I got no worries. I'm on Leaper's Fork Standard Time. We don't like rap music, but we love good country songs. And this town just one big mixed up family. And our Christmas lights on Main Street stay out all year long. And our jailhouse is our strongest industry. I'm in a place that's really easy on my mind. Gonna sit on the swing and drink a little Red Dog wine. Everything was a little slow out here, but that suits me just fine. Yeah, ain't in a hurry, I got no worries. I'm on Leaper's Fork Standard Time. I'm on Leaper's Fork Standard Time. Y'all come see us. All right, so we have a little venue, the original Puckett's, and I reluctantly bought that place about 7 or 8 months ago. Never buy a restaurant or bar, I knew it. But we did that because it's such an important venue, and that's the place I'd love for you guys to come to. That's kind of a place where we a lot of people connect at. And you can look that up. Last Saturday night, big stir caused when Carrie Underwood got on the stage with the cover band and sang, so you can see her, and you can actually, it's amazing, it's just cell phone video, and it sounds pretty good, so y'all come check that out. We'd love to see you. And that's, okay, so that's kind of a localized thing. And we have fun with that, and it flatters the heck out of me when some of the local bands will say, would it be okay if we covered your Leaper's Fork Standard Time? I'm like, yeah, my Hall of Fame. So global. I've gone around the world, fortunately, a few places where they asked us to go to, and we went to Kuala Lumpur, Indonesia, to the
the UN Urban Forum. And it's basically this giant trade show of all the countries, all these countries that we see on TV, all lined up. And we were, myself and another person, were the first presenters of music as a sustainable economic strategy, which sounds crazy in most places in the world, but Nashville has 16 million visitors a year. Graceland is the second most visited home museum tour behind the White House. 850,000 people or something like that a year go to Graceland. Gigantic economy. New Orleans, same place. And you guys are, part of that. So I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna go to this thing. We had about 300, 250, 300 people show up for our little breakout session. And they're people from, from all over the world. Some, can't speak English that well. And it's like, okay, what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna talk about? And, you just hope, well, this will work out. And of course, pull out a guitar and thinking, okay, it's the most universal language in the world. Let's try a little sing-along, see if this works. Okay? So a song written in the Triangle area. We had a Jimmy Davis up here. Where's Jimmy Davis? Are you still here? Jimmy Davis. You're not the governor, Jimmy Davis, though. All right, good. So this song, written and made famous on RCA Victor Records, 1940, Governor Jimmy Davis, two non-consecutive terms as governor of Louisiana. Can you imagine running for governor against a guy who has the song "You Are My Sunshine" on the radio? Another cross purpose of music. So anyway, I did that song, and in Indonesia they all sang along. It's the craziest feeling. Talking about "We Are the World" moment, whatever. That song, been covered by over 350 artists, translated into 30 languages. Easily, I know that through the years, and I've been one of them, you think, oh, you are my sunshine. They sing that at the nursing homes, whatever. That's so dumb, that's so silly. I think let's not underestimate the power of that as a universal language that the whole world knows, okay? So when we lament the idea of, and there's pluses and minuses to this monoculture breaking down, I think it's important to know, and Kim asked me the question about, I know sometimes people get, we're in Nashville and we get on a high horse about original music is the only kind of music. And then there's the cover thing. And then I was talking to Kim saying, well, actually cover tunes are not to be underestimated in their value going forward because they are going to be the only universal language we have left. As everything breaks down, we're not going to have any more "You Are My Sunshines." So those songs, and that's why you see all the big companies buying up all those original copyrights. They're, for better or worse, we're not going to have any more Sweet Home Alabamas or whatever. So those songs have a lot of cultural value, and done right, maybe reinterpreted. I wouldn't undervalue cover songs. I'm not talking about just playing, mindless, debauchery kind of sets of cover tunes. But the cover tunes are actually rising in value, and in your ecosystem, I would encourage you to find a place for them. So can somebody turn on the tape recorder on their iPhone? Because we're going to make a record here, if that's all right. Would y'all sing this with me? You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. All right. Who knows the verse? No. I got it. I'll always love you and make you she's got the evidence. The cool kids were singing "You Are My Sunshine." That's the dirt on you now. But that felt pretty good, didn't it? Yeah. Right. All around the world, they know that song, and it came from your neighborhood, down the river and up the trees. Okay. And I think that's our global thing, songs like that. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me come and share with you and learn. And I'm hoping y'all come see us in Leapers Ford. And we want to come back and just looking forward to all that. We may be out of time, but if there's any questions, just jump on that.
Thank you.
Maybe you want a question.
In case you guys don't know, I'm Todd, not Joe. I'm with the Madison Music Movement. If I can have everybody's attention, we're going to ask for about 8 minutes of your time. This is like the popcorn in the ad for the Cokes before the main features to help pay for today. So everybody settle in. We're going to spend about 8 minutes. I got a video from Michael Fortunato I want to show. And then we're going to start with the music about 19 different folks. Has anybody heard of the Madison Music Movement? Yeah! All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go through a little bit here because we get asked all the time. What is the Madison Music Movement? What are you guys doing? Why are you branded? And kind of what is your mission? So we're going to start and camp on that for a little bit. We're going to talk about who we are, why we're doing it, and what do we plan to do. All right, let's get started. Simple version. This is compliments of Mr. Charlie Roughlin in the back there with the white hat. Very simple, folks. This is our ultimate goal, is to promote prosperity and the quality of life in Madison, Indiana. That's simple. Would everybody agree that's something cool? Yes? All right. We want to enhance the quality of life. We believe that music enhances the quality of life, not just through having music in the streets, but also it's here for recruiting industry and a lot of different things that makes people feel good. All right, in the end, our strategic goal is to brand Madison as Indiana's music city. All right. Now, are we there yet?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna place our flag in the ground and we're gonna claim it. But that's what M3 is here for, is to help lay the blocks to get to be Indiana's music city. And I'm going to tell you how we came up with the name the Madison Music Movement. All right, there's 3 pillars. And in the end, we had 5, but we brought those back a little bit with the help of the board. But in the end, very simple, spread the word. Are we doing that, yes or no?
Yeah!
Fill the streets with music. Is there more music than there was 2 years ago?
Yeah!
Make it a musician's town. Have any of you guys ever heard of a guy named Michael Fortunato?
Yay!
How about Catherine and Brent Evans? You heard of those guys? All right, our goal is to make it a musician's town and help recruit folks to want to be in Madison and make Madison the greatest city in the U.S. All right. The fire, right? So what we're doing is we'll talk about how long the movement's been going on, but in the end, only thing we're doing is moving the fires a little closer together. They've been going on since 1806. All right, Madison formed in 1806, but we didn't really put a brand on it until 2020. And I'd like to camp on this slide for real quick and then and tell you about what happened. Anybody heard of a guy named Jimmy Davis?
Yeah!
Does anybody else love Jimmy as much as me? Yes, come on. All right. Music movement started in 1806, and as Madison started to form, this music thing continued to go. There's fires burning lots of places. And the way this came to be, actually branded as the Madison Music Movement, is I spent time with Jimmy Davis as as a friend, and actually letting him mentor me as I drank a few bourbons. And I said, Jimmy, man, you guys are going to Nashville. What do you think? Could we recruit some folks to come back here and maybe play? And then he kept continuing to talk about how great Madison was for a musician. And then he talked about Nashville. And then finally, after about the third or fourth meeting, and we call it cooking the soup, Jimmy looks at me and he goes, Booney, he goes, we don't have to worry about them coming here. Not only will they come here, they'll move here. And you know what else he told me? Nashville ain't got shit on Madison, Indiana. And when he looked at me and said, hey, we got to get away from, we tried to help Jimmy, hey, can we help you in Nashville get rooted? What he said was, we need to turn it around and then make it so we can get them to come and move here. And we said, okay, then that means we need to do something different. Time, and if you read there at the top, what's that say? Time and organization. When Jimmy talked about Nashville, he said, the only thing they've got on us is time and organization. They got 50 years that they've been working on this music thing, and they're organized. He said, we got these flyers going, we're not organized. And that's when that conversation turned to, okay, then we need to organize. And if we're going to organize, how are we going to do it? We need to brand it. And that's where the Madison music movement officially became a brand. Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
All right. And then the next thing that happened was we moved into trying to get the word out. We eventually met with folks like Michael Fortunato, through Jane Vonderheide. We worked with Charlie, all the guys at Red Bike, and then eventually we started cooking this soup, realizing we need to form, and eventually a 501c3 came to play. All right. Does anybody know what this slide is? Probably not. Does anybody recognize anything up on this slide?
Yeah, all of it.
All right, this is our ecosystem. And if you look at our ecosystem, a lot of things are represented here. We've got industry, we've got history, we've got recruitment, we've got musicians, we've got government, we've got venues, we've got infrastructure. And in the end, and we also have the festivals. All that we're trying to do on M3 is push them closer together. 2 years ago, Dominic Grody's here. Dominic is on our board. He told me, before he came on the board, he says, I'm having a hard time recruiting people to want to live in Madison. As he heard the story on M3, what we're trying to do, he goes, I need that. I need that to help me recruit and bring people to town. Music studio. Jimmy, one of the things he said as we wrote down our notes, here's what Nashville does well. They help with the venues. Austin, Texas helps with the healthcare for musicians. But we need a studio. 2 years ago, we did not have a studio officially in town. We do now. 2 years ago, do you think the governor, does everybody know what this picture is down here in the corner? You think the governor knew who Indiana's Music City was 2 years ago? He does now. In the end, these ecosystems are coming closer together. I'm very proud of what the board has done, and I guarantee you tourism now, as you see some of our ads that have come out, tourism now, when they talk about Indiana's Music City, where they did not used to do that. Industry's talking about it. We have production now, the festivals, the residents. Who's gone to live lunch on Fridays?
Yep.
Yeah. How about that for a free event? And then thank you for all your sponsors. And let me go back to, and I want to say this. If you're in this room right now, you personally are involved in Madison Music Movement. You may not be on the board, you may not be involved on day to day, but you personally have helped us get to where we are. So everybody give yourself a round of applause. All right, I got a few more slides. And what we're looking at here is just the infrastructure, that how it's changed in the last 2 years. And then I want you to look at what I'm going to show you, and then look at other cities and compare Madison to other cities, as we talked about with Nashville. And not to say that Nashville, honestly, is my favorite city in the country. Austin, Texas, right there with it. But if you look at the infrastructure they don't have anything that Madison doesn't have, and we're only 12,000 people. This right here, the infrastructure with Mad Paddle. 2018, Jerry Way came in, has invested millions of dollars in that corner at West and 2nd. Has that been a great addition for the city?
Yeah.
Music studio, Brett and Catherine very much have changed that corner. How about Central Hotel?
Yeah!
All right, if you look at what Jimmy and his investors have done, that whole landscape had changed. I had not been in Central ever in 30 years, and now Mary says I've been going there too much. But I can tell you this, is the Central Hotel, the Drake. Look at the infrastructure that's coming down this Mulberry, and look at where that's turning compared to where it was 2 years ago. We got an 8-suite hotel going up right next to the studio. Again, this investment wasn't there 2 years ago. And when you talk to the owners of that new hotel coming in, guess what? Last time I saw them, Indiana Music City was the t-shirts that they were wearing. All right, just some of the cool things I think. Again, we were only formed in 2020. And again, this was because of Jimmy saying, hey, we got to get organized. We have to put the brand in there. Our goal is to become Indiana's Music City, move the flyers closer together. So the next few slides I'll flip through. These are things that you've seen that we didn't have done 2 years ago. The articles, this advertisement right here on the far left, that's in the state. If you pull up tourism in the state of Indiana, that's what you see on the second page. Indiana's Music City. Indiana's Music City. We had Wayne Stearns donated this billboard right here. Yeah, yes. And we're getting lots of conversations on that. Live lunch, again. Lots of good stories. The branding is starting to take hold. All right. Today. All right, who was at the event today? Stand up. All right. How was it? All right. First off, I'd like to say congratulations to the Arts Alliance and to the state of Indiana for pulling that together. I'd like to also recognize Ms. Kim Nyberg and all of her efforts. And it was incredible today. I'm not a music guy. You know, I like to have, my job in this thing is I'm just kind of a little bit a guy, you know, I carry Jimmy's bag when he hits the ball out of bounds. I'll go get it and bring it back and play. But all we try to do is just keep the ball in play, and Kim knocked it out of the park. She's brought some folks in from Nashville. We had folks in from California. We had some folks, musicians from all around the state that were there today. One of the guys you're going to see here, Mr. Aubrey Preston. This guy, when you Google his name, you're going to see, let's just say, his name's going to look a lot different on Wikipedia than Todd Boone's is. When he comes in, you're like, oh my gosh, you're going to see things there like Muscle Shoals. You're going to hear things about RCA Records, you know, the recording studio in Nashville. This guy's incredible. He gave a great talk today. He is here, and what I would say, what this event is after we get started, is it's not a sit down. Feel free, once we get through this little bit of commercial, go get a cocktail, get up and around. My only ask is this, is that you meet somebody that you didn't know before. Hopefully you run into some of these folks. All right. Almost done. So we have a book that was written by Michael Fortunato that's now being published, that's being taught about classrooms. And the story is about, and part of that is an article, 44 pages on the Madison music movement. And what it's talking about is the ecosystem, and if you go back to that slide that had all the different pictures, how those ecosystems are working together. And what we heard today inside the conference was they can't believe how closely tied everybody is and has the same mission. And Michael put this into a textbook, and I'm not saying you need to read it, but it's incredible that Madison, Indiana, a town of 13,000, is actually in this textbook. And two things that came out of that. One was we're very honored to be a part of that, but the other part is, you know, he kind of woke us up a little bit and scared us and said, what happens if they fail? And then what happens if it dies? So everybody in this room has a part in making sure that the Madison music movement does not die. All right? The board may change, but in the end, everybody in this room needs to make sure that it continues and blossoms like it can. Is that fair? All right. So, I'm getting ready to show a video, but before I do that, here's a few more takeaways. Well, I'll go back, let me say one more thing about Michael. If you haven't met Michael Fortunato, he really was the final glue that when we sat in a room in February of 2020, and we watched what he put together for community development, and we're like, that's what, we had already had our deck. It looked very similar to what he did. He looked at us, we looked at him, and we said, we need to do this. Michael is the glue that continued to pull this together. And you know, as he came into our town as an outsider and saying, you don't understand what you have, and then that's when we did the takeaway and said, we have to do this. All right, so with that, Shirley, I'm gonna play a little video here, and this is Michael Fortunato.
There's a reason why Madison calls itself Indiana's Music City. How is that even possible? This is a town of 13,000 people. How can you be the music city of anything? Well, there's a reason. We've been building it for years.
The truth is, Madison's live music legacy has been around for decades, and we're just building on something that was already great to begin with. People love the fact that they can come to a small town, jump in a golf cart, and go from venue to venue to venue and see different, diverse, interesting live music at every single turn in Madison.
Part of our goal is to make sure that this isn't just a great place to play music, but also a great place for creative professionals to live, to tour, to start creative enterprises, and it's easy, a lot easier than doing it in the big city. Now, why would I go to a place like Madison with 13,000 people instead of going to Nashville or Austin?
One reason is basic economics. You could go to a place where supply is high and demand is, still pretty good. Or you could go to a place like Madison where there's a huge audience for live music and a large tourist base that also doesn't have the options of the bigger city. Plus, it's a lifestyle alternative. It's still affordable, and there's an incredibly supportive community behind our musicians. Plus, it gives you incredible range as a touring artist, being only 5 hours or less from Louisville, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Chicago, Columbus, Cleveland, and St. Louis.
The secret to a great music city is the people that are here. It's not just about the music, it's about how we make it happen. The Madison music movement is really a pairing between music and economic development. We realize that some of the best communities, some of the most thriving communities, are the ones that have a great music scene. And a great music scene is something that really benefits people from across the community. It helps to make our economy better, stronger, and more inclusive. It also helps us to tell our authentic story and communicate that to other people. So people that feel that they fit in here, they fit in here. We're looking to attract all the Madisonians out there that just haven't discovered this place yet, but are waiting to show up on the doorstep and make a creative difference. That also takes a special kind of musician. Are you the kind of musician that also likes to build things, that wants to create, that wants to build more than just a great sound, but also a really great environment for music, for entertainment, for new creative ventures? This is the place. And sure, we might just be a great looking small town, but at the same time, per capita, I guarantee there is more music happening than just about anywhere else in the United States.
Madison has a barge load of amenities that make it the perfect place to live your best creative life or start a creative business. And it's affordable.
We have beautiful parks and scenic amenities. We've got incredible historic architecture, classic hotels and eating and drinking establishments. There are great little cafes all over the place where you can enjoy the view of town, and places where that small town feeling is still alive and well. One of the best river walks this side of the Mississippi. We've got a great pub scene. We've even got sports and recreation and plenty of ways to enjoy a healthy, active lifestyle. We've got floating restaurants that float. Sometimes our own living history on the river decides to make an appearance. World-class music venues and event centers. We've got parks that turn into amphitheaters.
We even have several large festivals every single year that are some of the best in the region and even bring in regional and national acts. Plus, we have an incredible pop-up music scene. You never know where you're going to see live music in a public place.
We've even got big theaters so you can see your name in a marquee. We got pizza. Oh, we've got pizza. Our visual art scene is top-notch and the perfect way to get inspired. We've got ginormous murals. Do you have ginormous murals? We've got ginormous murals. We've got so much fun with art, we're giving it away. Not really. Entire streets that are reinventing themselves from the ground up. We've got world-class breweries reinventing the old spirit of Madison. Ice cream shops that host pop-up concerts, and a few top-quality recording studios. Oh yeah, even the local barber shop hosts a live music scene. And just about anywhere you go in this town, you're going to meet friendly people who can't wait to see your next performance. I should know. It happened to me, so much so that I moved here. And every Madisonian knows how to capture the spirit of our historic past with the spirit of creative reinvention for an even better future. Everywhere you go in Madison, you're going to see this kind of thing. People renovating, people putting their creative ideas to work, people capturing the spirit of the past and preserving it, while also charting a creative future for the community. Plus, we've got that Hoosier hospitality, so you know that when you show up here, you're not only welcome, but encouraged. In Madison, we've been cooking this stew for a really long time, building relationships, trying new creative endeavors, creating new venues, and really investing in the arts. And we feel like we're just about at the tipping point, and we can't get there without you. That's right, you. We need creative people, we need creative funders, we need creative builders, entrepreneurs, people who are interested in music, and making music a real centerpiece of this community that's a gift to the entire region. That's what we're all about here. So come on in. This is it, folks. This is Madison. Come on out, join the movement, and become part of our community story. We'd love to see you.
God, how you doing tonight, Madison? Thank you so much. My name is Michael Fortunato. I'm going to be the MC for this evening, which is pretty exciting because we have the Madison Music Showcase tonight. Now, I wanted to explain a little bit about how this works. So, for all of you musicians that are out there, I'd like to, first of all, let me give you a quick preview of who we got playing. You're going to be hearing from Brandon Gray, Joe Perkinson, Anthony Ray Wright, Sally and Johnny, Jimmy Davis, Eric Brenner, Charles E. Gandy, Danny Cook, Eric O, Amy Noel, Jay Drapes, Michael Fierro, Bobby Robbins, Rusty Bladen, Sandy Pickett, Tim Wolf, Tabitha Tolbert, Jordan Wilson, Robert Reynolds, Noah Wright, Matt Redmore. We could also maybe, if he would be willing, maybe even hear from Aubrey Preston too. We'd like to invite him up at some point. I think that would be really fun for everybody. That's how it works. We're going to hear a lot of music, a lot of the best that Madison has to offer in a very short amount of time. So, to kick us off, we've got Brandon Gray. I want you to put your hands together and give a huge Madison welcome to Brandon Gray.
How y'all doing? Listen, I just got to say what an honor it is for me to be here. I got a Facebook message like 3 days ago. It said, "Do you want to be on this?" And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, unbelievable. So my name is Brandon Gray. I like sad songs. This is a brand new one called "Beat on Your Rosary." Understand my misery. And you bottled all my tears. You know the darkest parts of me. Yeah, you conquered all my fears. Say what you need to say. Just say it to my face. It's always the right time. Just never the right place. If I could be a beat on the if you remember me when you bow your head to if I could make it to pages of your heart. Yeah, what they'd say. And I'm gonna self-medicate you from my memories. There's a lot a man can take, but a man can't tolerate a heartache. Smile through the tears as they're falling down like rain. When the loneliness comes, just laugh yourself through the pain. If I could be a big on your if you remember me when you bow your head to if I could make it to the pages of your heart. Yeah, there you go. What they say.
And congratulations, Sam.
Just what they say.
That is so exciting.
Thank you all too much. Have a wonderful evening, y'all. Thank you so much. Give it up one more time for Brandon Gray. All right, we want to make sure that we get Anthony Ray Wright and Sally and Johnny on the on-deck circle next. Oh, I'm so excited about this one. These guys have played with more Madison musicians than just about anybody that I know, and I know that he's standing right behind me. Put your bunny ears together for Joe Perkinson and Dino Crafton.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, M3, for having us. Thanks, Jimmy, for calling. We're the old guys. We've been playing in Madison since 78. I know most of you wasn't around then. Here's a song I wrote back in 1978 about a girlfriend who took off flying in a big jet for a living as a flight attendant, and I wrote this song about it. She eventually became my wife. She's sitting over here. And it is a sad song with a happy ending. occasions, sweet celebrations, leading up our dreams. But sooner or later, once heart breaks for certain, for a dream is a dream. But you let me down easy, you let me down slow, still I call out your name. And these reminders of you, and the things we used to do, Dean Craig.
Wasn't that a beautiful song, everyone? Yeah, give it up for Joe and Dino! Okay, 3, 2, 1. Hey! All right, we interrupt the music for a moment because something really big is about to happen. I've just received an announcement that we have Mayor Bob Courtney up here along with Economic Development Director Tony Steinhardt. They would like to give a brief presentation. Let's hear it for them. They'd like to give a brief presentation and a bit of a surprise. Give it up for Mayor Bob and Tony Steinhardt.
Is this what it's like? I can't see anybody. 350,000 people come to Madison every year, and they tell us what we already know, that Madison's magic is real. Am I right? Anyway, can we get Aubrey Preston up on the stage here for just a second? Earlier today and all day long, we've had the benefit of Aubrey sharing his experiences about destination development and Leapers Fork, and it's a real treat to have him here in Madison. And not only talk about just the vision and the direction of Madison's heading, but the talent that is here. And it's here because of all of you and the direction we're heading. So Aubrey, are you out there? Can we get you up here for just a second? Aubrey Preston, Kim Nyberg. So earlier today we were at the workshop and I had to leave to go back to work, and I run into this guy on the corner up in front of Rogers Drugstore, and it was Aubrey. And then we ended up having about a 30-minute conversation about just the destination development and all the cool things and the direction of Madison's heading. Aubrey, we're so grateful that you took the time to come to Madison today. Share with us your vision, your experience about branding and what Madison can do to really get on the map develop us as that venue and that destination that Leaper's Fork is. We'd love to present you with the key to the city of Madison, Indiana today.
Is that a surprise? Well, thank you. Thank you. Never got a key to the city. I've been arrested a few times in cities, but I thought that might be coming. No. Thank you so much. And I'm going to say, like I said earlier today, I learned so much today from hearing everybody. It's all changing so fast that I think we have to learn in real time from people that are actually doing it. You guys are actually doing it. A lot of towns are just talking about it. You guys are doing it. And I am very caught up in the passion and the enthusiasm of what you're doing. We hope to be able to come back here the rest of our life, and you guys come to our town, and I don't know, we'll be whatever. Sister cities, bro cities, whatever. Y'all come see us too, but thank you so much for letting us be a part of it.
Congratulations, Aubrey. We're so happy that you're here. We'd like to make sure, we'd like to call Sally and Johnny to the stage. They're first on deck. We also have Jimmy Davis. You're second on deck, which means that it is now time for a very, very special musician who brings a very unique flavor to our Madison music scene. Give it up for the one and only Anthony Ray Wright.
Hello. All right, well, I'm Anthony Ray Wright. I'm gonna do a song I wrote. When I was living in Austin, Texas, I had a San Antonio house I'd retreat to and write tunes, and I was trying to figure out a song on the radio at the time. And this one just came out. So it's my tune called Foolish, and I did it. Myself here once more. I just can't stay away. Why haven't I learned before? I'm just here wasting my time. You could fool me, I think I need you. I see the devil lies inside. Don't you understand? I would fight for you, I would die for you. I traveled across the sea, but you won't wait for me, 'cause my destiny should come and comfort me. Well, don't you know I love you so? When the sickest kind of way, when I find it, and at last I cannot hide it. Oh baby, I'm foolish now. And I can't keep you out of my mind. You're always there all the time, tearing a hole in my heart. But you're the apple of my eye. You bring me peace and understanding. I see the devil lies inside. Why don't you understand? I would lie for you, I would die for you. I traveled across the sea, but you won't wait for me, 'cause my destiny should come and comfort me. Well, don't you go
soul in the sickest kind of way. I have fun when I find it, and at last I cannot hide it. Oh baby, I'm foolish minded. That was the tour de force that is Anthony Ray Wright. Give it up for him one more time. All right, we'd like to make sure, okay, Jimmy Davis is on deck. Eric Brunner is going to be second on deck, so please report to stage right. In the meantime, get ready, because Madison got a lot more groovy when these two moved in. Put your hands together for Sally and Johnny.
Hasn't this been fun? Today was awesome. We're just really inspired, and we are really thankful that we chose such a groovy town to move to. Thank you guys for making us feel welcome and being our friends.
Yes, we have made a lot of friends in this town. Thank you, friends. I appreciate that.
Thank you, friends.
I told Sally before we came on, I haven't played in front of this many musicians since I was in jail.
Since we have 3 little kids and we don't have very good memories anymore, we've decided to do 3 short versions of 3 of our original songs. So about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes each. So hope you guys enjoy it.
We're going to do them very fast, though, right?
Yes.
Well, I could see it in your eyes that you were leaving. And I saw it in your smile that you were gone. And the more that I needed you, the less I saw you try. 'Cause you had said so long before you said goodbye. You tried to hide the truth, but I could see it. You tried to say it's nothing, but I knew. And all those times when you were working late and wouldn't tell me why, 'cause you had said so long before you said goodbye. Now my nights are long and lonely, and my days gray and cold. Well, sweet darling, if I only could have you here to hold. You say there's nothing I can do, so all I do is cry. 'Cause you had said so long before you said goodbye, sweet darling. You had said so long before you said goodbye.
What would we do with a second chance? We've all said that a time or two, but this time, oh baby, this time, here's what we'll do. Have a little more trust, have a little more patience, with a little less doubt. That's just a start. Have a little more faith in the man upstairs. you do with a second chance? Or possibly the same thing that I would. So this time, maybe this time, there are some things we should change if we could. Have a little more faith, have a little more patience, with a little less doubt, and that's just a start. Have a little more faith in the man upstairs, with a little less worry and a lot more heart, with a little less worry and a lot more heart. Oh, thank you very much. All right, well, we're going to do just a version of the first song that we did together as a songwriter when I started writing for two. It changes your whole songwriting outlook. So this is what started it for the Johnny and Sally show. It was like this. When it's you and me, baby, Saturday night, there's gonna be dancing down at the Union Hall, a full moon hanging in the sky. Half the town will be having a ball, maybe the other half that's your wife. So shine up your cowboots, I'll get all spruced up, I look dapper and dandy, you'll make some sweet eye candy. Hop in the truck and go in the heights. It's you and me, baby, Saturday night. Rolling blues all week just to pay some bills, till the brain's just about half gone. Well, I say it's time to find a few cheap thrills to be right the heck out of home. So put on some perfume, tie a cowboy up, try to look real smart. I say be still, my heart beats. Hop in the truck and go hit the heights. It's you and me, baby, it's all night. Well, let's hop in the truck and go hit the heights. 'Cause it's you and me, baby, it's Saturday night. Well, it's you and me, baby, it's Saturday night. Thank you, Madison. We love you. We're so happy we're here. And we're glad you're here too. Thanks. Oh, you crazy kids.
Listen, I'll tell you how.
All right, give it up one more time for Johnny and Sally. Oh, that is awesome. Okay, well, the great news is our on-deck circle is already on deck, so I don't need to announce it, but put your hands together. There's one person that I think is unofficial royalty in Madison here. It's this next musician. He's been fundamental to our music scene, fundamental to our local community, absolutely one of the great movers and shakers in town, and without a doubt, one of the most versatile musicians I have ever met. Please put your hands together for Madison's own, Jimmy Davis.
Thank you. It's the first time I've ever used one of these things. Just a minute. So this is a song that I wrote called In Time. Hold on to me, hold on to you, hold on to each other, until this is through and through. Hold on and through. I'll be the one to help you along in time. so long. With every day, he is growing strong in town. Oh, in town. He'll be the father that I long to be in time. So talk to them softly, they listen so loud. If your voice is true, they'll hear you anyhow in time. Oh, in time.
Not as hard for me.
Don't give in to fears, wipe away their tears in time. Know some days we all gotta sing God's old tunes. When he was alone, he used to have
Ours has never been
in time.
It hasn't been empty. It's just a
Oh, in time.
Yes.
Well, I love the high school sports.
How many times did we say?
Our Father's voice deep in our hearts in
Then that
time.
also fades over time. Yeah, we've done the same thing. I don't know. Well, you don't, I mean, if they're your, like you guys are, or whatever, those games mean something. The kids behind those.
Somebody asked me, "Did you have a hard time?"
The old man don't remember what he's been told, but he can tell you about the love she has shown him in time. Oh, in time. The memories are gone, but the heart still grows strong in time.
What's that shit like?
Thank you.
Jimmy Davis. All right, this next guy is someone that I think deserves a lot more attention. He is a phenomenally versatile musician. He's a great songwriter. And you just see him, he just pops up around town in the coolest places. And it took me forever to meet this guy. And I'm so glad that I finally did. Please put your hands together for Eric Brunner.
We gotta give it up for Jimmy.
I wanted to go back down to, remember, was it Charlie's? I think we went to down to.
We're talking about, Madison music and stuff.
Remember we went up to Creek?
When I was 16 years old, I got my driver's license and I used to just show up at Jimmy's house and knock on the door. Hey, you want to get out your guitar? And then I just like force him to like, how about play Paranoid? Give me some Eric Johnson. And I would just force him to play songs for me. Yeah, so my name's Eric. We get to do a song, so might as well do a weird one, right? So, She has green eyes in the skies. To each eye golden wise like the eyes of a black dog. You see her, then she's gone, silhouette in a flip-flop. Just a shadow all along the road. It's a frozen tears kiss the ground. A wild in a king, shine queen, but a shiny. Yeah, she said, ain't a while on the slow drifts on that black top road. You get tired down the storm on the river alone, and your thoughts run wild. Oh, gypsy queen. Always on, just before the dawn. She shouldn't disappear when we know she's gone, 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 long gone, baby, gone with the wind. Got enough of gone, gone, just to run up in leaving. She's gonna run, cause it's just a time. She's gonna have the moon. She's a sun from the sky, from the desert to the ocean, from the dust to the dawn. She's gonna make the kind of business. Hands down, gypsy queen. Gypsy queen.
Give it up for Eric Bronner. Hey, so if you like what you heard, shameless plug, Eric's going to be the featured artist at Live Lunch this week in Lytle Park this Friday, 11:30 to 1 o'clock, sponsored by Jimmy Davis at the Drake. Really exciting, so make it out to see Eric if you can, if you need lunch plans. If you didn't have lunch plans, now you do. Okay, all right. We're gonna get, is Aubrey around? Is Aubrey back yet? Oh, Aubrey's back there. Okay, Aubrey, you're on deck if that's okay. And we'd also like to ask, let me see here, Danny Cook to get on deck if that's okay. You're the second on deck performer. This next musician, wow, a powerhouse. an incredible songwriter, an incredible vocalist, a real gift to our community. I want you to put your hands together for Charles E. Gandy.
Thank you for that marvelous introduction. I'm going to play a song called Traveler's Blues.
Charles E. Gandy, oh my goodness. Fantastic. Okay, some people are superstars in their own mind. This person's a superstar in real life. So much so that he just received the keys to the city of Madison. Let's give it up for our special honored guest. Someone who has really given us tremendous insight, incredible validation, and so much support already. We hope he makes it back here, so put your hands together for the one and only Aubrey Preston.
Y'all hear that out there? Well, this song is another one of those, it's kind of crazy. I was talking about, I just do it as a hobby, and so sometimes I'll get in the mood to write a song, and it's like, okay, well, write a song with a purpose. So this is another song that kind of ties in our little town. One of the big things in our little town is land. That's why people come out to our little island of land, or maybe a village or another. So this is kind of about land. I'm going to turn my hat around because somebody told me a long time ago that it causes feedback problems and lighting problems. So we'll do that. How about that? I'll be turning 23 next Friday morning. Friday morning 15 years ago. My grandfather called me to his bedside, and he told me there was something I should know. He said, don't stray too far from the landlord. The land will one day set you free. When the cities all are dying, the folks up there are crying, the land will save you, wait and see. So I loaded up my car, I moved to Denver. Work a job and chase big city dreams. But I never found the life I really wanted, till I came back home for Tennessee. He said, don't stray too far from the landlord. The land will one day set you free. When the cities all are dying, folks up there crying, the land will save you, wait and see. It didn't hit me quite as hard then as those words come through today, but in the chaos all around me, I can still hear Grandpa say, don't stray too far from the landlord. The land will one day set you free. When the cities all are dying, folks folks up there crying land. The same way to say.
I think we need to get Aubrey back for a full show. What do you say? All right, Eric O is on deck, Amy Noel second on deck, so please report to stage right in the meantime. This guy is known around town as being a really, really smoking bassist. Have you heard his songwriting? That's what I'm gonna ask. Give it up for Madison Ho, Danny Cook.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Oh, thanks, Mom. So as you guys know, man, I'm generally a bass player. I do try to play some general chords. Nothing too crazy. There we go. But this is a song, this is a song that I co-wrote with a very good friend of mine named Eddie Paul Henry. We wrote this song about 20 years ago, and unfortunately Ed passed away in 2002. And this is a song called Breathe. Close your eyes and follow your mind for a while. Reawaken, open up your mind, desire mind. Just take your time and breathe. Free your feelings, let them fly. Open up your mind. Realizing no one's deprived of this right. Just take your time and breathe. So free yourself and fight. And overflow with desire. So free yourself and fight. first time that song's been played on stage in over 20 years.
Danny Cook, one more time. People think he just plays bass. No. Writes great songs too. All right, Amy Noel is on deck also. Snaps for Sinners, Michael and Jay, I don't know if you're joining. You are going to, but next, this is a person I just met earlier today. But I hear wonderful things about his music, and I'd like you to put a huge Madison applause together for Eric O. and Robert Reynolds. Give it up!
Hey, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's quite an honor. Yeah, thank you. Had a lot of nice people today. But it's quite a treat to have Robert Reynolds play guitar with me tonight. Yeah, give it up for Robert. Hang on one second. Here we are. We get a quick tune on this. I want to tell you, this is an example. When this town starts maturing like it's aimed to do, and musicians begin to communicate with each other like we're doing tonight, funny little things happen. And I met this guy because we got our hair cut at the same place, and he's got more of a pompadour and a nice cut. I'm just a guy that has to wear a cap.
You've got nice hair though, man.
Oh, it's funky cool. But I said, man, I want to hear what you're doing, and his music sounds like he looks. It's this sort of old school 50s thing. And I said, let's get together and write you some songs for your next record. So here we are. This is my friend Eric O.
All right, thank you. Hey, this song is called Think, 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 because we couldn't think of anything better. Baby says she's leaving and she ain't coming back. Baby found a train with a one-way track. A one-way track. Said she's been unhappy for a real long time. Said that there's nothing that can change her mind. Can change her mind. And I said, think, 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 baby, before you go. Think, 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 baby, take it slow. Don't go. Just take it slow. So you're leaving town. There's nothing I can do. I wish I could change your mind. take it slow. Just take it slow. Just take it slow. Hands together for my buddy Erico. Give it up again for Erico taking us on a trip. That was great. Yes. All right, on deck we've got Snaps for Sinners, and we've got Bobby Robbins. Is Bobby here? Please report to stage right. You're the second on deck. Snaps for Sinners next. This next person is a fine songwriter, a fine vocalist, a fine guitarist, and a leading force in my life as well. I want you to put your hands together for Madison's own Aloha girl, Amy Noel.
Lunch next week with apples.
So I'm going to say a little something for you. There we go. All right. So, aloha. Thank you. So, when I was talking earlier today about writing songs and everything, and this is the one song I'm going to do that people actually ask for by name, and it made me feel like a rock star. And there's people singing along to it too. But I want to tell a real quick thing for it, because I'm known as the famous Amy Noel here, and the reason for that is because if everybody, some people might remember, some people might not. Dan Hoffman, he was a good friend of mine. Yeah, and I met him when I was going through divorce. I didn't know him that long, but not to bring everybody down, but he killed himself. And this song, I believe trauma is a link that connects people more than love, because when you feel trauma, you feel somebody else's pain. You can feel the empathy, you feel the sympathy, and then you can come to love, because somebody's idea of love is somebody else's idea of pain, but everybody knows pain. So he always used to call me the famous Amy Noel. So that's why I'm the famous Amy Noel, because I wanted to honor him and honor that. This song is called One Aloha, and it's the first lines are pain, you know what I'm saying, and pain, you know what I mean, because all of us know pain. And like I said, it's supposed to be the connection, and I don't want to be a long story and long-winded, but my brother's a part of this, just everything. And One Aloha, it's love. Everybody needs to be connected, and just, I guess that's my spiel. So here's the song called One Aloha. I hope you like it. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I mean? Running my whole life, 40 years never
It's a different world. It's like there's hosting a show, and then there's hosting a show with the saxophone around, which is kind of funny. All right, on deck we got Bobby Robbins and Rusty Bladen. Oh yeah, Rusty. Oh yeah, Bobby. Next, I'd like to present an act that I have been affiliated with since 2017 in Santa Rosa, California. And I'm going to make a quick horn change, but I want you to put your hands together and give a huge Madison welcome for a group that has gone from knowing nobody in this town to knowing just about everyone in this town in virtually no time. Put your hands together for Snaps for Sinners.
I know you expected more singers. I apologize, but upright basses and airlines don't get along too well.
Riley's here.
All right, a lot of you were at the conference, yeah? I was speaking on the last question of the day, where I think are similar to, is themes that I lean on a lot. And I expressed my love for cliches. In fact, this song I'm about to share is definitely a cliche. But what I didn't mention is a theme I often lean on and very often go to is just goddamn farm animals. I don't know what it is. But whenever I'm stumped with a lyric, I just kind of, what animal haven't I written about yet? I've done pigs, I've done cats. This one's about dogs. And how dogs love. Alright, Aubrey, at the end of the conference, played a lovely version of You Are My Sunshine, and that just got me thinking about singing along. So do you mind if I teach you the chorus to this song real quick? I swear it's real easy. It goes something like this. I'd still give you all of my love, and even if nothing's in it for me. You think you got that? Yeah? You think you want to try it with me? Let's do it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I'd still give you all of my love, and even if nothing's in it for me. Alright, you think you got it? I can't hear you, so we're gonna do it one more time with feeling. I'd still give you all of my love, and even if nothing's in it for me. Yeah, there you go. Alright, I'll tell you when it's coming. I'm just a puppy dog, wandering alone in a world at large, singing my simple song, keeping my head with my paws and an eye on my heart. Well, it's a long and lonesome road, I know. You've seen them come and you've seen them go. Now here we go. But I'd still give you all of my love, and even if nothing's in it for me. Again. Yes, I'd still give you all of my love, and even if nothing's in it for me. Ain't that right, Michael? Now I'm a stray cat, staring out from the shadows where the cool kids are at, wishing I were all that. I'm still trying to pull off a leopard skin pillbox high, yeah.
Well, it's a tale meant to let loose a tear, as I ain't afraid to make my affections clear. Here we go. I'd still give you all of my love, even if nothing's in it for me. Here we go again. Yes, I'd still give you all of my love, and even if nothing's in it for me. Ain't that right? Yes, inside and sappy, short but true. I'll keep it in simple body language just for you. Here we go. Yes, I'd still give you all of my love, even if nothing's in it for me. Now louder. Yes, I'd still give you all of my love, even if nothing's in it for me. One more time with feeling. Yes, I'd still give you all of my love. Even if nothing's in it for me.
Thank you so much.
Give it up for Michael Fierro, who snaps for sinners. Yes! Okay, I'm so busy playing, and I have no idea who's next. I think it's Bobby Robbins. It is Bobby Robbins! This is exciting. So before Bobby gets up here, all right, before he gets up here, Rusty Bladen to the on-deck circle, and Sandy Pickett second on deck. You're 2 acts away. Very exciting lineup, but get ready for this next act. Give it up for Bobby Robbins!
Thank you. Just like to say thanks for inviting me. Let's say right about what you know. Here's one about my crazy family across the river there. Grandpa was a good man, born and raised down on Corn Creek. When he talked about his grandson, was as proud as he could be. A stronger man I've never known than lying on his deathbed. He looked up at me and smiled. This is what he said: always be true to you. Do it well, son, no matter what you do. You got a good name, don't bring it down. Hey, child, more love, you know he can't be found. Always read a good book, heed what I say. When I'm gone, don't cry, son, I'll meet again someday. My daddy was a carpenter who worked hard day and night. He did his best to feed the family, and he taught me wrong and right. I'll never forget the day I left to be all that I could be. As he walked me to the plane, said, son, here's something that he said to me: always be true to you. Oh, do it well, son, no matter what you do. You've got a good
Sandy Pickett and Tim Wolf will be second on deck. This next person needs virtually no introduction whatsoever in Madison. It's Rusty. Give it up for Rusty. Rusty's playing one of my favorite songs right now, the tuning song. Which is great, it's great. It gets better and better as you go along. More and more pleasing to the ear. All right, give it up for one of the hardest working musicians in Madison, bringing rock and roll everywhere he goes, Rusty Bladen!
Maybe.
First of all, I just want to say, by a show of hands, how many of you guys were born and raised here in Madison? Show of hands, how many moved here from somewhere else? Hey, Bob. This guitar is very high tech. First of all, I just want to thank M3 and the Madison Area Arts Alliance for putting this on. I honestly think this is a historical night in Madison, Indiana.
Brent, you guys second. I want to introduce this to Brent. This is Brent Evans, Bob Wall, Chris Wall.
Great job. The Sallies and the whole 9 yards, everybody.
I'm going to do, I think I've written about 80 songs, so it's really hard to figure out which song to do tonight, narrowing it down to one song. So I'm just going to do the first song I ever had on the radio. It's kind of a foot stomping, hand clapping tune. Till I ran away, are you happy now? Are you running wild? I wonder how. Are you safe and warm in your mama's house? Are you leaving home? Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you really happy now? punching walls. Are you happy now? Yeah, are you happy now? Are you really happy? Are you really happy now? Are you happy now with your new man? Can he comfort you? Does he understand? Are you happy now? I'm breaking down. Well, I get back up, but I don't know how. Oh, are you really happy? Are you really happy now? Are you happy now? Yeah, are you happy now? Are you happy now? I hope you're happy now. Thank you guys. Just want to say August 26th, I'll be at the Lytle Park for the live lunch concert. Please come out and join us. Good night.
Are you happy now? Yeah, of course you are. We just heard Rusty Bladen. All right, Rusty, I think is going to be at House of Jane next month too, right? Absolutely. So check out Rusty either at Lytle Park or at the House of Jane. Hey, before we get to our next act, I've got to give some extreme thanks. It's not often you have a sound man that has played at Carnegie Hall before. Dennis O'Neill has golden ears. Absolutely is one of the most talented sound people, live sound, recorded sound, studio engineering. He's phenomenal. He's been helping us out the whole night. He's been taking care of us all day long, making sure we've got great sound. Give it up for Dennis, someone who I don't think gets nearly as much applause as he deserves. He's back there like, what are you doing? All right. Before we get to our next act, on deck we've got Tim Wolf and Tabitha Tolbert. If you haven't reported to the side stage, please do. And I am so pleased. This is a musician I just met recently, and now we happen to be in the same band, which I'm really excited about. She is a forceful, exciting, energetic musician who also writes really great originals and is great at energizing a crowd. Please put your hands together for Sandy Pickett.
Thanks so much. Madison's been very good to me in 20 years. I want to say thanks for having me. Also, Amy wanted me to plug the gig at Off-Broadway Friday night. We're going to be there. And then I got to say the Hippie Fingers is going to be at the Riverboat Inn on Saturday. So with all my advertising here, this is a song I wrote about 22 years ago. It's called I Will Want You No More.
for the train. You'll stop driving me insane. When my lips off, you can't kiss me goodbye. Honey, I won't no more. I will want you no more. I will want you no more. Honey, I don't want you no more.
Sandy Pickett, everyone! Give it up for Sandy! All right, on deck we've got Tabitha and Jordan Wilson, so please report to stage right. In the meantime, here's somebody who might surprise you, a really, really great songwriter, podcaster, a phenomenal visionary in terms of local economic development. He's excited about music communities, about real estate, about all kinds of different things, but especially, we get the real treat of hearing a Tim Wolf original this evening. If you haven't heard Tim, you need to. Here he is! Put your hands together for Tim Wolf!
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to do a song I wrote with Jimmy Davis. It's called Casserole de Cards. The stories I heard when I was a child, all the beautiful women were good. Evil looked a certain way, just like evil should. Blinded by her angel face, I couldn't see her evil heart. My kingdom came tumbling down, down. Just a castle built of cards. In real life, she heard those lines of what I thought I knew. The jack would trump the king and queen, the devil got his due. Blinded by her angel face, I couldn't see her evil heart. My kingdom came tumbling down, down. Just a castle built of cards. The queen of spades was cold as ice. She would never play. It's a thin line that separates the fool and the suicide king. Blinded by her angel face, I couldn't see her evil heart. My kingdom came but tumbling down, down. Just a castle built of cards. Castle built of cards. Thank you so much.
That is great. If you haven't checked out Tim and Jimmy's podcast, you really should. It's fantastic. They talk about all things music. They talk about music communities. It's wonderful. Next is a really, really cool musician. She can be seen all over town, but she's incredibly versatile and plays slightly different instruments than you might expect. But she's also a terrific songwriter and is really breaking into the songwriting market. I want you to put your hands together really, really big for Tabitha Tolbert. And Tabitha, before you get started, Jordan and Robert, please report to stage right.
We can hear it.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you hear that? All right. So at the conference earlier today, we talked about vulnerability and being real. Woo! So this is the most real song I have. I don't hear me coming through here on the backwood. There we are. Yep. Here now. All right, here we go. All right, this one's about family and tradition and canning, because, oh my God, I have a passion.
bringing in mulberries. She said she loves it and I agree. Nothing better to me. Can't wait to teach her how to make some jam, 'cause she's got the canner's eye. Ooh, and I march up, take me back in time. Ooh, and I march up, don't break my heart again. Ooh, and I march up, don't break my back in time. Ooh, and I march up, don't break my heart again.
Give it up for Tabitha Tolbert. Hey! We're gonna make mandolins cool again. I guess they always were cool. Unlike clarinets. Clarinets have never been that cool. Okay. All right. Well, here's the thing. We only got a couple acts left. The next two acts are very prestigious. So prestigious that I don't feel. I feel a little verklempt to actually introduce them. So I need to bring in a real professional MC, and I'd like to introduce, in my place, one of our guests of honor, our keynote speaker from today. Give it up for Santa Rosa's own, Isabel Garson.
All right, I've got it. I've got the plug-in for whoever's up next. Madison, what is going on? Are we happy? Are we feeling good? I love it. This venue reminds me so much of a venue that we have back home, the Phoenix Theater. Big, open space, just, I'm loving all the music that we have going on here today. So I want to make sure, first of all, before I introduce our next act, that Robert Reynolds and Noah Wright, that you're on deck here, and that we have a blues, rock, soul legend coming up for you next. You all know the energy that I'm bringing to you here today, probably nothing compared to what you're about to see from Jordan Wilson. Give it up!
Thanks, Mom. My biggest fan.
There's that standby. How y'all doing out there? You know how we do things. If y'all feeling good out there, let me say, oh yeah. Let me say, oh yeah. I like to hear. Thank you all
y'all so very much for having me. Originally from Carrollton, right across the river, but you made me feel right at home here in Madison. I do consider this home, so thank you. Also, I was told while we're doing a couple announcements here, I'll be at the live lunch next Friday, and that's there's a festival that's going to be in town. I think y'all have heard of it, called Riverfest. So make sure you get your tickets there. But this song is called "Bittersweet Goodbye." I wrote this when I was in college. It was about getting broken up with and being pretty upset about it, but then realizing, you know, it's probably for the best.
Wasn't that bad?
Wasn't that bad?
Wasn't that bad?
It got me a song. I got a song out of it. So. She had the sun in her hands and the sky would follow soon. But then she stole the night, she took a flight and she left to kiss the moon. Now her shadows form and they keep me company late at night. Although she goes, I'll be alright. Even though you lie, it's a bittersweet goodbye. Even though you cry, it's a bittersweet goodbye. Firefly, she floats in the wind and she beckons me with the dance. I'm now over you, we're through, you don't get a second chance, no. Even though you lie, it's a bittersweet goodbye. Even though you cry, it's a bittersweet goodbye. You left your home, but that's okay, baby. And now you roam and you find another home, maybe. That's alright, 'cause even though you lie, it's a bittersweet goodbye. Bittersweet goodbye. So goodbye. Bye, goodbye, goodbye. Bye, goodbye, goodbye. Bye, goodbye, goodbye. Bye, goodbye, goodbye. Thank you guys, thank you. Right up for my bass player, Danny Cook.
Give it up for Jordan Wilson and Danny Cook. Oh yeah. Okay. Before we move on to the next act, I would like to get some thunderous applause for someone who has worked so tirelessly, so selflessly to put on this event. It was really her idea from the beginning in a lot of ways. I mean, she was just like, we've got this opportunity, let's make it happen. And you know what? She kept the motivation high. She kept us inspired. She kept us moving forward. And every single one of you, I think, knows who I'm talking about. Madison would be nowhere without the Madison Area Arts Alliance. And the Madison Area Arts Alliance would be nowhere without Kim Nyberg. Please give it up for Kim. Kim's being real shy right now. Do you want to say anything else to the crowd?
All I have to say is thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. And we do it all for the love of community. So, nothing special.
Kim is one of the reasons Madison feels like a family. And for those of you who are out-of-towners, do we have any out-of-towners here still? Oh, we got one right here. Listen, you're part of the family now. Absolutely. We hope you'll join us again. I'm going to turn it over to Isabel one more time. We got another exciting act coming up.
That's absolutely true. And I want to say, even as an out-of-towner, I understand how important Kim is to making all this happen. So let's give her one more big round of applause. Give everything you got, people. She deserves it. Yes! 100%. All right. So I have a very big act to introduce. I'm very honored to be able to do that. But I want to make sure Noah Wright, Anthony Ray Wright, you're on deck, so come on up. But we have a Grammy Award winner, people. We have someone who's going to make you want to dance the night away. We have Mr. Robert Reynolds. Let's go!
He has won a Grammy.
Not most of you haven't.
I promised myself that I'd take a minute to say thanks to this town. It starts by saying thank you to Dr. Butler, who's allowed us to work in his facility for 3 or 4 years now, 2 or 3 years. Dr. Butler, thank you so very much for enriching my life. You heard about Dennis O'Neill back here. He's hiding behind the curtain, the Wizard of Oz back here. Dennis O'Neill, who's like a brother to me. And Daryl Hewitt and Mark Bear aren't here, but I know they send their love. The night's getting late, and I think I could pull this off. I'm going to try. I saved picking my song until I knew what I should do by feeling it, and I'm glad I did. The biggest accomplishment of my life was overcoming the addiction that I overcame. So, and this town has been the place I got it back together. So that means a whole lot more to me than Grammys and all this other bullshit that just really weights me down sometimes. And I have a partner who's been through hell with me. So this song is about those things that trip you up. I'm changing pace real quick. I only ask that you give me these 3 minutes to let me tell you that I left Miami, Florida with the Mavericks in 1992, and I turned my back on my baby brother. And I've never seen him since. I've never been able to do this song the way I want. This is about the little things that you find in a drawer that make you think of someone you love, and they trip you up, but you're glad you found it. A ticket stub or a picture. This is called Ephemera. It's for Christopher. You won't tell me what you're thinking. Oh, but you won't tell a lie. All the nights that we spend drinking, all the nights I made you cry. not just paper now, going down the street. I know that someone or someone stole a receipt of fame. Found a flyer for the show we didn't make. I said I'd pick you up, but I know I made you wait. And there's a photograph of you from back at school. I didn't know you then, but your beauty was so true. Well, they were folded in the pages of a book, yellow from the years. Oh, I couldn't help but look ephemeral. Ephemeral. I can't change you, I can't chase you from my mind. And I can't help it if I'm lonely all the time. I'm lonely all the time. There's a memory that's lost among the days of two boys on the beach playing in the waves, and Mama calls them to come in from the sun. But when I turned around, I was all alone, ephemeral. Ephemeral. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I sincerely thank you.
Wow. Put your hands together for Robert Reynolds once again. That was stunning. That was absolutely stunning. All right. Well, I have some news. First of all, is Noah Wright in the house? I don't think he's here. Is Matt Moore here? He is? Where's Matt? Oh, do you want to play? We got one more artist. And this one's a really good one. I'm really excited to introduce one of Madison's secret weapons. But not secret for very long. Sorry we didn't call you up earlier. We have a couple of changes to the schedule. But this is our final act of the evening. So, just because it's our last act, all I ask you to do is raise the roof, all right? Let's give it up for Matt Moore. He's gonna have to grab a guitar, so hold on a second.
No, I'll walk on stage. Not waiting for this
Remember the camera right there. As soon as he's right in front of it, playing, or
Matt told me to tell some jokes, but I can't remember any. So we'll just banter. I just want to take this moment again to thank every single one of you for being here tonight. This is, I I hope you agree that this is a really special evening for our community. It's something, you know, again, you know, the great thing, one of the great things about Madison is that, to quote Jimmy Davis, we kind of take an approach of fire, ready, aim. You know, we just go for it and, you know, rely on each other to get the work done. And I want to thank everybody that put in the time to make today a reality. We want to thank the Indiana Arts Commission. We want to thank the SBDC. We want to thank Madison Area Arts Alliance and Kim Nyberg, and certainly M3 and Todd and Charlie and the whole gang and Dr. Dave and Jane and oh my gosh, I mean there's so many people on the list that contributed to this. Rusty, Jimmy, and of course most especially the most important player of all, and that's all of you. We can't build a music community without you. And because you are here, all I can say is I hope that tonight inspires you to go forward and do great things in this community. If you need help, turn to your right, turn to your left. You found it. That's what it's all about. So thank you all for your support. Thank you all for being here. And without further ado, I'm handing the magic cord to Matt Moore. Give it up for Matt Moore one more time.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, it's good to be here, y'all. I started playing in Madison, I believe like 7 or 8 years ago. And before it was cool to think so, it was already my favorite town in the USA. But let's make it global, y'all. Come on, let's do this thing. Here, I'm gonna take a note out of Audrey's book right there, in case we get any feedback here. I turned that hat backwards. This is a song I wrote a couple years ago. I haven't done much with it yet. I've got a few different rock bands that are rolling around, but I wrote this about where my family's from, which is Boonville, Kentucky. And it's just been the same way for years in that region. Region just got flooded real bad. And if it ain't natural disasters, it's drugs or poverty or something, you know. But this is a song I wrote called Only God Gave a Damn.
You find it? What? What did you say?
Well, I came from the mountains of East Kentucky, where beauty meets poverty and amphetamine. Ain't too much to live for, so getting out on hills since they forgot about us in the hills. Hauled out our livelihood, a truck at a time, to go and make millions, never gave us a dime. Now we're stuck here like history as the world passes by, dying on welfare, with tears in our eyes. Y'all with it? But when the Lord comes to take us away, I'm not questioning why, and I'll go right away. We tried to get help from the Capitol's bell, but only God gave a damn about us in the hills. Yeah, only God gave a damn about us in the hills. We all wanna drive us, there are none around. When you ain't got no money, you can't exactly leave town. Since the cold money left, nothing came to take place. Thought Congress would help, but that ain't the case. We had to live off our land just to get by. Kill food for our tables, grow fruit from our vines. Learn to take what we need and store the rest in jars. 'Cause them big wigs don't care if our babies will starve. Oh, them our heads down, we always look to the sky. Not to anyone in Washington in a suit or a tie. There ain't no man in power made carry the head's will. Only God gave a damn about us in the hills. Only God gave a damn about us in the hills. Thank you. Well, if Aubrey's still here, yeah, Jimmy told them, you know, that he knew where Boonville, Kentucky was, and Aubrey said, well, I didn't know anybody who knew where it was, but that's where my people are from, y'all, so. I appreciate being a welcomed Madisonite, and we'll see you next time, y'all.
All right, everybody. That was the Madison Music Showcase. How y'all feeling out there? Let's give it up for all the musicians that were involved. I almost forgot to thank Lindsay and Alex, who were working with Madison Area Arts Alliance, helped to put this whole thing together. Lindsay, Alex, are you here? Oh, they're back there. Yeah, give it up for them. Seriously, without them, I would be lost. I think we all would be. Oh my goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you. They have such bright futures. We appreciate you all so much. Thank you again for coming by, and we will see you soon. Catch every single one of our musicians at a local venue near you. We'll talk to you later.